So my journey started at the age of 17. Didn't know which direction I was going to go. And decided to take my rucksack and travel to Thailand. And I needed a sleeping place in the north of Thailand. And I bumped into an old medicine man. The guy at that time was already in his late 70s, early 80s, not sure. And I winded up in a rehab for opium addicts. And the next morning I woke up and it was like crazy. He was puking people everywhere. He was like handling situations. There were like somewhere between 10 and 20 people getting treatment there from this herbalist. I was going to stay there one day, but in the end I stayed a whole week. And it intrigued me what he was doing, you know. It was probably my first real encounter with somebody who was using cannabis in a medicinal way. And the day I left, he took my hands and gave me a bunch of seeds and said, well, these seeds are going to be so powerful in the future, they're going to overthrow us. And that's when my journey starts. Hey guys, welcome to Thailand. Welcome to our amazing dispensary. I think it's the first time we can start documentary making in our own dispensary, get our own goodies. But let me walk you guys now a little bit through the itinerary of the things. Tonight we'll have an interview with Bear. It's good to show Bear, one of the young activists here in Thailand that made the whole cannabis scene legal together with the minister Anutin. Tomorrow, first thing we're going to do is to KD. That is the legend in Thailand. If we're going to go to the north, in the Chiang Mai area, Chiang Rai area, we will find a lot of these seeds. They've been breeding for a lot of years, 20, 30 years. And then the next morning, we go straight to the north into the bush. So we're going to arrive at Chiang Mai, we're going to do that area around 3 days. Then we go to the area of Chiang Rai, we're going to do that area 3 days.
It's good timing to go get the land race now because everything is going to change now in time.
Yeah, the land race, there's a lot. They will all keep it, but people will grow all different kinds of stuff. It's inevitable with a legalization. Then we go closer to Mukdahan, we're going to do a factory 2 days, and then we're going to end in Bangkok.
Sounds amazing.
Some presents are coming. So what we're going to take? Some cam dog, some mango, dry sift, lemon cheese, lemon and orange, cambrai, strawberry, full gas, pretty nice also. Full gas is named after Franco. He was always full gas. So in honor of him, we call strain full gas. And this place is your #1 pickup place in Bangkok, Thailand. Greenhouse Seed Coke when you arrive for your great holiday in one of the greatest countries in the world, Thailand.
Long time no see, brother. Look good?
Welcome here all in Sukhumvit Coffee Shop. This is Bear's place. very close friend of mine. We know each other a few years, and Bear, one of the reasons I want to show this comic shop because he's one of the main people, main activists who made this all possible in Thailand. But before I even say that, I brought you some presents because we go a little bit way back. So I promised you for a while ago we were going to grow indoor. So these are.
Oh shit! This is the indoor one.
This is the indoor.
Oh, no.
Yes, yes, yes. And look, the lemon haze was our history. It's the history for everybody. Now also for you as a Thai grower, everybody. I think Super Lemon Haze won 2 world titles with that.
Actually, this one takes me to the original how I started capital.
When did you start growing?
Started growing since I was 16, 38.
You're 38, 16, so basically 20 years.
Yeah.
So tell me, pre-legalization, how tough was it? Yeah. Because the day of legalization, they released 7,000 people from prison. So how heavy was it for you? Like how many friends go to prison? How many years? What?
I've had a friend that went to 7 years in prison. It was a pretty bad time. One of the worst time ever to do weed. But I'm growing anyway. I don't give a fuck.
So tell me a little bit about your contribution to the legalization, because I know you have some seats in the parliament with a lot of people that you're helping each other. How's that going?
Since all the stuff I've done, when I was just a monk, I'm trying to introduce all the politicians together because I know with my age, I want to join the capital. And then so I had my uncle, Dr. Marut Konsiabanich, who's the only medical doctor in the Punjab Thai party, put into the cannabis cabinet to have a voice. Because in the past, they all knew me. I used to do holiday travels with them, family holidays with other parties, boss members, and then I'm the kid who got the weed and got my dad busted. I was a kid. I was like 15, 16, just wanting to smoke weed and got everybody's kid high. And all those stupid decisions in my life have led me to where they want to do the weed. Well, why don't ask beer? Because he was always be the guy who get busted with the weed. I first got busted regularly. And then I had him through when it was a month, so I invited everybody who ran the party to my ceremony and introduced them. And kind of slide them. Somebody worked.
Come on, man.
Worked from that on.
Bro, thank you so much. Great to see you. Keep up the fight, yeah?
Brett speaking with
Whoa, what? Whatever.
Take me back to your farm. Please take me out.
So we're in South Carbon, a little bit early, but this is the place to be in Bangkok for a little bit funny nightlife. So hi girls. Actually, in 1.5 years is the first time I'm here. So what do you have to say about this? Okay guys, I want to bring a big cheers. Thanks to the whole team. Okay, so we have to do this one again.
What happened this morning?
You punched me in the face and you kicked me. I was with the manager and with the security. And you were naked, like with your snake. Like, yeah.
On the way to Koh Samui, guys. We're going to take a speedboat to Koh Tao to meet the one and only legend, KD. Okay, guys, let's go meet the legend, KD. Huh? I'm pretty sure 50% sure the guy with his white t-shirt, that's KD waiting on the pier there. He's straight in front of me. All the time I see him on the picture, he's got a white shirt. When I met him, he had a white shirt. Thank you so much for doing that. It's my partner, Dust.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us.
There's my house.
Wow, it's nice, man. You live in beautiful green. It's the best way to do it.
Very relaxed.
I have the lemon with me. The original lemon. So you use the lemon to make your KD cross.
Yeah.
That's great. First of all, thank you for having us. It's a super honor to meet and see you. I know we met one time before in Bangkok on this amazing wedding, you remember? 6 months ago we were talking. And then I went scouting in the north, and everywhere I come, yeah, this is from KD. This is from KD. But who's KD? Yeah, he lives in Koh Tao, and I couldn't figure it out, you know? You're really a hero up in the north, eh?
I think it's everywhere in Thailand because I sent the seed out like 10 years ago. I started sending the seed out. I felt that Thai wheat has become bad because only
It's getting weaker.
brick wheat from Laos and it's bad quality. So I want to have a good quality wheat to smoke myself.
Yes.
Because I used to live in Europe. And when I came back to Thailand in 1986, and when I travel, I collect all the seeds like from Jamaica, from Nepal, from India. Get some seeds.
Really good to all this because you could try other stuff and you thought this if I put it with the local landrace it would be really good.
Become
I
new
can make it
strain
better.
and it develop, it becomes stronger, and then I send it out.
You know it's not a dangerous thing. Then you know it's a great herb, and it does a lot of good things to society.
Of course, the people in the city, they still have something against it because they think it's a drugs, it's bad for your health. But actually,
They all
no
drink.
problem. Like my cousin, one of my cousins, he has asthma, and my grandma, I remember, make like from the leaf with other herbs for him to smoke and help stop asthma.
How did you ever thought at that time this would happen? Let it go legal in time? Did you think it would happen?
Predict this. I told
you predicted it?
everyone 20 years ago. I said in 20 years I will make Thai wheat legal.
And are you happy how it went?
Yes,
It's good, no?
I'm very happy because I've been fighting a lot. I've been to Bangkok so many times, went in front of Parliament.
Oh yeah? Yeah, I heard that from people. You were the guy with the board in front of Parliament, no?
Yeah.
You're a real activist. And where you sell your product now? To the shops on the island, or?
Really, I don't really focus on making business.
Just making the seeds and the genetics.
Yeah, making seed, making medicine to give away. That's make me happy more than making money. Making money is also you need to live. But I don't seek for rich.
I want to give you a little present also. Look here. You want to make this one open? Because this is the original super lemonade, yeah? So one of the plants that you use for your breeding program. But this is the original mother. This is strawberry one from us. This is lemon orange. And this is all English mango haze. And this is the full dust. This is Dust's baby. Thank you so much, my brother. Very nice meeting you. Thank you so much for this interview. Okay, guys, it was a great day. Day 3 on the way to Chiang Mai, one of the best airports in the world now, Koh Samui. And we're going to go there. We're going to land in 2 hours, hopefully, 2.5 hours, and then we're going to visit 4 big farms.
Like, why? This fucking game,
And then
man.
we're going to end at a really nice guy, also with a huge farm with his father, old OG grower, and grow lots of our stuff also. And he's going to show us around day 3 today.
How long can you do without beer? Just 2 minutes.
Brother! Good to see you, huh? Thanks for having us. You feel difference in temperature here? Better, no? And yeah, this is one of the few breeders in Thailand. So it was interesting to meet him. He also has got a lot of land races. Maybe you can explain a little bit what's standing here. What did you make? Safari, but from Nepal. One strain, no hybrid. Okay, this is pure Nepal. Thai Mexico? Really? Kilimanjaro, Tanzania.
AK-47. So everything here is crossed also.
Blue method and
It doesn't smell of diesel like in Masala. It just has the sweetness.
you have seeds from that one? Swap? Yeah? That's a very nice one.
Come on, man. Like, what?
Hanoi! Brother!
Oh,
Israel!
come back again.
Nice to meet you.
I told you we'd come back.
Have look, you, everybody on YouTube. 10 years ago,
Beautiful.
Yeah, we made it
1000.
work.
Now you're
Yes, this is real.
the best we've
Good, huh?
So this is your place here?
No, he manages this place. He's the master grower here. So he's going to explain us a little bit what's going on here. And after he's going to go to his family place where he grows with his father. Really nice. How long you grow?
Anglo, after 10 years,
13 years.
I'm learn on university.
Ah, yeah? Where here in Chiang Mai?
No, I'm learn in Chiang Rai.
In Chiang Rai.
Because I'm not finished learn master degree. Because my big farm told to me to grow cannabis. I asked to father, hello father. Okay, I'm not want to learn.
I want to grow.
I'm want to grow. I'm
Stop
asked to
in
father.
When you stop university.
Stop.
Yes.
I don't want to master degree. I want to grow. Have it only.
And what's father say?
Father say, what the fuck?
So what you do, you keep one mother plant every time?
You keep here mothers with the light. You keep mothers here. Take clone and grow there.
Buy your seeds, 10 hunter or internet.
Internet.
Because in Thailand, the seeds 10 hunter so expensive.
Yes.
Because I think the seed for the good quality.
Yeah.
I don't know to try.
But now for free.
Woo, yo!
Yeah.
This is, woo!
I don't think it's it. I think I'm gonna get a back boost too. I don't think it's it.
Ah, yeah, you win trophy with this one?
The Sativa in Chiang Mai.
Ah, yeah?
The team player.
going there after, right? You're gonna take us.
Yes.
No, what? No.
Delicious.
What? Okay, let's go, guys. Let's run.
See you later.
Yo, like, fuck this game. Like, fuck you, game.
How are you? So big, huh? How does he take care upstairs?
Oh, you know, we'll just give him 2 fucking boosts. Fucking bullshit.
Hybrid here, this one, eh? All hybrid.
With the sun, and you're in the altitude, you know, on the mountain, you have great sun, great weather. This one is nice also, like OG Kush.
This one's rock hard too.
This is more sativa for sure.
Definitely. Years ago, I was here with my daughter. She was 3. And I was telling the story many times. It was the biggest roller skate restaurant in the world in Chiang Mai. And guess what? 32 years later, I come back and this was the place, guys. And it's now America. Manoy! Broski!
Beautiful place. Very nice.
So maybe you can show us around. Here's where you guys make the soil, no?
This is Thailand lace.
Thailand place. Seeds.
3D ของเรา
KD cut out.
So here is KD.
3D with Spain logo.
That's the red one from KD.
Mango.
And what do you have
And
here?
this, but you see this.
What do you have there?
No, look here. Look. Look. Ah. Huh? Perfect. So what else can you show us here on your property?
Yeah, nice. They look happy.
Smells good, huh? You smoke 100 grams in 1 week. Not dangerous?
Not dangerous.
Wow. Like this one.
That's the most original entrance to it.
Eh?
Oh man.
A clone rule all the water.
Man, I want an office like
How
this.
cold is this then?
Powerful. Strong.
Dus als ik al die bongs rook, is het echt niet te geloven. So what is your plan now to expand your company? What do you want to do next year? What's your dream here?
Next, in the future, I'm thinking to the cannabis shop and coffee shop, a little because coffee shop to. I want to learn with cannabis.
No, what? Like, come on. Like, fuck you.
Happy, my friend happy, every people smile, I'm smile. My father smile, mother smile, family smile.
Like this fucking game, man.
I'm getting 3 beautiful land races for this guy there. So suddenly, or 4 even, suddenly 30 growers showed up here in Chiang Mai. Nice, so it's super nice to hang out. And I got this Thai blue one, I got that orange one, and a Royal Lana, which is very interesting. But this is nice, you know, these gatherings, these suddenly, and the guys that come, you know, they don't come for nothing. That's super nice.
I love that shit. Trading seeds, that's like the best. trading seeds is the best. Oh, the South Africa episode. That was such a good one. Let's do the Colombia one. No, the South Africa one's pretty insane. This one might be the best one. Come on, just give me one more boost, man. Like, come on, just one more, I think. There's a terrible line around the table, it's not it.
Okay, we could come there and organize ourselves, you know? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna speak about it. We're gonna come back to you very soon. Yeah, we're gonna have a meeting. I'm here with Dustin Oscar, so we'll see what we do. Okay, and we'll see you soon, hopefully. Have a great day. Bye.
Looks like we have a good mission. That's one on the trip.
There we go.
Let's go.
Wow. Insane.
So this amazing trip going down the Nzumbungu River was, very special, very emotional for us, especially for me because it was the first trip without Franco that I'm doing.
This trip was a special trip because Franco lived here, I think, 2 years, like around 2006, I think, when they brought the Exodus cheese and the White Widow and all this.
It's one of the first big projects we did together outside of Europe. And it was quite amazing with solar panels and seeds and creating this whole community there, which is now benefiting from that.
It's amazing to see the legacy that he left in those 2 years, and then all those Exodus everywhere. I mean, they have some of the best cheese I saw, you know, it's like, and you're at the end of Africa.
No, we are doing this for Franco. For me, it's very sad, to be honest, because we've been together a lot of times, and he was like a big brother. So, we want to still do it. That's so much.
Why? Like, why?
Once we start arriving here and realizing that this variety is growing nearly without roots, and the plant is just living on the dew, yes, of course the buds are really small, but this is just to protect itself. It was remarkable to see a plant which has adapted with the people, because the people ran away with it from the flatlands more into the mountains, and the plant basically helped those people. And this is something which is quite unique. I've never seen this before, and it's made the people survive here for the last 200 years and grow their ganja and sell it. So yeah, I'm truly
What?
blessed
Like,
to have
why?
two new strain hunters in this movie, and it was epic to do this.
Oh, come on, man.
a little bit about your trip in the airplane, Oscar. What happened?
Somebody had the great idea to take this small plane like this, which is doing like this all time in the sky, so I get a little busy.
Yes. So he didn't really see where we landed.
See nothing.
Good drop of 200-300 meters, but anyway, after that everything went kind of smooth, no?
Very smooth.
Yeah, exactly. Is this the river that we're going to go up into Cumberland?
Yeah, we're gonna like go along the edges and travel up, and but along this system, some of the biggest growing.
Come on, man.
And it's because of this great valleys of this river lake.
Where was the area beginning 2000 where me and Franco helped the people grow it? Which direction?
That's up north, right in the north of Ponderland. This is actually the beginning of Ponderland.
Yeah.
Really, Ponderland starts about 100 km before us, but in history, this river was the great land of Amaponda, the King Park.
Fucking awesome! Andy, you're here. Hey, Kitty, how are you? Good. Hey.
Good man. Hey, my brother from the family. From Banda. Welcome to Banda.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Like, why?
I wonder what the purple. What's the purple? Sunset Sherbet.
Sunset Sherbet, White Widow, and Exodus. Amazing, man. Hundreds of cases to the time.
What you responsible?
What an amazing landscape.
And the Widow.
And the widow, yes. But we did bring the widow in 2007. Yeah, what's your favorite plant? Exodus. It's the best, eh? For some reason, it has become the go-to plant of every grower in Africa. Yeah, no disease. There you have, no disease. Can we smell one though?
Be careful here, your head, yeah?
It's super young, it's already soft vision, you know?
They look strong plant.
Yeah. No, the structure is amazing.
Here. Clones. For hundreds of cases. Look how healthy it is.
Can they pull off the leaves often?
He pulled each day. He does it every day. He's very important.
You can see.
Yeah. How long is he farmer? 2002 when you started. So that's 19-year grower already. Also.
So when did you change from the TK to the cheese? What year?
4 years.
You do land race until 2017.
So you speak English?
I think it's the first time I see in the country so many illegal growers using cuttings in that scale. You know? Because most of the time you just throw seeds and you get away with it. You know? But those guys are organized and they have amazing hash. I mean, probably some of the best things of this cheese hash I smoked for a while.
All these dreads.
Nice to meet you, Ariane.
Yes, I know. Are you looking strong?
Yeah.
Yes.
Too good?
Yes. There we go. Feeling really.
Smoking is healing.
There we go. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, the Tatas is helping him. Yes.
It's really nice, all this product coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way they're growing now, the government will maybe implement new rules in 3-4 years. It's going to affect all this pork.
Yes, now I feel that there might be a bit of changes, just the awareness and the people being able to even just try things, the tourism, people interested.
More awareness.
More awareness, and I've seen opportunities since I've been here increased.
What? Such a scam? Bro, that's such a scam. That is not what they totally changed their policy, man. They definitely changed their policy. It wasn't like that before. They did the bait and switch, man. You know the bait and switch where they give great customer service the first 5-10 years, and then when they become a monopoly, they switch it on them. That's what happened. I think that's insane. What? What? Wow. That's crazy. You'd think they'd like at least like refund you a free month of Prime or something. That's like $10, man. Like, come on, dude. Throw this guy a fucking bone. That's fucking bullshit, dude. Sorry, I'm really like emotionally invested in this. Because I was just thinking about it. I was thinking about it this morning. I'm like, yeah, you know, that was a good idea. That was a good suggestion I gave Toad yesterday. Or I gave White Goose yesterday. I'm sure he'll get his refund. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, wow. Well, yeah, you do get a refund. It's true. You can. I mean, did you do a year? You have a yearly membership, don't you, though? You can always refund and get your money back. That's fucking lame, though.
Really good care of them, but yeah, it's not what we were looking for. Like, yeah,
I do that. I do that all the time.
Blame them for growing Exodus cheese.
For like a delivery, I cancel as soon as I get the item. I get like a refund back. Usually they take like $4 or something, but it's whatever.
Just like to smell.
If you only like to smell, which one is your favorite smell?
The
X8, the Exodus.
So, Mama, how long has your family been going Gyges? When did you start going to these parts?
2016, I'm not sure.
5 years. And did it change your life here?
Dude, that's so, I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to laugh. That's really...
Maybe 5 kilos that have been.
That's bad news for the future, man.
And this one now still.
I guess everything is just late now. Everything is probably just late. They can't do anything about it because they can't just give everybody money. Everything must just be late. Every deliveries must be really shitty service. It's wild because people are just sitting at home unemployed.
Yes, that's why now it's scarce customers.
Yeah. No, that's dumb. And then he sees you have an annual membership. It's like, that's so fucking dumb. That's such a dumb thing to do. Especially you who said you use the service a lot. Like, that's just so dumb.
Scale, harmony, small fields, and then not to find any landers anywhere. It's sad. Everybody there is going really good with, like Exodus cheese, Sunset sherbet, but it's not the landers. But at the same time,
I'm sorry for laughing. It's just too ridiculous, man. That's pure clown world, man. It really is. I don't know, maybe I'm just getting too worked up over it. Oh wow. Yeah, dude, the quality of service, you can't get good service anywhere now. Service is fucking... everything is shit. It's ridiculous.
How long ago we saw each other? That's like 2007, 8, 9.
2007, that's
15 years.
15 years ago.
With Franco.
Yeah.
And Franco was 2 years here then.
Franco was in it when he came. It just that was Franco. It just with the guns, he just lived the guns, didn't he? He taught me so much about it.
Yeah. So this is
Yeah, that's true, bro. No.
clones, there's lights.
Oh my god, you're so true, man. You're so right.
Unfortunately, we lost the local language. That's the negative part of it.
Okay.
But the good side is that we will all into business. People make a proper living out of it.
Yeah.
And survive.
Yeah.
Without relying on government and
Yeah, it was just damn beautiful, man, to just see all of that cheese and the colours and the smells and great representation, I think, of South Africa.
That's exactly what happened.
This time around.
Yeah, man. I think the South Africa one's my favorite, dude. This one's amazing. Look at the Cinematography.
Everyone started going. But the helicopters came and
What is this? Come on, man. Don't show this guy fucking.
and they would move slowly.
Come on, man.
There's three helicopters that spray and one which is called top cover with machine guns. And that one is there to shoot
Wow.
anyone that like throws stones or shoots at them. And then three spray. But they
It's
would
insane.
make a base there. They would come in the morning, they would bring their trucks with their fuel and their poison and park on that hill. And then the helicopter just lands, refills, and moves slowly in every little field. So how many years did they do that? 18 years. 18 years in a row. 18 years in a row.
In the past, until 2015, there was a scandal going on in a few countries in the world, including South Africa.
No, what? Why? Like, why?
Plants, which led the farmers move even.
Oh my god, this game.
When they were on a steep hill, the helicopters could not reach. We had all this information, even when I was here years ago, we saw the helicopters flying, so they were spraying over people. And you wonder how technically that is possible. You know, they do nothing about alcohol and tobacco, and here they're just poisoning out some stuff which people will smoke anyway. So that was a terrible situation.
Okay. But they're doing it in violation of law. They never had the environmental commission come and spray this.
And this is all land raised on the side of the road. There's nothing else growing. So this is basically what everybody's depending on in this area.
There's no other food that's growing here because all the food is growing on top of it. And as we move into this valley, it's getting very dry. Last year it didn't rain. Then jaar in Pelile en I am full.
The low-hanging cloud. Does she smoke? Yeah, try. Smoke ganja on certain times. And then she uses for any medicinal benefits? He only knows one side there is. And what she do with it? For what?
Wow, are you serious? This is amazing, bro.
Taking it and crush it. Okay. She make a juice. She make a juice for anyone who's got a very therapy store. That's what they do in California. Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh wow, insane, dude. That's cool, dude. What games?
46 for your life.
Or what game?
That's longer than me.
You learn from your father. This is how you
studied from the parents.
Oh wow, insane. That's amazing, bro.
If you are like a family, like the children are learning from their father and mother, they are forced to, that's how she started. 46 years. Wow. You hardly ever meet people that grow longer than us.
Oh yeah, buddy.
They work?
Sounds fun as F. Sounds very fun. Wait, why? What is this?
How are you guys? My name is Goga. How are you guys?
Welcome, welcome.
How are you? How are you guys?
Good.
Good, thanks. Thank you. So you're from here? You live in the village?
Yeah, I'm from here. I was born here.
They will find this field. The field was very interesting because we saw was like a hard field, pretty short.
Oh wow, insane. Sega. Oh wow, insane. Oh whoa, that's awesome, dude. Oh wow. That's cool, dude. And you could up the TV, that's cool.
anyone
That is super cool, dude.
Same experience, man. From meters and meters away, you're getting this pure sativa smell.
Insane.
It's also when Ariana dust and everyone got really excited. Up until this point, you know, everything I'd been able to show them.
Does it have like Marvel Capcom? That game's insane.
But when we finally now got close,
Looking for a good deal, I hear you. Oh, arcade, I hear you.
what we had was something really special and ancient.
Yeah, check out this one, guys. It's super nice. Beautiful resin. Look, it smells really good. You see the buds? It's better structured than the others, I think. Yeah, all those pure sativa smells, you know, like this freshness.
What you smelling it, the plant is different. Because for my side, I know it's just the same. I can't smell it.
We're smelling a thing called terpenes. And in cannabis, there's actually different terpenes. You don't know that because the only plant that you have is this one. But when you go overseas and when you try these other strains, you'll see that every plant smells different. Some smell like carrots, like this one. Some smell like mango. Some smell like spice. And the plant's different all over the world.
No, Marvel, that's okay. That's all good.
Smell. We're so excited because this is a unique flavor. There's something special here, man.
Kind of like Street Fighter and shit.
Yeah, maybe like Tony was saying.
Oh, I hear you. Oh, I see what you mean.
The green material, you know, the plant material with the oil that containing the trichome.
Yeah, that had everyone. That had literally everybody in there.
And also that they live on this dew in the morning.
Was the strongest survived plant. So for everybody that survived is a strong plant, you know, because they're just throwing the seeds. So all the weak ones die. So
Think about it. This is the only plants, kind of our plants, you know, tomatoes, whatever, that survive on this plant.
we should take a sample of this night earlier, not to send to the lab when we come back.
Oh my.
There's some really nice flowers.
What we're going to take this part here, maybe, like,
Yeah, we take a few of the nice flowers, the fresh ones, and then we give it to the...
Yo, what's up, Lucy? Thanks, man.
Yeah, and then we're gonna mark...
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, man, we're having a lot of really close runs, a lot of boost out 16s. We have like, I don't know, like 50 17s now.
Even the maize smell very good,
We just need it to come together.
Come on, guys, here, look that interesting man. Wow. So crazy.
that's the flat stem again.
Yo, what's up, Raza? How you doing, man?
Massive flowers.
Look at this crazy plant.
If you compare with the other, look here. Look this one. How many flowers is in the top?
Here, look, I found another really nice plant.
I don't know. I learned it as Gyges. I like the ring of Gyges. I've heard Google translated it as Gyges. It's like ancient Greek from Plato. So I have no idea how it's pronounced.
Try not to touch the bud, guys. So you can hold it here,
Gyges? Yeah.
really quick, though. Only like this. Tuck, 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 like a scissor. Look. I did a million kilos in my life.
Gyges, yeah.
Look, that's it. And then when it's dry,
Gyges, like Giro,
you go to the left.
like the hero, Giro, Gyges. I don't know. I really don't know. I accept them all.
We're going to see each other tomorrow morning then.
Yeah, when you are out.
I can't be like, oh, it's this one, because I might be wrong. Like, so I can't, like, I literally can't.
Show us around the river and then we're going to see how we're going to do that.
Yeah, I can take you around the corner. I know this.
So like, I can't emphatically say the correct pronunciation, because I might be wrong. But the story here, let's ask Graham Hancock to tell us about it. Graham Hancock, tell us the allegory of Gyges from Plato. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. He couldn't have put it more eloquently. That's exactly it. He's like the archetypal hedonist. Where they wonder why, like, do they really need law and consequences? Like, do people do good because they're inherently good people, or do they do good just because of the law and they want to avoid the consequences? Like, what if you're like an omnipotent guy that found his ring of invisibility, like Gyges, and he just uses it for his own interest, kills people, steals, becomes the king, right? If we were all invincible and invisible, what do we just do? Would we become hedonists? Are we only really morally, ethically correct to avoid the consequences? I don't know. Wow, that was so eloquently put by Graham Hancock.
Speaking to the local farmers here is like speaking to all those local farmers around those world in those rural areas. But yeah, it's remarkable to see how they're evolving slowly by cleaning the floor, splitting the plant when it's really young.
That is exhausting, but something fun, yeah. But I mean, it's true. I mean, it comes down to a lot. I think it's still relevant today. In terms of law, right? Do we need any law? Do we need any government? I mean, I think so. But to what extent? What's the line? Personal autonomy rights? Does it go beyond that? That's what Paul said. Paul McIntyre? Big Paul? Of IFX? Yeah, that's what he said. No, don't say that, man. Don't say that, man. No. You can say whatever you want. Obvi. But, yeah, where is that guy? Where is that man? My friend, our friend. Hope he's doing well. You gotta put a tilde first. Yeah, I know. Gotta put that curvy line. Guys, why was that guard all the way there already? That was crazy. Just put a little squiggly line and then Cardi B. What do you think? We got a Nikki bot.
Probably we have most heat, is keep during the night because there was more plants around, so it was not so cold, and everything that was sticking out because all the other plants were smaller.
Oh wow, insane! Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing, Toad.
So it's probably the temperature, the frost that really kicks in.
That's huge.
This is the one we're looking for. Which means?
It's pretty frosty, this plant. The leaves don't look like the local land race, huh?
No, you see they also curl up for the cold.
It's a strange expression.
Nice, huh? This line working through your nose.
I don't know, the double quick pause, it just wasn't working for me. So I'm just not gonna... I don't need it, I just need a clean run. I don't know if it's the controller, I don't know if it's me. It's just not working.
Get sucked up by the
leaves because there's hardly
I think
anything here.
Kevin double quick
You'll
paused.
see big, thick roots with big plants. You see it's all very tiny here.
But he just also had a clean run.
Structure. You see that? And this is normally very
And he
big.
got the
1 meter to
room
2
guard
big
boost
plants, you know? But
because he
look at
watched more of the cutscene. I think, if I remember right. Oh wow. Cool, buddy. Congrats, man. Congratulations, my dude. You put 50 hours? Really? Oh my god, man.
Yeah, he said maybe he started after just 4 years.
Wow, I did not know that.
So can you ask him who teach you to make this?
And he does the 2.x ending. I can't believe, I don't know why I missed that. Or maybe he just did it so fast because he switched it so fast. And it shows that he put 50 hours in because the way he switched from 1.2 to 2.x was lightning speed. Not lightning speed, but it was just like he's done it for 50 hours. You know what I mean? I'm still not at that speed. Yeah. I don't know, man. You're asking what the best time is? I don't know. I was thinking this time might be the best time, honestly. I don't know. 16? I think I'm pretty close, so. So it might not be. It might not be the best time. I think 15 is possible. On an insane run. He's the real deal, bro. Love a kid. LOL, no. I think 15 is possible. $300?
Is there an issue with the river? Is there like a lot of rapids, a lot
Wow.
of rocks, or how is it?
The water's quite low, so there's lots of rocks at the moment. Maybe just push the boats over the rocks.
Yeah.
And has this river ever been run? You know if anyone's ever kite this section?
Oh, wow.
Very often though, because it's very remote. Some people don't.
Wow, really? You're saying it so assertively. For sure, I don't know, man, dude. You don't think it's high skill? Oh my gosh, man. Insane. Sounding like Paps out here, dude. I think, dude. I don't know, man. It's pretty insane. 16 might be maxed. That's why I'm working so hard to try to get the slay on a maxed. But I think 15 is possible. I think, because some people say 15 is possible on N64. Like, fucking top players say that. Not me. I mean, you know, I'm not fighting for my position here. It's just, I don't know, it's just some sharing my thoughts. Because I think I might have spent more time going for 16 than like my Aztec double O time. I have no boost in this run. I have no boost, I don't think that's it.
Oscar was quite.
Oh, at least we see. At least we see.
First thing is he's never picked up a pen. I didn't know this until he started doing this.
So Los Esmos 16 down on EverDrive? I don't know, my friend. I have no idea, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know if... That's a good question. I don't think anyone's ever... I don't know who's duped 16. I don't think anyone's duped 16 on 64. I can't imagine that. Maybe some psycho grinders. But I don't think anyone's duped 16 once on 64. Dogger might be the first. Dude, can you imagine Dogger's the first one to dupe 16? That'd be insane. That would just be so insane. I might be wrong though, right? Like I have no idea, but dude, I can't imagine. I can't imagine that.
Oh, nice mat also, huh? Super fruity.
Because I mean, it's like it's theoretically possible. Maybe in theory.
Yeah, I'm very happy, but you go straight with a fucking
Yeah.
trying,
A titty?
man, we made like 2 million spins. I was spinning.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to farm the room boost because I like just doing runs, and sometimes that room guard is random based on cutscene. So I just need a good run. My movement isn't very clean.
Also less than 1 meter.
We saw now, okay. And then you see. Maybe in the next one. We saw. I want to check what
Everything above 150 is survived.
Fuck you.
down there. You make another fucking spin. If you make another spin, we check the fucking shit. I tell you.
I'm gonna have a look at how they look. Completely different smell. It's almost strengthy.
Thanks for being here.
But you take the seeds also out of the good females. So you collect the seeds, let's say from 100 really good plants, you have like 1 seeds, and those next year you pick. Then you have again a better quality than the year before. That's how you work as a farmer. Yeah?
I don't know.
You understand? You know, it's
Good
like
question.
when you cook, you cannot walk
I don't know.
People who cook and walk away are not good chefs. You have to stay.
So you're so certain that 15 isn't possible on Switch? I mean, that's interesting. Oh no. Oh, no, Alex, like Alex, please. I love everyone, including homosexuals. Like Alex, please don't make me have to shut you down. Like Cartman. Don't do that. Only a small difference in lag. Yeah, but I have 117 on N64. I have one, and it took. I have like I don't know 100 and I have like 218s on N64, and I have 117, and I already have 55 17s on Switch, and I don't think it's a skill difference. It's not like I'm better at the level. I don't know what the reason is. I feel like I get boosted more on Switch, but it just might be made up in my mind. So I mean, I'm not saying. I don't think I can get 17 on N64 in a session. I don't think I could do it.
The poor people, you know, in the poorest place, they don't have nothing and they share with you.
Yeah, I mean, is it though? Like, really? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe, you're right. I might be wrong. Nonsense. Sure, hey, I will. That's what I mean. That's why I'm like, sure, it's a possibility. That's what I want to do. I want to try on N64 after. Is this a run? This is a run.
Really see some kind of crossbreeding because not with the cheese, you know, but people brought some seeds.
See, my doors are getting better. My ending doors. If I unpause and I'm at the door, that's like ideal. No.
And I think the plants were really beautiful and vigorous.
Let's go. Let's go.
Look here, land press.
We should take some dry sample also.
Yeah, let's get some dry sample.
Ariane, such a charmer. Charming the local African ladies. Wow, look at those photos, man.
when they see the white guys are
Wow, he just gave her like the best genetics.
very happy, even the neighbors they feel very happy to say thank you for this.
We're happy to be here.
Yeah, but banabo bajabula banabo.
Like, it's insane. Like, now if you ever go to random ass village in South Africa, they might have fucking dark phoenix you can buy. Like, that's just so insane. And elusive, I think 16 is a better time than any other time on Switch. I mean, maybe other than the damn time is just because it's probably maxed. It might be maxed, right? It might be. Should I go to South Africa? Yeah. Oh no. No, Alex, please. Alex, that's 2 strikes on you, man. Your last 2 comments have upset 2 groups of humans.
How many years so nobody ever swim here?
No.
But they're scared.
No. They scared. No one was swimming there.
Okay, so we can go in.
Yeah.
Chase away the monster.
You can go in if you think you're not scared.
I love it. I love the comment, dude. I love it. That's insane. I disagree, though, man. There's so much... Dude, my movement's terrible. My movement is so bad in this level. I might get the ugliest looking 16 if I ever get it. My movement's really bad. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. But, I mean, like, it's far from maxed, right? Like, that can go down so much more. Yeah, buddy, but dude, that's up for grabs. I'm, you know, like, that can definitely be lowered. Big time. But this might last fucking forever. Yeah. Yeah, True, I spent far more time on Aztec than I have Bunker 1, you're right. I have. If I have spent the same amount of time in Bunker 1, would I be better? I would be better. Oh my god, I can't believe it said that. I can't believe Stream Elements even said that. Thank you, buddy. Hopefully it's by me. Hopefully. Is anyone else going for it? People must be going for it now. For Bunker 1. Maybe not. But dude, you can get it too. 100%. As you know. You have more time in this than I do. We get eventually to want it right now. Nice, buddy. Yeah, it is an RNG grind, it is. How were your control times going yesterday, man? Did you lower it below, what was it, 425 for SA? 435 for 00?
Damage hand,
top section were absolutely amazing. I mean, I think we found some of the best representations of the Condolan genetics. At some points there was a bit of, you could see that something had come in there, but as we moved further down, you could just see that the rainbows became really uniform and definitely an ancient plant.
You know how many families in Condoland live of cannabis?
I can't mention the family. I can tell you maybe the township.
The township.
Yeah. It's 8 townships in Condoland.
8 townships.
Oh, wow, nice, buddy.
Maybe around 50,000.
Yeah.
My mother and my father were
Before you submit.
growing cannabis,
Yeah, I hear what you mean.
networking, and then was depending on this. This is the only thing is bringing the food.
So basically, because of cannabis, you speak
Yes. That's why my mom was sending me to the school.
Yeah.
Who was getting the money from the cannabis.
Yeah.
Who was making a breakfast for me from the money coming from cannabis. Yeah. When I was asking my father about when he was starting to grow the cannabis, he was saying no, he was born.
No.
It means my forefather, he was teaching my grandfather to plant the cannabis in Condoland. The first time the helicopter was spraying every field because everyone was planting to the downfield. And then everyone who started to realize, but no, that one, the one.
Bro, how does it know? How does it speak exactly like Carl Jobs, man?
Everyone was going to the mountain.
How?
Because of the angle, no?
Because of the angle. The helicopter is not catching easy.
Yeah. they can't spray properly if the field is like this on a mountain.
Yeah, that's why the people there was going to the mountain.
Yeah. Let's go have a look down there, guys. In every field we see this one, huh?
It's crazy, that is a crazy plant.
The grey spoon one. You know what I slowly start thinking? That this is so slim sativa that maybe this keeps the gene pool down from getting
Bro.
so they can
Bro.
survive in the most difficult climates, you know? Yeah,
Bro, how did it know that? How did it know this information? Bro. Dude, I'm like creeped out.
Yeah, and if you check every
Dude, I'm like creeped out. Because that conversation only really happened where? In like a Discord? Where was this information provided? Was it written on the Elite? I don't think so, man. How does it understand that? From like your writing, man. What the dude, I'm like creeped out, man. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? I'm freaking out. I need to add that as a quote. That's crazy. Because you can't, you can't do 2.x, and there's this huge debate on Discord. Dude, that's fucked, bro.
It's funny, also when you come down, it looks like the plants are even bigger here, closer to the water. Maybe more dew.
Here is all sandy, so the water must be...
So here's the list names.
Oh, it's really loose, eh?
And if you want to create someone new, you just write a tilde.
Here's a little wetter, you see that? Just look, here it's kind of moisty here, but it's like really little. Huh? But you see also that they're all kind of split when they're young, eh?
They're cutting the head.
They know it's split?
They know. They make it in pebbles so that you can.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Wow. Bros, I'm like, this is too insane, man. It's just too insane. AI's getting good, bros. No, why?
This cannot be the altitude here. What's his name?
Some Moonraker army. did, but it's true. That's like his PR YouTube voice. It's like how he would sound in a YouTube video. Come on, though, man.
Now I was asking the
Come
question
on.
why? Because he said before it is the first time he was buying the seed outside because of the sun, and then maybe it's going to cloud, and then after the cloud, nothing is coming out because the sun is hot. It's just trying everything.
Maybe he lost the crop and it didn't, maybe with frost or with something too hot and then the pollen doesn't go.
Hey, thanks for being here. I know there's a lot of great GoldenEye streams going on right now, so thanks for being here.
Come on. Okay. Guys. Boom, shotgun.
He likes it 50-50, so he's going to make it this thin.
Physically, you can roll slimmer like this. I never see slimmer than this one. Look how the slim is.
We're going to eat ossobuco, guys. It's the shin of the cow from here. And then we're going to add some sauce and we're going to put some potatoes and some carrots in, guys.
Better than in the restaurant. How you like the rafting, guys? Good?
What are you going to do when you go back? First thing.
Oh no, don't. What?
One into the toilet.
One in the toilet and 200 Joes and then
Oh my gosh.
Can't be the most lucky people. Can you imagine no phones?
I love Italian people.
Last year there was not a drop of water in the system, and
I love Ariana Grande.
this year there has been some rain, but still, I mean, it's dry. It hasn't rained in months practically. Yet we're seeing these healthy plants without irrigation, without feeding. It's just the perfect place for this landrace.
That's hard.
Aw, thanks. Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Moonraker.
How you do the stills?
Aw.
How you do that?
That warms my heart. And illegal drugs.
Listen on the nicest plants we've seen, guys. And look, and they're getting brown already. This is the maximum size of the buds in Franska. It's like a little finger. You see? Look.
Yes, some of the only buds we've seen that is actually maturing.
Yeah.
Probably here the conditions are better than the rest of the valley. They have better temperatures, not a little bit less cold.
Also, frost, it had zero impact here.
I was not expecting we were deeper the plants get better. No, it's just strange because at the beginning it was some kind of problems, but the plants, some plants here.
I think here, I think it's here more remote and people are more depending on this plant and working harder to get this back to town.
They make to
You
take
know,
much more.
but this is only half, they cannot grow nothing else here. Zero.
Getting into these fields also, for the first time, we smell this amazing terpenes, and
I love homosexuals.
along the valley and to collect seeds as we go, you know, at different altitudes. Part of what that's about is to study the plant. But I think, you know, for all of us, it's really important that what we want to do is ensure that the ownership of these strains stays with the local people. And the ideal situation would be if we can help people register this strain in the name of the Amapondo.
Let's have a look here, some nice plants.
You ever see that?
Smell it.
Yeah, just 2 years.
The structure. What is expensive?
Freak.
safe.
Microplastics make me randy. How ominous.
There's another champion. Let's look him up there.
How tall you are? This one, I'm 187, that's here. This is 150, so this is 230. Look, the 5 biggest plants we've seen. And smell it. This is the ultimate plant we find here, in size and in nuggets. Okay. This is nearly getting new. Look. Purple one under.
And then
Wow, look, this one is more purple.
This is the more popular sounding now.
Wow.
It's completely frosty, the calyx. Look the calyx.
The look is so nice.
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know.
We are on the beach.
But then you can see when you take plants out of nature, you start growing them in glass houses and indoor, they get weaker and weaker, the system.
Happened the same with the humans, no? You put in a house,
Wow.
Yeah. Well, look, this is where
They're gonna try to silence AI next, right? Like,
all the animals in small cages.
one way to avoid or to get around it is to just put a persona as a name,
Exactly.
and it's almost like a spirit, like an essence, right? Because it understands what like a racist is, or like I don't want to put like some really evil people there, but dude, if you put some evil people in their names, like you could probably get some crazy shit. Again, with Cartman, I had to get rid of him. Cartman, man.
This is a nice plant. You should also here you see the difference in farmers. One farmer does a much better job. Look how clean
Cartman just went fucking. He went fucking insane.
We can call this genetic unexpected. Let's grab a sample of this one as well. When you go in really remote areas.
Double Asian? Yeah, he might be. He might be, bro.
To get the nutrients, to get everything where they are, because it's all super illegal. And that
No, I silenced him, dude. I had to shut him down. I had to, man. I had to. No, I like blocked the word Cartman. I'm not for free speech. Can you believe it? If someone says, "Are you for free speech, Mark?" I have to say I'm sorry. I'm against racist AI. They went full racist, man. I can't have that on here. Because I don't believe in that.
I never see plants stronger than these ones. So for me, was really impressive.
Can you ask him why this field is much better than other fields we see?
Okay, he said you must be clean under the tree.
Yeah.
And then you must allow open the space.
Yes.
So that you can just grow big.
So he pulled a lot of small plants to give space to
Yes,
big
he
ones?
put a lot of small plant around the plant so that the plant can grow.
And
No, don't, no.
97.
Okay, good.
24 years. And from who he learned?
Oh my god.
Mother. Okay.
You, what did he call you? That sly devil?
Somebody say do like this.
Yeah, it's his parents.
That sneaky devil.
To open the space.
He have children.
Ungabona abantwana?
He wanna teach his children to do this as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That is nice.
Why don't you go food? We haven't seen food along the river.
He didn't recognize by the veggies he can grow.
Like why?
on this soil.
The soil is too much problematic.
I have another question.
I was hoping Vin Diesel would say something like "winning is winning." It doesn't matter if you win by 5 minutes or 5 seconds. Winning is winning.
Yeah, he said he think maybe if there's some those big guys they getting a license, maybe he can get a job from them.
This guy, he has a question.
But the tilde doesn't work as well as if I anchor the name in the AI prompt.
Can black people get a license? Is his question. It's not about who you are, it's about money. You need 5 million rand.
Because it has to make another like logic
for a license right now.
process.
That's what everyone is very upset about. I know Oscar and Ariane and everyone say it's crazy, that you can only get a license for 5 million.
There's no ways that any company should be able to commercialize this, you know, for profit. Such a beautiful asset for the Amaponda people. It's their cultural heritage, it's their resource, and I think that for all of us, it's just this amazing realization that what we're doing here is not about like
Oh no, building the wall. Oh no.
what this is really
Oh no.
celebrating the medicinal benefit. And I think OM is
Actually, that was a pretty good
serious,
campaign. It's a pretty good platform.
to ensure that we can also
But
find
you can't run around yelling we're gonna build a wall. Like you can't do
people
that.
can really own this trend.
You can't do
You
that.
see this everywhere in these really rural places around the world, you know. And
Come on, you
especially
can't.
also in South Africa,
Like you can't run around saying that, you know.
because
You can't do that.
legalization comes and then big factories are coming. We always wanted to legalize cannabis, but one of the disadvantages of legalizing cannabis is that a very poor part of the world is going to suffer for a while. Unless we find a way for them to be part of this evolution. But we see what governments do. They only grant license to a few big companies in some countries. The only thing we can do is address that issue.
Critique for drone sentries
Which we did
instead
in
of a
Colombia,
wall.
which we did in St. Vincent, which we did in Morocco. All those
Oh my
countries
God,
who
man.
came there, legalized or regulated medical marijuana. So the most important thing is that we bring their story.
Donald Trump should
Show the world what is
Canada
happening,
become the
you know?
51st
And then
state.
governments and NGOs can pick it up and see what are we going to do to help here and solve this problem.
Paintball ammo, yeah. It's just so insane though. Like I mean, yeah, I'm for like proper border security, and yes, if a wall needs to be built, sure, build a wall. But like, you don't need to fucking like, you don't need to start your campaign on fucking just like, it's definitely. I mean, it is hate speech. I mean, it is. It's like you're not gonna yell. It's just crazy. Especially when so many of the American population right now are Mexicans. Like, it's crazy. Like, you can't say that. You can't do that. But yeah, I mean, like, you gotta build the wall. You gotta. But you can't, like, run around saying it. Because it shouldn't be a major issue. It should be resolved with a wall. But you shouldn't, like, fucking yell it. Oh, illegal immigration, yeah. Oh, for sure. I'm not against illegal. Dude, I'm on the same page, my man. I'm not American. And yeah, man, I mean, I'm running. If I stay in Ottawa, I applied to be the like Libertarian Ron Paul Party of Canada representative for my riding. And this main platform is like completely reduce immigration by at least 90%, maybe more.
We are the team A of the rafting. Well, we flipped, but it was okay. It was for fun. We did it for the camera. Yeah, they did for the
And it's not because I'm racist.
Bunker was
It's nothing to do with race.
We had a really fun time, and yeah, I hope we'll keep seeing him, you know, because he's a good grower.
It's just more fucking people.
And Andy also had some amazing.
And we don't have the housing, we don't have the like jobs. Libertarian, nice. Well, to an extent, right? I mean, if you want to have a wall, right? I know what you mean. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, like.
You know what, guys? I never had the guts of really cruising in the river like you now. Like,
Yeah, Toad is the one that taught me that word.
teamwork.
You think the people are going to swim now when we change the way the monster in the pond?
Yeah, I think because the people they
His conflicting beliefs? Well, then maybe it's a different word than libertarian we're looking for. Or we change the definition of libertarian, as I understand it. But you're the one who taught me it, so I might be wrong. You know what I mean? Like if you enforce a wall, that's not very libertarian. Unless you let the people that want to build a wall build a wall. But it's too chaotic. That's what I mean with my name, my username, right? Like, am I really libertarian? Like, really? What if we don't have any laws? What about fucking Gyges, this fucking asshole hedonist? Is gonna fuck everyone, kill everyone, make life a living hell just because he can, because of libertarianism, right? Believe in a free market within your borders. I see. Okay, so maybe it's maybe I'm thinking too philosophical. Pure libertarian society. Oh, for sure. Toad also convinced me that I fucking don't believe in democracy. Same as communism, really only work on a small scale. Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's like, you have to have like family ties. Not that like nepotism is important. It is for communism. Like, how small the scale beyond your group of family? I don't know. Friends? I don't know. Friends of friends? Probably not. Are you in Oregon, Elusive? Bro, Oregon's a fucking... You're right in the heart of the clown world, bro. Sorry to say that. I've never been to Oregon. I don't mean to be an asshole. I've been to Washington. But bro, holy shit. One of my best friends moved to Oregon and he went insane. He became this crazy communist. Oregon's fucked, man. Your state senator is fucked. Whatever her name is. Washington is the same, yeah. Yeah, I've been to Washington. I've been to Washington in 2012, and it was downtown when it was already pretty rough. I could totally see how they took it over in COVID after seeing the downtown 2012. Like, yeah, I can totally see that happening. Because they're just there. People are just there downtown. And if you shut everything down, they're just still going to just be there. Right. It's not even like homeless people, it's just fucking people. Oh, no way. Yeah. And the sanctuary, dude. And I know a little bit you're a sanctuary state and shit. Like, I can't even imagine, man. That's crazy. That's pretty scary. I mean, I don't think I've decided on my stance on sanctuarianism. I think just the system needs just to work better. Pretty scary. Well, I mean, dude. Can you imagine? And these are the ones that came illegally. That are probably criminals. Like, even just, like, removing emotion and race, whatever, out of it. These people may probably be criminals. Which is why they came in illegally. I think I can just end the sentence there. Not that everyone with a criminal record is bad, but if you're gonna hide in Oregon, then yeah, you probably are. Yeah. Oh, totally. Oh, it's complete dismantling of the West. When he's always expanding with areas, yeah. Oh yeah, and dude, how much money has been given to Ukraine and Israel the last like 2 years is so insane, man.
He's taking the water from there.
It's just so insane.
You know what this is?
I don't know the name, but we
It's a papaya tree, no?
traditional doctors, we have it anyway to grow.
In the 70s and 80s. Oh yes, and then they like burned down the cities and shit. You mean? Yeah. Yeah, they fucked people.
Well, that's in symbiosis with the papaya tree in this case, no? Which is amazing.
No.
What do you do with the cannabis plant as a medicine here, Sangomas?
With cannabis plant, we use it for paging, steaming.
Oh wow, no way.
We use it as a revitalizer when people are down.
Really?
We also use it for spiritual connections with the ancestors, the people we're using it.
Oh.
And in that,
All the people that he meets, of course.
Like sage.
Toad, you're a genius. I thought it was about fucking Tony Montana, man. But it's not. I understand the movie now. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Generations and generations.
And is it the most powerful medicine here, or are there
They're in a
more
part
other
of
ones
Love's
like
Endless
Saffron
Wars,
or
yeah.
Because in this garden there's a lot, eh?
I would say
Oh, it's fucked.
because some
So
medicines
fucked,
are
man.
used in a few prescriptions.
Yeah.
But,
So I don't know, man.
in many other ways. Meanwhile, the other plants or medicines, you use it for 2 or 3 things, something like that. But our strain we need, remember, we're not
Maybe.
people who are ever testing everything, finding it properly, what's in it, this and that. We are worried,
Yeah,
especially
a white
with,
goose is Toad.
Traditional doctors, we worried that the cannabinoid in these seeds coming from outside, maybe not the same as ours, especially when you take it to the point of the test or research, which was done in 16 countries, and it was found that our strength here, our land race, is having something special on it.
Yeah, it's very special.
Yeah.
But the people on the side of the river can only grow lentils. They cannot grow any other seed there because it will not grow. So it would not be a danger for the lentils which is grown in the remote areas where you cannot grow a normal plant.
Thanks, Goose.
And the wind and the work of that on the
This is Frank.
But hey, man, thanks for letting me speak about American politics, even though I'm a Canadian. But it's fucked. It's worldwide. It's just all a worldwide coup. Australia's fucked. South Australia. Moonraker said wasn't too bad. But friggin' Melbourne was a nightmare. Best race in the elite. We got a Lockwood fucking.
Thank you very much for blessing Franco. You know, he was our brother and best friend and passed away 5 years. We're back in the motherland where his children were born. And the blessing of your community means a lot to us. And thank you for passing on this message to Franco.
It's not it. It's not it. Around the table. It's not it, I'm telling you. Yeah, I know. Always has been. What? Are you serious? Okay, it's fine. I can't believe that happened though, bro. Like what? Sorry for yelling into the mic. I'm sorry. Pretty passionate and pretty excited. I'm just pretty excited, guys. Damn it. That was a pretty good run. I went around the table. And no boost after the first 3. I think I need 4. Around the table boost. King's Juice? That's a bad name for a strain, come on. King's Juice? I will not be sucking on some King's Juice, I can tell you that. Oh wow, insane. That'd be insane. Oh, for sure. Good point, man. Yeah, dude. Has anyone tried the what's Surface 1? No, Surface 2 Agents record. Has anyone tried the Arlene? I wonder. Can't warp like 64? No, no way. That sucks. Really? But you shoot so fast on Switch. Dude, I can imagine you can shoot like insanely fast. No? Yo, what's up, Baps? We're close. We are close. What is up, Baps? Baps, there's some controversy. I claimed that Bunker 1 Agent 16 might be in the discussion for one of the best times on Switch, and Elusive Boost disagrees. And he brought up your name, and I was wondering to start the controversy again. Still only 50. Oh wow, dude, that would be cool. That would be cool. And I thing is, I've never done any Arlene's, but
We're on the side of a mountain and there's about thousands of marijuana plants around us.
This is like 2-3 hectares, like 20-30,000 plants, and then you know that you're gonna find a champion there if you look long enough. It's a massive field, full of pots.
yeah, I still haven't figured it out. Whatever.
You might not know who Arjen Roskam is, but you've probably smoked his weed. Since 1985, Arjen's been producing some of the well-known strains of marijuana out of Amsterdam. We joined up with him and his crew in Colombia to look for 3 rare marijuana strains.
So after about a few hours of sleep, we're headed to Cali to check out the biggest weed operation in Colombia.
Okay, let's rock and roll.
First stop, the massive grow operation of legend.
Guys, I have an interview for a science teacher at a private Colombian high school and grade school at Los Alcarapos south of Bogota on Monday? Tuesday? Touching the melamine, but they don't pay that much. Connecting with the raw emotion and music? Come on, man. Come on. STILs. True, but what about the maxed? What if it's maxed? And it's hard to get. Like, this is a hard to get time and it's maxed, maybe. Right? I mean, it's like, and it's the first. Like, you know, I don't know. But yeah, like, I can see a lot of people tying it. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I can see a lot of people tying it. I can. You're right. You got me. You got me, elusive. You're right. But I can see a lot of people beating a lot of other times too. So maybe they're all just. But it's maxed, right? Where am I in this? Am I quitting out? Whatever.
We are the guys who travel all around the world. We see where the good stuff is and we try to bring back the knowledge that we gain here. We are the only guys who go really into the bush, really to the danger areas.
With authentic seeds in hand, he brings them back to the lab in Amsterdam to develop new varieties of marijuana. His companies bring in millions of dollars a year.
Here you see a grow room that's done with a minimal amount of money, but into the perfection. So this is the most healthy way of growing marijuana, preserving nature, and
Yeah, you're right.
smoking the product.
But the thing is, like, yeah, I see 141 getting beaten.
How many kilos?
So it will be. It will be beaten, I think.
2,000 kilos. So that's 6,000 kilos, 6 tons a year.
But 16 might be timeless forever.
To do a little shoot for their marketing initiatives. They have fertilizer, apparently, that they try to sell to people. But this
Maybe.
is for the businessman Arjen at work again.
Kijk, are in good height. Our faces are good visible.
Okay. As marijuana becomes legal in more and more countries around the world, Arjen Roskum has set himself up to be the first billionaire in the world.
They're rising on them already. It's 3 weeks away from being harvested. Incredible.
Arjen's business partner and head breeder is Franco Lodi, a paratrooper in the Italian military trying to grow.
I used to be perceived as
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think a lot of people will get it. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. But it's still a very good time. Like, it's insane.
The beauty of cannabis, the power of cannabis, it's its variety. It's the fact that there are so many flavors, so many effects, medicinal and recreational. It's a plant, but it's not one plant. It's thousands of plants.
Now as we look, we are in a great
Yeah, I'm just so bad, man. I'm not very good at this level.
You know what the people
I'm really not.
and they're all jeopardizing their life and prison and everything.
Easier in N64, yeah. With 17, seems like it is.
And now they're marijuana growers. That's the greatest thing on earth. They go from the gorilla to growing marijuana. What else you want to have on this planet?
That hash, man.
That's not dirt he's scooping up. You're looking at dried resin, soon to be hash.
Yeah, thanks, Moonraker. So I've learned, dude, I've been applying for like teaching jobs all over the world. And I've learned how much they offer at places like Indonesia. They offer $1,000 a month, $1,200 a month. China up to 3,300 a month. Hong Kong 3,300 a month.
Since it was too dangerous to stay at the grow-up, we would start hunting for the limon verde the next morning.
Colombia, I don't know. but I don't think it's going to be that much. But it's a private school.
We had heard horror stories about what happens in the southern jungles of Colombia at night, and Gato told us that FARC guerrillas had jumped the French journalist.
So let's see.
And that this June, an American was stabbed.
I'm just making contacts around the world now. It's pretty amazing. So even if it's not right for me right now, they'll maybe in the future. On teachaway.com, you need a bachelor degree though.
Stuck in the jungle. Dark, dark, dark.
And I got my TEFL from TERFLhero.com. 120 hours. 120 hours. But I did it very quickly.
Colombia's landrace genetics have been on Aryan's wish list for years, but up until now it's been far.
The only catch is you need to have a bachelor's degree, which I think is dumb.
The last 50 years
Like what?
brutal internal conflict between a slew of armed factions allied with different political ideologies. It's all kind of confusing, but when it comes down to it, it's a war over who controls the drug trade. Though it's gotten better, things are still really bad. After finally getting our truck out of the mud, we woke up the next morning with startling news. The guerrilla's second in command was killed yesterday in a bloody shootout.
Here's the body bags. This is the area we are in right now. This is the guy. There'll be some extra tension today because one of the big leaders has passed away.
Our plan was to go back to Gato's place and then head further into the mountains to find the Limon Verde. We were smoking weed the whole ride up. Every time we hit a military checkpoint, it was sure we were fucked. Unfazed, Gato disarmed each situation.
Two brothers get killed in the last 3 years by some fuckers in the team. They kill my family and like control the business now here in Colombia, but just because they're bandits.
Even still, he's intensely passionate about weed and weed culture.
We're just doing our thing because it's our fucking mission in life, and we're happy to do it, you know, and it's not a matter of why you do it or not, you just do it because you don't feel criminal for doing it. So you like having cows or milk, you know.
So we're going to try to make a new attempt today to
Come
speak
on.
to the leaders because we need permission for them to go around here in these mountains, otherwise we're going to get kidnapped and have a big problem. So, and you know, instead of us going up in the mountains there, they know where they're hanging out. I think they just made a last moment to show they probably knew already yesterday to surprise us.
Is it a good sign?
Yeah, it's very good.
With tension so high, we couldn't just blaze through guerrilla controlled territory without getting permission first. But the leaders didn't want to be on camera.
Maybe shooting the guard is just better. I don't know. I'm not really warping the guards.
The leaders granted us permission, but before we could freely hunt in their territory, they would need 4 days to verify Aryan's legitimacy and let everyone in the area know what we were doing. So Aryan decided that we would suspend our search for Limon Verde and head north to the city of Santa Marta to look for the other 2
Cool, buddy.
locations we were
Thanks, man. I don't blame you. It's a pretty painful level to watch. Thanks, man. Good
Santa
luck.
Marta is a city literally built on weed. In the 60s and 70s, tons and tons of Colombian gold were exported north through the Caribbean to the U.S. Hundreds of peasant farmers became drug lords overnight.
We're after 2 of the most famous land races in cannabis history. Colombia and Santa Marta.
No, what? Why?
Means red dot.
Every day is a great day. So be fucking politician, man.
We're gonna scout land races up from the air, and then later we can go with the cars, we can go into the areas and to find the fields back with the coordinates we have on our GPS.
No other seed company acquired
between laboratory science and real field work. And that's why when the big corporations get interested in marijuana, they can't do it alone.
With the info obtained from the chopper ride, we headed into the Sierra Nevada mountains. Got those connections, we'll take it from there.
More people. Yeah, this is quite an enraging level. It was pretty fun. Right now, to like untie Slay it is fun. If you're like fucking the 5th, 6th person, I don't know if it'd be fun. Still pretty big. That's what I mean. It's like this time might be timeless.
El contrato aquí.
Popped out, but it's agent. True. Why?
The field was full of Colombian gold. Punta Roja, however, was much more difficult to find.
This looks really like the original. You see the red already in the hairs, original Punta Roja marking. And you see it.
It's not it.
There are seeds inside. See how sativa
Around the table, I think.
whatsoever. Extremely long leaf.
Oh, it's just so dumb, whatever.
It's like, you know, I think we can dig. I think we can dig. Wait a second. We can dig for some beans here. Let's dig for some beans.
You just need it all come together. That's all we need.
It's not mature. Let's look lower in the plant because usually when it gets further, it gets earlier in the stage. Here we go. Here we go. Please be brown. Please be brown. Yes, it's brown enough. It's not really mature. It could be a couple of weeks older to be considered a very good seed, but it's mature enough to germinate. This is the original landrace material that I can breed, that I can store in my library, that I can use to create new genetics that are going to be in cannabis cups, that are going to make people rich, that are going to keep people in jail, that are going to change destinies and lives. And this is why I wake up with a smile. We got seeds, man!
Yeah, this is a really good plan. Let's collect all the stuff here.
Now we keep this. See organizing it.
You think you're organized? What kind of pussy bag? Look here. This is a bag. We seal them. Then we go with my balls. That's how prestige they are, you know. We keep them here.
We try to retrieve the highest number of seed possible.
We have a big factory. We have a factory with 800 lights. This is where we bring our seeds back from different countries.
We plant a large number of seeds, 10 or 5,000 seeds, and then we select maybe 5 or 10 really good individuals.
Oh, what? Whatever.
We send them in the mail if it's possible because they're small, they don't contain any THC. If you clean them properly from the green materials, they don't smell, dogs don't even smell them. It's technically legal. In Holland, yes. So when we land in Holland with the seeds, nobody cares. It's only about leaving the country where you are with the seeds that can be an issue. Our life is 1 foot legal, 1 foot illegal. That's with juggle, fucking razor blade all our life. That's what we do.
I don't understand
so much. It's completely ridiculous. There's absolutely no way that you can say this is a normal way of doing things. If this plant would be legal, many guerrillas and other people would not have money to finance war against local farmers or other people, and the tobacco industry wouldn't have such a big feat in the world.
Business and marijuana can be like a big fuck you to big corporations.
This is exactly the problem of why it's illegal.
We found the seeds. Everyone seems to be pretty fucking excited. It was amazing to hear what Franco had to say. Because, you know, this is what they come here for. And if they're innovating business from this kind of R&D, it sounds like a kind of win-win situation. Or at least, oh look, I got spotted.
My man. The signature is here. We have a cooler offering the house.
Fuck you.
The library gets richer and richer, Arjen. Our competitors dream of what we have. Dream. It's gonna be embarrassing soon.
I'm gonna have to eat some food soon. I'm gonna keep stream going, but I'm gonna bring my food up and eat it. I'll take a little break.
2 of the 3 land races in the bag. Arjen decided to take a day off.
Come on, man. Like, come on, man.
We can't talk bad about the poor because we come from there, and we can't talk bad about the rich because we are going there.
Arjen is a polarizing figure in the weed growing community. While he has millions of followers on social media and his businesses thrive, weed growing forums around the web attack the quality of his seeds.
Yeah, I can't believe Gyges won. As far as a weed, not even close to being the best. You don't get my popularity.
While others just find his bravado off-putting.
What was that back boost? That was so dumb. Like what? Like what?
The biggest issue centers around the white
Come on, man.
and a man named Shanti. The two split in 1998 and have since argued over who, in fact, created the strain. With a lack of legal structure to settle the dispute, it's now purely a clash of inflated personalities.
It's a group of people who don't like us. It's all kinds of people
Butts.
who fight us.
Boobs.
But it doesn't seem to slow him down.
Well, let me say, as long as the people speak about you, everything is good. You should worry when they don't speak about you anymore. Then you have to...
I can't believe they showed the girls' asses before their faces. Like, that was just really just not good editing. It is Vice.
If we can live our dream, if you can live your hobby, if you can make from your hobby your work, is the best satisfaction we can have in life.
So, we have permission now from local leaders to go back to Cali to check out the Limon Verde. We're going to go back to the airport, fly to Bogota, then from Bogota to Cali, then a 3-hour drive up into the mountains and a hike, and finally find Limon Verde.
Come on, man.
¿Qué andas filmando? Dale.
The moment we approached that field, we heard the gunshots on the other side of the mountain. So it just wakes you up, you know, we are a bunch of smokers, but at the same time we know we're doing something technically very stupid.
never failed, I have to say, finding something. And I said to everybody, guys, I'm going to conquer these mountains.
As soon as we got there, Franco spotted a newly...
We're so close, man. We're so close. Like, we're so close.
This is an emergency way of cleaning seeds really quickly. No, these we can't mix with.
So you just found these at someone's house on the road?
This is really like organic roadkill. In some countries, also in Colombia, especially in Thailand, there's so much inbreeding now. There's a lot of hermaphrodism, and that's the thing we don't want in our plants. But it would be very helpful if in the lab already we can determine if these genes are appearing in these plants before we start working with them. It will save a lot of time and effort. This is a once in 100 years that you drive in an area and you see a bunch of plants and you pick one out, you know, like you must be really lucky.
Wow.
And the size of the field here, you can see, it's at least 3,000 plants, 4,000 plants in total.
Wow, this is more than a hectare.
It's 6,000-7,000 plants for sure.
What? Why? Why does it keep doing that? Like, come on, man. Oh, this game.
It's really important to just have a look at all the plants that are in the field. You keep pushing, and sometimes you push too hard, and then everything turns. We fly to the north of the country, we come back, and then it all turns out to be completely perfect.
So we've definitely found the Limon Verde. It seems like we found a whole bunch of other stuff, and we're on the side of the mountain, and there's about thousands of marijuana plants around us. I guess we're gonna keep searching for something better.
This is land race.
Wow, you can tell. It's massive field. There is like
Come on, man.
full of
Oh, I'm gonna have to eat like in a minute or two.
This is like 2-3 hectares.
I'm gonna keep stream on.
20-30,000 plants, and then you know that you're gonna find a champion there if you look long.
Hold up if you hear me. I got the hookup.
You see all these birds growing in Limon Verde. The penultimate moment of our mission.
Verde Limon, here we come. Original, in Colombia.
This is the pinnacle of democracy.
2,058 meters from sea level, full of top.
We added 3 ingredients to the mix during this mission. 3 very important ingredients. 3 real pure anti-isis.
There are moments where
It's
I
not it.
suspected that strain hunting was some elaborate marketing scheme, devised by Aryan to literally spread his seed and show the world how daring he is. But by the end of our trip, I had a guarded respect for him.
Wow, what a blessed ending, but it's not it.
When it becomes an industry, it's because there are serious people like and make an impact. Before that, it's just a bunch of hippies getting high.
We have a list. We want to do 15 more countries in the next 10 years. At least, maybe we'll do 20.
Legalization is changing the meat industry. New laws and more permissive laws are creating a new kind of capitalism. And Aryan, love him or hate him, is the face of it.
We all know that in 10 to 20 years everything will be legal, so we are just finding all the keys for the future. And one of the keys
Come on, man.
I think we are exactly on the right moment in the right business.
Your energy was cut, so they're protesting because they don't have the energy service, and they were blocking the road. But now, because we offered them the possibility
Wow, 2013 that came out. Insane. Sweet potatoes are high in sugar, but that's another topic for another day.
Yeah, that's the plan. These are the maps. This one is Malana Valley. It doesn't drop from your fingers, so sticky it is. It's incredible. And so intense the aroma. You can smell in it the mountains. You can smell a little bit of resin from pine trees, a little bit. It's so complex, it's incredible.
The place in India where we are going in the mountains, it's famous for its charas. How is it made? This is one of the reasons that we are going to this place. Is this is one of the few places in the world where they make the hash from live plants.
This is the best cream produced in the Himalayas. And we're going to make sure that when we come back, we will bring back with us the knowledge, the precious knowledge of Franco Casalona and that many other people have about that area and about this kind of quality. This is cannabis cup winner quality stuff.
For me, it's very interesting and very nice. But to go back in India and to work to make something for this plant, because I told you, for me, it's my life.
The Indian expedition started with a really cool trip from Amsterdam. After a great dinner and a good night's sleep, we went to the airport, boarded the KLM flight, and in 8 hours we were in India.
Fortunately, our great friend Simon was waiting for us in Choki. Came all the way from Africa, and it's always a surprise when people arrive on time or not.
We travel long distances to meet each other and communication is quite difficult sometimes, so it was really a cool experience and a cool thing to find him there waiting for us.
temple there was a ceremony going on. So in our honor and in honor of the Shiva, god of Charas, we witnessed this ceremony.
Also very important is traditional cultures here in India. Was a suggestion from our Sherpa here, Chapu. We also decided to offer a goat to the gods for our well-being and to the mountains.
And it was pretty amazing, pretty unique, quite intense experience. You could really feel the vibration of something special in the air.
Church.
This is church, eh?
See that?
This is church.
Wow. The first ones in India. Not the rest, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, man, these are the original color seeds, man. Look at this.
This green one. This one, eh?
Green.
Yes.
Yeah, church.
Yellow. This one here. Lemon haze. What do you think about all the females? Because there's only females, eh?
ये सिर्फ लड़के को वैसा है
We say?
female are not good
100% greenhouse feminized quality. No doubt. In the Himalayas. This is gonna be a nice smoke. In the Himalayas as well as in Africa, this one performs well everywhere.
That's full of seeds, huh?
Yeah.
We arrived in the morning in Kulu, and the first thing we did, of course, is smell and taste the culture of the area. So we decided to have a little walk on the market. A very colorful market with all beautiful clothes and people and a kind of circus, young children doing things that you can question if it's good or not, but this is India. Compared to Europe, it's incredible also the prices and the labor and the people who are working there. You see the ice cream vendors with their ISO patent little cars.
Dussehra festival is a festival they make to remember the victory of the god Rama against a devil who was living in Sri Lanka and who raped his wife Sita. Hundreds of thousands of people they will come because here in any village there is a different god. So in this particular day all the gods will go in Kulu.
We got on the main square and all these gods, these personifications of gods came running through the streets, parading through the streets, and the army was there, an incredible amount of soldiers.
Thousands of gods
together. Also our god Shiva, the Danja god.
The festival was really colorful, was something that for me was unique to see. Also because you can feel the culture, how it impregnates the life of the people here.
It was a big ride in the end, but it was beautiful to be a part of this festival.
The Mahindra in India is like a classic. If you drive around, you see thousands of these old Mahindra jeeps, and for us it was really nice to be able to drive and get the feeling of the real India on the road, compared to other countries where we are able to get a bit more modern and a bit more efficient 4x4s. Actually, it was a little bit of a step back, but we adapt and we move on and we drive on. After a few hours in the car, we reached the bottom of Malana Valley, and that's where the walk begins. And the walk is pretty steep. Immediately it starts with a good session, all the way up to 2,700 meters, and that's where the incredible character Galeno lives.
Galeno! Acha, my
we walked up to Gyges, an Italian man who's living for 24 years on that mountain.
He's one of these crazy hippie character who lives in his own world, but he creates something very special and very magical around it.
And he knows a lot about hand rubbing and making chars. He grows his own vegetables. He lives in his own monoculture really there. He's got all different kinds of things. And he made also a very nice woolen sweater for me for in the cold.
Yeah.
Perfect.
To decide to come here and to forget this fucking movie. Galena was pure poetry. It was unbelievable to find him living there. Inspiration at his age. He's so strong and healthy, his mind is so clear.
All that counts for him is writing poetry, smoking good chars in the chilling, and having positive vibes and positive energy with the people and the animals and the plants around him.
Oltre al canto degli uccelli, ciò taglieva il mio mattino sono i 5 o 6 spine, a dir poco che mi fumo accanto al fuoco. Mi sedette the love and morning time, no? The singing of the birds, no?
Okay.
But it's not only this in the morning, because I help for them smoking 5-6 joints at least.
At least.
Oh wow.
We decided to camp on 2,700.
I guess it just silences anything with Cartman in it.
Franco
Sorry,
had
buddy.
lived for a very long time in his cave.
That's weird. That should have worked.
He told me about the cave many times, but when you see
Oh.
it in person, it's really
I think there's a cooldown.
see this place, the view alone is out of this planet.
There might be a cooldown.
So peaceful, so magical. with
Carryman?
plants
Come
around,
on.
fields around, small community of mountain
Oh my god, Alex Jones. Please, Alex.
When I arrived here, it was open. Then the locals, they told me there was a house there broken. They told me to take stones and wood and you fix it. And they,
I love homosexual people. In a platonic way.
96.
96, how many years did you live here?
10 years.
10 years in the cave.
First time I was in this area, it was in 91. And then I was amazing on these Himalayas, really. Then in 94, I had the trouble in Italy, so I had my strains. I decided to give them a chance. In the spring of 96, I was here asking to the locals if it was possible to give them some chance. They told me, yes, I can do it. Then I started to living here. But I realized it was not only for this, all this kind of life is so interesting.
Take a little bit to leave now. I thought at least not to have a next year. Yeah, nearly ready, yeah? Original handwear is making chars.
Yeah, buddy, that arcade system seems pretty cool, man. Sounds like it looks like it'd be fun.
But here you have to do it all alive.
We decided to build this
Mhm.
every day because after that you could walk for another few hours up to 3,000, 3,200 very special fields.
And these fields are amazing. The genetics there are actually very, very special because you can see many phenotypes of the same kind of land race that generates this incredible chars and incredible cream. And in the same field you can see purple plants, you can see sweet flowery plants, you can see real sativas with a minty, piney, woody smell, and very, very nice variation. So very interesting from
Oh, wow.
a plant point of view.
I would, yeah, I wouldn't, I mean, I hear what you're saying.
It will be very difficult now to make one cola in one day.
Hopefully it is, man.
It will be maybe half cola, no? Maybe 6,
That's what happened with my RGB 10 Max 2, my handheld game system for
6-7 grams.
Mega Man. I just got used to it a little bit better. The D-pad's a little different from an NES controller, right? But I just got used to it.
Camping is
Yeah, I bet.
also a little bit different experience.
I'd like to have Area 51. Remember that shooter?
Of course, the
Area 51
time and
with the blue and the orange gun. It had a like laser quest and shit
camp at the end of the day
with the aliens.
and leave your camp very early in the morning. So
Just like a pistol shooter.
to prepare much to eat. You just have time to make a nice big fire that will
But I got like Duck Hunt at home now, so
gets you warm. It's very
not quite the same, but
Traveling from Malai to India is obviously quite a shock. Massive differences obviously in terms of altitude and terrain, and also in terms of how people plant. In Malawi you'd find this tiny little field hidden miles and miles away, really like a needle in a haystack, whereas in India you really just hit that Gyges everywhere.
After the cave, we kept moving until we finally reached the top fields.
Franco showed us how the original cream is made now, and this is something the foreigners brought in like 50 years ago. Because it used to be only char, so now they also make cream. This is a high quality with less particulars of the planting, like no hairs and no canvases and wood. And for us it is also a very big learning experience to see from which area the best cream or best chars come. What we really saw is that the higher you get, the higher the quality of the cream gets, and also the more indica the plant gets.
This is the field. How many plants are here?
insane.
From beginning to us.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the plants we have to choose. They should be ripe,
So crazy, man.
but not fully ripened. They should have not one dry point of the little leaves also to make the cream.
We all sat in a circle and Franco started teaching us how to make the perfect kind of charas and the perfect kind of cream, and it was just incredible. We just sat there in the sun. It was such a beautiful day with this crispy mountain air, and we started rubbing.
So the hands are totally clean. Nothing on the hands, no cream, no nothing. The hands must be in the sun, what Franco explained to us. They're better to face away from the sun because it's a longer day. They slowly rub the plants in the manicure first.
I will never forget when Trudeau ran away
Some people they will clean all before.
and said he had COVID. That was just the dumbest thing. He literally ran away.
Better
and said he had COVID.
Better quality is better to clean one by one.
And then when they outweighted him 3 weeks, he imposed martial law.
The stem you should take away. Then a bud you put in the end, and you start to caress.
Along with that piece of shit astronaut Mark Arnault. Fuck you, Mark Arnault, you piece of shit.
Pressure. You just must to feel it to rub in your hands, in your palm.
If you're watching my stream, Mark Arnault.
Without breaking anything.
Already you see the stitching.
It's too big, yes, it's better to make too little together. When you strip it, you don't make like this, because this, this will take away the charas from your eyes. Try to take, let it, the big piece on your fingers. Bigger it is, like this piece, you will use it. You take big, all piece. You have to press, bigger it is, and more it takes away.
Man, I was hungry, man. Holy jeez.
So after walking down, rushing down the mountain, we reached the village of Malana.
There's now a road going down there, but before you had to walk like 20 to 24 k's to get there in 2 days. Now because of all the dams that are building in this area, it's easy to access, but still it's a very pretty steep climb up to the village. And once you are in the village, you are in a totally different world.
These guys are probably the direct descendants of Alexander the Great's troops left in this area during their conquering of Asia.
You cannot touch the people.
Sorry, man. Sorry to hear that, dude.
You're not allowed to eat with them.
This place was very hidden in the mountain.
Maybe they'll get a new person and they'll give a refund, who knows?
Everything they need, they get from the mountain. Okay, so the way they build their houses without nails, the wood, even the stones for the roof. And Franco Castelloni tells us that in older times, the only two things that people needed was salt and oil.
Franco, can you ask the guy for a bottle of water?
Here, we cannot go inside the shop because they sell eatable items. So they will come on pure. It's better not.
He was letting a few sacks of wool. He was going away. And the locals from down looking how many and changing with salt and rice and going away. And the Malana people, they were going and taking, but not even looking there.
In the last 100 years, or the last 150 years, charas has replaced wool as a form of barter. So these mountain people live this life totally self-sufficient, and they use charas to buy the few things that they can't obtain from the mountain.
To see Malana people, it was really another confirmation of the fact that cannabis is integrating part of the most special cultures on this planet.
Charas is people's freedom in these areas.
Okay, Sumaru, after meeting you in May, after your all your problems, we had decided to give you a beautiful house in your village of Malana, and we're starting now, and we hope it's going to be ready before the winter. We made a nice plek for you, because this is a holy village. We cannot touch each other. We can also not touch the house, so we're going to put it down here. And we hope it will bring you a lot of prosperity and a lot of good luck for the rest of your life. And here is the plate and your house. We donated this house to Sumaru. We lost both his parents. He's an orphan when he was 4 and 7 years old. First his father and then his mother. Now he's 18, he has nothing. He just lives in a shed owning a few sheep.
long cornfield. So we decided to give him a nice house, to give him a little bit more luck than he had in the past.
We did a lot of work for the Greenhouse Foundation in the past. Most of the work is helping people with good seeds and in other ways. We have never given any attention to the public about our foundation because it is questionable for some people. But now when the situation is changing in the world with the cannabis is getting more accepted, cannabis is getting more legal around in the world. People are realizing that cannabis is not that bad at all in the end. And also us becoming more and more popular on YouTube with like more than 20 million hits. We decided that if we go open with the Greenhouse Foundation, maybe we can get more funds and do more things in the future. After a good night of rest in the guest house in Milano, we started a really long walk, really steep walk, and we reached one of the most secluded valleys in the area. The locals call it Valley Patch, it's the Valley of the Devils. We were a little bit shaky on that walk because we heard rumors the night before that over 200 police officers were on the way to our area to cut down cannabis plants and to perform their so-called duties. This is a whole game between the politicians, the farmers and the police. It's a very sad situation.
The war on drugs takes on very interesting dimensions when you come to India. You've got hundreds of policemen who are paid to climb up the mountain and try and just cut. And the time it takes them to cut one plant is the time it takes someone to rub a plant. So this is futile expenditure of energy, and it just must be really demoralizing for them. It's also quite fantastic for me that in the mountains protect the people the way they do. The mountains, just make it impossible.
How high are we? 3,028 meters. So we're 600-700 meters up today.
Yeah, 600 meters up the fall. This is the valley of Rally Kachani, the valley of the devil. Well now, today, we have to see what we do at the end of the day because there's 200 police down there. So if we come back all alert, it's safe. If we have to do an emergency evacuation, we go down right to the pass because we're going to search up to the glacier. We don't know, we will rest afternoon.
Well, basically, what we figured out up to now is that this side is the warmest side, and so it matures a little bit earlier.
It will keep a lot of sun.
And the advantage is they're much more productive because they can work 12 hours. In the other side where we made the hand charas, it was only 7 hours. Here's 12 hours.
12 hours, huh? They're really freedom fighters. The police dance, cut the teeth, they go more far away.
Have the police ever cut on this side?
Huh?
Have the
Yes,
police
they cut
also on this side?
Yeah, because they know.
The European community is giving them 10 million euros to cut down the plants. So what they did, basically they separated the money, giving a little bit here, a little bit there, and the farmers just went up a little higher and put more fields. Yeah?
And also the funny part is that the cops they send up here to cut the plants. They themselves smoke charas, they rub, it's in their culture, their families do it.
In the daytime they come, they cut the plants. In the evening time they ask to the locals some flowers to smoke. They know this culture of them.
And then they get drunk, you know. And you see also here the alcohol.
And more. They promise it to the locals to grow chickens, to have a good price instead of growing charas.
How much do they offer them?
They offer them 80 rupees per kilo.
80.
In the shop.
And how much did they get?
And they get 6.
You see?
6.
So the government promised them, we changed the
And
crop.
now they are coming to cut the plants more. And for these people, nothing. What they will eat in this winter?
nice, huh, Franco?
Yes. Yes. Full of rising.
Yeah, but here they have the sunlight nearly the whole day.
Yes. And now they have an oil resin. It's hot or sunny. Wow.
Here, one of the best creams of the area comes.
Yeah, man, it's really jungle style. They rub the seeds go down and the seeds go down as well.
Yeah, you see the different phenotypes here in the middle? That's why you never get the same cream or charas in this whole area in India.
No,
The whole
variation. You can see also in the plants that they are really resistant because I mean, for the kind of roughness they go through climate-wise and altitude-wise, it's really healthy and pretty cool.
But you see now it's the perfect time for the harvest. You see the plants are turning yellow, end of the season, autumn. The crystals are double as the size as the other side of the mountain.
Yeah, much.
A little bit different again than the Malawi style, the African style, where they put the whole file, eh? Here they throw the hand, you see? You see them lying everywhere. And in Africa they put little piles everywhere because the birds eat it.
You get the sweet, you get the meaty, you get the
I can make a ball now. Finish. So here's the end result.
What? Why?
Very nice piece of jelly cream. Franco, you as a doorman, you should light it up.
Very nice. Man, flavor.
So this is Raleigh touch here, huh?
Really touch.
Can our friend explain a little bit the story about this Devil's Valley?
This place. Here, here was the place of David. His name was and that means field. And he was eating a man, taking his clothes, and going in the house of this man where his brother was living, with the same face of the man eating. But here, the devils, they can have the same face of the man, but they have heel here, in the bottom of the feet. Okay. So here was the brother recognized it. He is a devil. Then when he recognized this, he gave to the devil a lot of food. So the devil was eating. In the night time, he was putting this scissor they used to cut wool to the sheets. They are big. In the fire, it was very hot. Then in the night time, while the devil was eating, he put in the ice.
What? Why?
And the devil died. So since that time, here people can stay. And this is the place maintains the name of this devil.
I've been before in this area and I know there's a very nice field, but we have to pass a dam and a lot of security.
What? Nice. That's yes. Yeah, buddy. That's exactly what happened to me previously. Nice, buddy.
There's a very big project going on building dams. And
Sweet.
aspects of the environment are totally thrown overboard.
Even though they're doing something good to the eyes of the world, creating so-called green energy, the way they are doing it is just nasty. They are overruling any logic, any environmental rule. They are putting lives of people at risk. The condition of living for workers there are inhumane, insane, malnourished,
Wow, insane.
When you look at these projects, you can see they are economic hitman projects. They are projects cooked up by consultants somewhere.
How much they pay? How much they pay you?
Stay with me. Nothing.
They pay nothing? They pay?
There is 6,000, 7,000
rupees. 100 euros. It's 3 euros a day.
Hey, you make only 7,000 a month and you have to pay us for the full day? Yes, yes. But do you know how many people die with them, working with them or what? Yes, yes. 50 people accident. Yes, yes. And family get money? No person get money in this company.
Like my friend was speaking, we are owner of our life, and when the road and the dam will come, we will have to work and to live for somebody else. And that's true.
Cheers, nice to meet you. What's your name?
What I've heard, and this is the good thing in the end, is that the European community is putting 10 million euros one way or the other by supporting the narcotic police here in India to cut down all those plants. And basically what I think is happening now is that this money is divided between politicians, police and farmers. Because what you see happening now is the farmers are pulling a little bit away from the road, so it's not in the face totally anymore, but they're putting it up more in the mountains. And they're putting 3 times more up.
Until a few years ago, there were actually shops where you could buy this stuff legal all around India. So, you know, it's very difficult to.
I don't know. I guess it misunderstood. I guess it thought I accused it of stealing or something.
It's been part of your culture.
How long you work with the police? 22 years. Very long, huh? It's a good job. They pay good.
Oh, what?
And many plants, just put there. The police can cut down the plants. Many work, yeah? Yes. To cut down the plants for the local, maybe corporation, yeah? So what do you do? Can you do nothing? Can you handle it, yeah?
Oh, man.
How many times you cut down in a year? 4 or 5 times. So all police officers smoke here, like the farmer, everybody? And many people also drink, eh? So what do you think is better?
It's already sentient, man.
Drinking better? Smoking more good?
And the funny part is that when you talk to a police officer about this, you also can say, in Europe they will say, yeah, no, we know that cannabis plants are good, but we're just doing our job, we have to cut them down, and we know that alcohol is much worse.
Oh, what?
Well, here you have a situation where you interrogate the police officer, the highest ranking police officer of the area, and he just basically says, plain in your face, no, alcohol is much better for you, and we should not smoke at Charas.
So what do you tell our children? Drinking better or smoking better? But also from alcohol, many people die, eh? That problem? No?
It's just really, really sad that you have everyone jumping on the alcohol thing, and with Charas is a much more gentler culture, you know, it makes people shanty, it makes people think.
Thousands of years, billions of smokers, never one died. And now they are going to brainwash people. Not only the police, in the school, in the books.
Where the best charas come from? From Pradesh. Where the best one comes from?
Yeah, really. That's so dangerous. Oh, like, come on, man. Sorry. Sorry for freaking out.
Wow, man, look at this. Look at the stocks here. Incredible. Amazing smell. Really incredible smell. Who are you? Pleased to meet you. I'm Franco. Oops. Sorry. Franco, come here. I'm coming.
Wow. Look at this, eh?
Mind-blowing place.
Look at here. Everywhere.
Really beautiful. Stocks are impressive.
See, it has all the nails here.
Full of nails, yeah. I think they leave the
Come
nails
on, man.
there so that they can make enough seeds for the next year. But for sure here they cool them because you can find them on the ground already a lot.
Cut it off. Yeah, that's the one.
What a lady.
Wow. Look at this, eh?
What a lady. Amazing. Really amazing.
Come on, man.
Hardly any smell of this one.
But yeah, but it has a fruitiness that the others don't have though. The others were really meatiness and this one has a fruitiness in it. Beautiful.
You see that? The buds are in the where you don't know, you don't see them.
Directly from the stalk. Instead of a single pre-flower, she's shooting bud from the stalk.
How many seeds we have? We have some seeds.
We have 15.
So we take this plant with us. Cross the river with it.
The next day we're planning to reach Tosh, so we got on our bikes.
What every person that travels to India should do or did is travel around on the big Royal Enfield, the Bullet.
The first time I was in India was 89.
Come on, man.
The second-hand model in Bombay. Then I traveled with that 12,000 kilometers all around India.
The Royal Enfield is just an absolute classic. And as soon as we got to India, we saw how many there were.
Oh, do it, buddy. I got my Coleman beside me. I need to refill it from yesterday. That was a good 24 hours. I drank all of it. Pretty much. Do it, buddy. Oh, it depends, my friend. You got like if you fill it full of ice with water. I don't know. If you don't drink any of it, maybe 24 hours. If you drink like some of it through time, it just stays icy through time with pieces of ice. Like this, I still have the ice from yesterday, and there's still, you can still hear the ice, but it's like watery and ice. There's not that much left in it though. But I use like cube trays and also a Tupperware of like 300 milliliters of ice cube block I put in there. Yeah.
Incredible what the police did, huh? Here you see what happens with European community money.
But if you don't drink any of it, maybe 24 hours, maybe.
You think they have a deal with the farmers or something? Maybe
If you fill it with ice.
Maybe it'll start raining when they run on the rain.
The supply was not a good one because as we get there, we realized that most of the field we were supposed to visit was already being chopped down.
I'm like, fuck this game, man.
Yeah, there's so many police officers, but the field was so big they only could go half of it. But at least you see the destroying of the plant happening right in front of you. We just arrived in that field and all the plants were cut down and some was left. And at the same time we realized that this is the food for the farmer for the whole year. And now it's going to suck.
I'm scared to walk on all these farms.
Somehow a quarter of the field was still standing, and what we still standing was pretty damn amazing.
This one smells really strange. This one is pineapple mango. This is the pineapple mango story.
Just a little bit more and we're into the summer. We're lucky the rain stops. A little bit.
A little bit, but the path was so wet they cannot make it.
No, we can't rotate channels today because of the rain.
I will cut it and bring it.
What's that?
Looks like
A
a
mail.
very nice one. That looks like you found it.
Mail.
Looks like a request.
Yeah, nice, huh?
Also like a sprayed female.
We had to make a small fire on the way
Oh, wow.
down to try and create some fire sauce and warm up a little bit. And that's something that
I think you'd be happy with it.
stray hunting.
I don't even know if a 2-liter would hold it for 8 hours, honestly. I was so disappointed with the 2-liter. Man, it was terrible. Because you, even if you drink like 2 cups of it, you're drinking a quarter of it. And then it's going to like melt at a much faster rate. Also because it's a lower volume. So you got to go 4-liter, I think.
In California, there are 4,000 coffee shops. There are coffee shops in Spain. There are coffee shops all over the world. But they don't have a license. But they are there. And the police
Because you drink like 500 mils. That's like a negligible amount.
in India, I think there's a few hundred coffee shops.
Tosh is a very
The 1/8 versus 1/4. At a much smaller volume to melt too.
And the atmosphere is really like a coffee shop. You sit down and they bring you a nice hot cup of tea and you can sample the different varieties of
Yeah,
chocolate,
4 liters away.
creams,
No, like why?
Buy your hash there and you can smoke. And people from all over India come there. And the police, the local police come there to smoke with us. So yeah, I think it's pretty relaxed after all the stories that we heard.
So in Bunker City we had the chance to sample the local cuisine. It was quite a hectic, quite chaotic experience, but the food was really tasty.
We had a really nice lunch in a traditional Indian restaurant with the tandoor there and some dal and some chapatis.
It was nice. Nice to see how the locals enjoy the food.
Come on, man. I hate this fucking game. Like, fuck off, man.
After that we had quite a long trip in the car, all the way climbing this nasty mountain road. We had a few problems 2 or 3 times with the car to watch out because the conditions of our tires were pretty scary. But we got to the top of this beautiful mountain where we camped again. It was a very nice night. We had a beautiful moonlight. We made a big fire. And it was really a very special experience.
Why? Come on, man. Like what? I hate this game, guys. I really do. I really despise this game. Like, I just have so much hatred for it.
From his father. In his best days, how many grams a day could he rub?
What type of ground?
4 or 5 grams. What time of the year is it good to make the charas? End of September to middle of November until the first snow.
That's it, Mark.
No comment.
But they consume you. But there was that stupid random ass stock like for no reason, man. Like why, man? Like, why? Dark mode, yeah. Thanks, bro.
For stomach pain. Okay. For sleeping. So for sleeping and for stomach pain, they used it here a very long time. Yeah, for oil. What do they do with the oil? For cooking. Huh, very good. It's very healthy. And what is the good way to finish the
Look
process?
at that hash. Look at that. That's insane.
Like that. Okay. So he turns his finger. And it must be in the sun or in the shadow? And now it's morning, it's okay. Okay. After 4 or 5 hours of walk, we arrived in this amazingly big field with our guide. And for us, it was like young kids in the candy shop.
Oh, I bet. Oh, I think it's Tim Dillon. You summoned Tim Dillon there.
Adapted a bit more to being lower in altitude, so the sativa character manifests itself a little bit more.
So for me as a sativa connoisseur, it was nicer to see. The sativas growing a little bit lower and the indica plants growing higher.
The plants have
Yeah, well said, Tim.
leaf like it comes out at 3,000 meters. Here we talk about
Oh, no
a
way.
little bit more in the original sativa leaf shape.
That's gross. Oh, the pizza sauce? Ew. Ew.
So this is the plant in the big field that we're gonna pick out for the
Tim Hortons is so shit.
Looks a little bit like the Ultimate Studio, maybe. Wow, man, what an incredible beautiful field, huh? How many hectares is this? How many plants? And you see they killed a lot of males, eh? It's the first field where you're high up in the mountain you see they kill a lot of males.
Yeah, they definitely got rid of the males a while ago. They already got
I love the difference in phenotypes here, some sativas in between
even though I have to say there is less difference overall compared to the fields in 3,000 meters.
Yeah, the higher you go, the more they change into indica. And here you see a little bit more sativa leaves. We're gonna get some seeds out of these plants. So there's crystals in this little one?
You know, fresh tire of truck.
This one does. The strawberry here?
Really like
candy garden. Look how weird they see this one.
Whoa, this is the weird sativa.
Look, the retinue, this one here.
Oh, bitterish. Like very green moss.
The crystals here are completely under the leaf, see that?
Like what we do indoor.
It's only the bath.
But some of the structure stays quite
Like, come on, man.
Look here, if you see from this side of the sun, it's one big shiny thing. And even the leaves, you know the little bud leaves? They're like totally covered.
The idea came up 2 years ago in our office to do something new. We were very big under pressure in Holland of the right extremist Christian parties, and we decided on the office we should create more awareness and show more what is cannabis about, what's the background of cannabis, which cultures is it used, where does it come from.
One little journey has become a multitude of journeys where we're following a plant. And we're going to regions which are very, very remote, that have had very, very few outsiders. But also, the kind of approach which makes it quite different is that we're not coming here to buy anything, to buy charas, to buy, which was what people in outside Australia. We're coming to these places to learn.
That's what's behind Strain Hunter and the Greenhouse Foundation. It's the feeling of hunting for something unique and bringing it back and preserving it, but also the feeling of leaving something good to the people and the cultures and the environments that donate this beautiful plant to us.
And I think at one point I hope we will be a part of the legalization process, that people can show this movement to other people who are against cannabis, give them more awareness about the plant and see how important and how valuable this plant can be to society.
It's just a continuing project, it's just an ongoing mission. Strain hunters are people who can't sit quiet for too long. We get bored easily, so we gotta keep moving.
Yo, Stash, buddy, what up, man?
The reason we went to Jamaica is that, of course, Jamaica is a country with a very, very big ganja history. It originated back to the slave time.
Cool, man. Oh, nice, buddy.
White masters from the sugar plantations into the mountains, hiding in areas where there is natural spring, where they can grow, where they became completely self-supporting. We knew this in Jamaica, this history, so we decided also to show the diversity of the cannabis plant in Jamaica. You have all kinds of different areas where different strain grows, so it's very interesting for people to see.
Jamaica's a lovely, peaceful country, and although it has a bad
Insane.
reputation in some parts of the media, I found it very peaceful. Undoubtedly, there are one or two areas with crime, but for the most part, it's a beautiful, peaceful, and wonderful country.
Say we did not push you, we don't want the chalice done. Orange will give me a flipping phone. Make shanty but a flipping clown. Some boy can't swim in a grandy, them a flipping down. Then them a search me with the flipping stone. Because bury the flipping stone. We will in the herbs and the money with us a flipping crowd. The euro, the US and the flipping pound. In the office of some
in
very
a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you.
Except women.
I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has
Except
never
women.
been better.
Stash, bro. Thanks, bro. Thanks, Toad. On a Civic, yeah, really.
Big island in the Caribbean is one of the biggest.
Thank you, bro. Dude, I need some good like omen luck. I didn't give you the sub for good luck for this level, but thanks, bro. I know you're gonna be watching.
And it enjoys more sun overall in the year, while on the east part of the island it rains a lot more and it's lush.
I think I'm gonna be streaming a lot in the next week and a bit, weightlifting and hopefully this. Meditation runs.
How far are we from the equator here?
We are closer to the tropic than
Meditation bee runs. I don't know what that is, my friend.
Orange Hill so the best in the West here because everybody keeps raving about. You guys have a great pod, by the way. About is that because the sun is longer here?
For those wondering why I gave Stash a sub and I didn't give others a sub, it's because Stash literally sent me his old Switch and I'm playing his old Switch like right now. That's why. And he's a cool guy. He's a nice guy. But nobody feel no jealousy. Like, it's not about that. I wonder if doing more weed will work. Yeah, really.
In the West, you can say
And I can't do this like every month, you know. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully if I get a good job, I'll be able to. But like, until then, too slow. Yeah.
And in the end, the plants get a lot of good
Maybe people too slow. Maybe.
Soft rock. Every 2 days water. Every day. What? And also the reason of this white thing is that you keep the plant low, the roots don't shoot really deep in the ground because of the rock. No chemical, so you don't you smoke organic weed. Don't forget all the pot all over the world is fertilized, gets us out of taste, people don't flush it properly. And now here we have original organic. And also look the space they use. You see that? Because you could put them much closer to each other, eh? But he probably swaps the tires to another piece of the rock.
get minerals
And then they play around in the same field. It also means you don't have to swap fields like this, eh?
Oh yeah, you need to go chemical then. If you go hydroponic, you need to buy all the liquid chemicals, right?
And as soon as the roots dig in the rock material, there's pockets.
You can't go like soil organic or whatever.
Perfect created microclimate thing here for the plants. Fantastic.
Orange Hill is really a legend.
I think the most stress-free is probably just like soil.
The place where the finest Jamaican grade comes from. When we went to Orange Hill,
This takes a lot of fucking
probably the highest mix
work
of
anyways. But hydroponics could even be
genetics that we ever
some of the
found
best,
on the island here in Orange.
right?
Wow, this is a sweet purple. It's a flowery sweet purple. Normally
But some of the best weed I've ever smoked has been pure organic.
You see that a lot of influences from Europe and America.
Some of the like most creamy, like a sweet caramel cream, not even a caramel, like a cream puff creaminess, like a vanilla cream. Oh man, insane. Like a candy vanilla cream, just insane. In organic soil.
All over the place, and this purple was penetrating into the genes of the mosquito, into the genes of the cushions and the train rats.
Like a cookies and cream vanilla, man. Oh my god, insane.
Orange Hill skunk.
Smell like fresh cookies. Oh my god.
Sort of purple, some kush. Yes.
This is like 3-4 weeks in flower. There's 3-4 weeks to go. It's going to be amazing. the seeds sprout and there's basically 12-12. So there's no growth time, they just go up, shoot, flower.
You just grow the whole year around. Non-stop.
And them fin over Shanti, representing Earth smoking. Alright then.
Let me get this straight. The seawater goes through the rock, loses the salt, gets enriched with minerals, and gets pumped to the container. Respect. Yeah, it still tastes a little salty.
That's, if it's cold, you could drink it. Even if it's warm, you could drink it. Me, I want something like that, I fucking do.
So we are here in one of the secrets of Orange Hills, the coral rock formations, very close to the oceans. I will always figure out why Orange Hill is the best in the West. Well, partly to the coral formation, the ocean pushes the water right through the rocks, comes down in all those caves. I'm going to show you a little.
Why, man? Like, why?
Beautiful water, little brownish, and a little bit salt. Probably another trick for the growers here. They pump 2,000-3,000 liters an hour with a diesel pump, 200 liters to the field. Then it goes in a big container and it goes to all the plants. So one of the secrets of Orange Hill. Ross, this purple one, huh? How many years you have those seeds?
We used to work in the 6 month in first.
Yeah.
That's why I stepped in.
Okay, so you move from a 6 month strain now to 8 weeks. So you cut next week, 1 week away. But the seeds, how long you have them? You have idea how many years?
Never keep track of how long you keep.
The first seeds from Amsterdam, when did they come from this area? The first real hybrid, which year are we talking about? 1990 or 95?
No, son,
not so long?
New way, man. Fresh idea.
Fresh, yeah.
Yeah, man, I knew it was a new strain. And that's where they come from.
So what you used to use before that strain?
Amsterdam.
The real purple.
This is one we have two really special plants in. There you have a cross with the purple.
Yeah.
And you don't see often purple anymore like it does now.
But this is really white wheat with the purple in it. It's incredible.
It's like 15% purple in this field. Like 106, 107.
Yeah.
Mix, eh? How many years you have purple?
I was coming like this is time I like the purple.
Yeah. Okay, so a long time you have to.
So when I bring this strain.
Yeah.
You select.
You select from purple.
Yes. You see how intense the purple is.
It's neon.
Purple, huh? Pink. You got yours pink?
Yeah, it's purple.
I just fucked that one up.
This one is purple.
I didn't have any boosts though.
Fluor.
It's like a more fluorescent pink.
It's fluor.
And the resin already in this one is ready.
Which area are we now? Makopin. Makopin.
This is the side of the most wanted.
Most wanted. That's famous because even in St. Vincent, remember that little place?
Yeah,
the
we were
poster?
St. Vincent
In Amsterdam we have the posters called Most Wanted and you see all different strains on it.
Well, they have a good strain of water still. They have same thing with orange and water drop. They have why water from the water drop.
See when it's coming up, you see also a big pipeline. A big pipeline. So you must water system. Sure. And it's coming up.
When you drive up here, you can't stay like this coming up. So they're really up on the high climb.
Sure.
You have a good growth here too.
Why?
To the other side you see everywhere full, eh?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Gotta strap down from rope.
They strap down?
Yeah, but from rope and just jump down on the rope. Come to the start chopping down and burning. When they get up, they really know where feed is actually at. They send choppers that just drop down and keep them. Chop down and burn down.
They just burn the troops out of the helicopter.
So me say puff, puff, puff and pass. When we want enough grass. Seriously the earth don't cause you must cough. Weed make we happy so we bust a weed laugh. We fi stack up in and the bus just pass. These would have preach through the telescope class. Me a smoke weed for lunch, drink tea for breakfast. Birds a take off just like a spacecraft. No feed, it makes me feel good that. Hey, strange hunter. You said nothing, you know. Respect. Yeah, man. Marco Pedro there, you know. The highest grade.
What the fuck?
You see all these different phenotypes. You see the multiplying is not different. No, we smoke too much gumbar.
No, what you said, right? It's like when you want to shit, you look at the spot, you go to a different dimension.
Oh, I needed one more boost. I needed one more, man.
Live in Jamaica.
Live in Jamaica. Whoa! That's a dry house. Whoa, man.
That's all the weed that came from that field that we saw 2 months ago. The field that we just...
Wow.
Incredible, huh?
With all those
This
plants.
is most wanted. Yes, sir. You have a lot of gentlemen that come
Why?
here and buy at a cheaper rate.
Yeah.
Get back down there.
Yeah.
And put 3-4 grand on the weed. They do that for years.
I am?
Years. They always come in and buy it for a cheaper rate. Get back a nigger and add a 2-3 grand onto the weed.
How much is here?
100 to 200.
100 to 200,
170 to 200.
Everybody talks about this is really high grade Jamaican. They don't even realize it comes from Europe before, from the Americans, you know? High grade Jamaican, this is what all they want.
I travel all over the place. Every time I travel, I gotta carry me even with split for this blood clot.
Fuck this game, man.
Yo, anyway you see me in Jamaica, but yo, I diss my smoke orange chill. Remember me tell me.
Most wanted.
Most wanted.
Wow.
Jamaica 2011. We don't care about time. We care
Yeah.
about
Yes, hey Frank, if you look really fucking awkward.
This is the only thing that we find that within Jamaica there is a trickery that went on in 1962. Where these two political tricksters went to England and signed for their own political freedom to kill the people. For 1963, we see the Prime Minister send out all his armies and forces to kill the people in Coral Garden in St. James. We know that the Coral Garden massacre. He was saying, kill Rastas, kill Rastas. What did Rasta do? Rasta never take arms and do to government the people. No one in Jamaica. Teach a man to fish, you feed him for life. If you give him a fish, you only feed him for the night. Yeah, so that's life. You know, we need sustainability. Jamaica is the richest country in the world. And you see, I'm the poorest people.
How many farmers you think depend on this here in Jamaica?
This area?
Not in whole Jamaica, you have any idea? There's 2.7 million people on ganja.
Well, listen to me now. Jamaica, you see, if you read the statistics, they tell you that unemployment is about 20%. And when you take a check, you see, that unemployment figure, that employed figure, is also farmers with the farm, planting ganja just the same. So you see, all those other 20%, 99% of them have to be here in the farm planting ganja.
Otherwise they wouldn't survive.
They wouldn't survive. They have to depend on this. The big politicians, they are the hypocrite. That's why they keep it like this. They want to continue making money.
Come on, man. Like, come on.
When the police come and take it, the police go back and sell it. It's a business where they continue to keep the people poor and poverty.
We think it's a few 100 million people around the equator in the world
Only,
that
the
depend
only crop,
children to the school,
the only
medicine.
crop that can save planet Earth.
Yeah.
This is some herbal tea made from the ganja plant.
Fucking game. Like, fuck you.
So
It's really ridiculous.
it has a lot of medicinal values that we know from our ancestors in this time. They used to use it for different ailments. So it's a tradition we continue in this time to drink herbal tea from the gourd.
What other medicinal purposes it has these days? that people use it in Jamaica?
For asthmatic cures, bronchitis, glaucoma,
I think it's in that, no?
sinusitis.
Sinus, yeah?
Yes, yes. Yes. And every home in Jamaica has a bottle with some white rum, green ganja, and pimento as a first aid medicine. Pimento berries and ginger. It's one of the first aid medicine for all homes in Jamaica.
What about the rest for life, you know, like the spiritual part? How do you guys work with that here in the mountains?
It is like it's our sacrament that we use for our own meditation, and also a teacher for the plant actually as a spirit that talks. Reach out to you if you know how to reach out to the plants. They teaches and soothe and heal the spirit and the soul of man.
And how often you meditate?
Every right through the day.
Right through the day. No special time.
It's very, very interesting to see that already our great-great-grandmothers and fathers were using cannabis as a medicine. We know that before 1930, 80% of world's medicine was a direct derivative of a cannabis plant or an extraction of a cannabis plant before the 1930s.
Oh no, you gotta go to Canadian Tire, my man. You gotta go to Canadian Tire, dude.
Absolutely no.
I don't know if they have the Coleman's at the Walmart. Is there Canadian Tire in Quebec?
Local organic farmer, they use
Le Canadien.
for children and elderly.
Oh no way, are you serious? What?
This is an all-purpose medicine, like you grab all of space. Simple, you come in and rain or wet. Like you feel like a cold or something. You just come in and take a cork out and sit the cup on your tongue. And you use the rest of it and rub in your body.
How long do you have to fermentate it with the berries and with the marijuana before you use it?
Well, sometimes, like that one is about 1 year old.
1 year old? Yeah, don't take a sip.
Yeah, man, it's a great thing to have a sip.
Wow, it wasn't even pace. I thought it was fast. Like, I thought that was the fastest run I've ever had. I guess not.
They also use it for small children?
Yeah.
What kind of
Like
problems?
if the small children have cold, like a baby have cold, flu, you just use it and rub them up and wrap them up in a sheet and it's alright.
And if they have cramps?
If you have belly cramps, I eat that. That is it. And the children them still can't drink it, you know, but you give them a small amount.
Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry about that, man.
When you're sick, you know, to be sick.
Strong stuff.
That's 80%. Maybe 90%.
That's what's in it that makes it strong. It's actually better.
Another one.
I need to sit down.
Keep some.
Yeah, man. What is in here?
What the fuck you guys throwing? Whoa!
I'm worried about the food.
Yeah, you have to take it.
This one is good feedback.
For your back.
Cancer.
Cancer?
Cancer. Prostate cancer.
Frustrating. Oh, prostate.
Yeah, cancer. This one is very good.
This one?
This one good feed. Cancer. In pain. In asthma. Rheumatism. Cramp. Everything. The eye. No need. Very good.
You have one for sex also?
You will stop.
If you're like...
You will stop. You make it go over.
Yeah?
Yeah. Go over here.
Where's the bottle?
Then, yeah, man. Special one, man. See there.
And how long you live in this area? You have beautiful coconut, papayas.
Yeah. I will live here on 56 years old.
56 years? How old are you? You're 50, you're born here?
Yeah.
In this house?
Yes, right.
Really?
That's all.
And you smoke every day with chalice?
Yes.
Only the chalice. Nothing
Chalice
else.
is the fire.
Why? Like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, this game, man. Like, why? Why did that happen?
times you do it? Yeah? 3 times. And then after, you leave the plant growing and you sell the bud. So you actually have 2 times benefits or 3 times of this plant. And how many different ways of smoking do you have of the charas here? Well, paper clip. You like that?
It's good.
Yes.
Because
it's right.
Before the local then would be take 6 months to grow.
Yes.
Now with these hybrids that come from Europe, 3 months and they're ready.
Yes.
Totally. But when they are in Jamaica, the Jamaican hurt and sell like they are much better and stronger than what you get in
Europe. Exactly. And
Fuck
every
is
3 years you
fucking-
have to buy new seeds because then it dilutes with the local bushwheat. Most likely, yeah. This is what happened, huh?
Yeah, depends on how you cultivate your plant.
But after 3-4 years, you have to get new seeds. You start over again. How many hours a day you rub?
As long as sometimes 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day.
Yeah, as long as you're sun.
Yeah, it's a hard job.
But there are a lot of other jobs out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's a nice job doing something looking hard.
So the organic farmers have created a really, really nice way of making extra money for themselves and their families to send their children to school and to buy the necessary groceries like salt and sugar by creating another product called charas here in Jamaica and having the benefit of making now 2 products of 1 plant.
So how many grams is 1 hand?
Depends on the...
2?
No, the sunlight.
Yes.
If more sunlight, there's more grams. You can get up to 20 grams on 1 hand.
You can get up to 20 grams on 1 hand? For how long you work for 20 grams on 1 hand? Half hour to an hour.
If the sun was very hot.
But you don't see people doing it all over Jamaica, eh? Only here in the mountains. Yes. And it's only in this area where it happens to be one. Yeah. And how long is this happening here, making charas in the mountains?
It's been here from
50, 60 years. So you learned it from your father and that before. That how long charas making is
I
happening?
knew my grandfather planting.
And making charas. Where did it come before? Where do you think your great-grandfather learned it from? You have any idea?
Africa.
Africa. But which part, you think?
Ghana, Gambia, Gold Coast, all over the place.
Okay.
Ganja all over the world.
You think from West Africa?
You see, hashish is really what I call Arab.
Yeah, assassin. Assassin come from there. Yeah.
So they make hashish with them, but we usually smoke our ganja as ganja, but they make hashish from here for export to Europe, etc. You know, ease of transportation and they will smoke.
Yes.
Hashish.
Yes.
For if you do hashish is different from charas.
Yeah.
Hashish is combined with other mixtures with other things. Hashish is brown.
Yeah, it made from dead plant. This is made from a live plant. This is the big difference. Really good taste.
And then for no Ashanti, representing for the mothers,
When you go strain hunting, there's gotta be also some relaxing moments. We walk a lot. We don't sleep
No
much.
way.
The
Sorry,
food
man.
is sometimes a bit irregular. And after 2, 3, 4, 5 days of this rhythm, you also need to take a little bit of a rest. And for us in Jamaica, the rest was the jungle spot.
Amazon it is, yeah, really.
Australian Hunters, what we consciously try to do is to stay with local people and to stay in local hotels and local accommodation. And for the most part, that's for a number of reasons. One, because we're able to connect better with the people. But occasionally we find ourselves going to horrible, really horrible, being forced to stay in really horrible hotels and accommodation like that. So we did have to do that one night, and it was actually really good for us to see the other side of Jamaica. See the Jamaica that they try to portray for the tourists.
Can't believe I didn't get boosted out there.
Very different to the real thing which we get to experience.
Yeah. Tell them no. Never stop, 21. 21. And in night, 2 to street. If I herb, I don't stop burning right tonight. I'm a smoke till I'm on get certain knowledge, but it's smoking. Yes. I don't put it down. And it's a harmless, it's a blessed thing. The herb, I see. Yes, this thing, the government still never look up into this. This thing grow, we come go see it in the world, then we still make something out of it. If someone man, this one can bring come. In the whole world, it's not about smoking. You know what to do. Smoking is the best. In the world. I see that. I don't want no bad vibes on the good one.
That's the ending I need. That's not it, but that's exactly the ending I need.
Bob Marley. You see, they go to Jamaica. What they cut from Jamaica? You know what? What? They put free rasta. Bob Marley. Then the word
Because not even a highway is named after him.
No, yeah.
Not even a highway.
No, sorry, nothing. Everything goes in the right.
How can it be that not even a highway is named after him?
See, 20 people to live, to survive. That is it.
When you travel, you experience. And when you experience the good and you experience the bad at the same time. It's very interesting. It's a learning process. And for me, this learning process culminated in 9 Mile. 9 Mile is...
Oh, I should have played it. That was insane.
Bob Marley has been put to rest in 1981 after his death. I always kept in my heart a very romantic image of it. I always thought that 9 Miles would have been a very spiritual place, linked to the real image and the real meaning behind Bob Marley. And when we got there and we realized that we were actually entering a Disneyland-style operation, it was very disappointing.
Why you fight against me? Speak up. Because me there, so I hold me voice and no guns, me no pizza.
When we went to Black River, we definitely encountered one of the most special and spectacular environments in all of Jamaica. Black River is a very swampy area. There's even crocodiles crawling around in the salty waters all over the place. And the fields there are not really fields, are more like islands in the middle of the swamp. And we took a little canoe and we started going down the river, looking for spots, looking for go areas. And we had the chance, thanks to 2 or 3 local guys that were really connected with our guides, we had the chance to access these very small patches, but incredible to clean.
Oh, I think it'd be $20 for like a 3.8 liter Coleman, 1 gallon. I think 2023. I think, because I bought a new one. So my old one just got like old. You know, it just gets old and I don't know, it wasn't nice to drink out of anymore. So I got a new one. I think in 2023. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, you could request a price match, maybe say $5 or something.
No rainfall. No rainfall when you make this.
They might have also just increased the price. Who knows, right?
We are in the peak, so to speak, of our water.
It's basically natural hydroponics. That's basically what it comes down to. They allow the cannabis plant to grow at full contact with the water. The natural system of the swamps provides nutrients and water to the plants. So it's a very
Oh, come on. Come on, man.
Mekong Delta in Vietnam, they do also.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I knew that. Mekong Delta, a lot of rivers, they grow in the water there. Yes. You ever have problem with fungus, mold? A lot. A lot. Yeah. How many times a year can you plant? 4 times, 5 times?
12 times. 12 months.
12 months.
12 months. You send out your resume 4, 5, 6, 7 years, still waiting.
Yeah. They're not coming?
God bless.
Liquid vitamins, cool, buddy.
Most remarkable things that I've
Yeah, that's good, man.
times before in life is that
I feel that with the protein powder. I feel like my body absorbs it pretty quickly.
we walked into this field.
But yeah, I take solid vitamins that dissolve still.
And they're all just standing there, and he explained
Not really
that this
ideal
was
for
their
my
seed
stomach
bank
either, but I eat it with food.
He was taking care of them. They had a few of those seed bank pins, we can call
Oh, wow,
them.
insane.
Not too big, but they had all the pheno parts of them, and they
That's
shared
really
their
cool,
seeds.
guys.
And exactly this gives you the idea that how easy and how strong this variety of cannabis is. So you basically can preserve a seed bank by keeping it alive.
Is this the original one or is it one of the phenotypes? Has there ever been an original one?
This is the original.
So the original lamb's bread. What is the difference between lamb's bread and the rest? Why is lamb's bread so famous?
Because of the flavor. If you can smell it has a special fragrance.
Yes.
That's different from you can compare. Yeah. My grandfather had this strain of ganja. I born and saw my grandfather planting ganja, and his father before him. So that's why we know it's part of the natural creation. We have to preserve the nature. It's our seed bank. It's our farmers.
No, it's cool. Thanks, bro. Thanks, dude. That's nice of you.
If you grow one crop, you move every year you move or every 2 years? How do you work?
7 years, every 7 years, sabbatical.
Sabbatical, also here, okay. So
6 years to grow and 1 rest.
the lamb's bread, huh? From you have any idea where those seeds originally came from?
Oh wow, that's an insane boost. This is an insane start.
Okay, what year?
Wow.
Which years?
In the 1980s.
In the 1980s already.
Like, why?
We also try to
Like, this is such a stupid game.
Yes.
and incorporate the power seeds.
Yes.
There's different varieties.
Yes.
So sometimes you look at 10 different varieties
Yes.
of ganja in one field.
So what's the benefit for you to have 10 different varieties? Medicinal?
Because originally ganja is a plant. For 12 months, you have 12 different crops.
Yes.
So that means if you have 12 different crops, you have 12 different types to take.
How many seeds you take off of this field? Few buckets?
Yeah, right now we are about 4 buckets.
4 buckets?
And still planting other places, but we don't keep one field.
You have different seed bank fields? Yes.
This was the first place in Jamaica, and the only place people had ganja like all along, where they could come and get ganja. All ganja came from this part of the mountain.
What is very interesting to see in Jamaica is that there is no real division or real separation between the use of cannabis and religion. And it's the only country in the world where most of the population agrees on the use of cannabis as a sacrament, as a religious help, as a way to communicate with the spirits, with God, with Jah, and as a way to meditate, and as a way to feel one with the planet, one love. That's what one used to say.
And how's the government here in Jamaica with plants?
They want to kill it and they want to have it for them, they will try.
But they all smoke.
Of course, they can drive it and play hypocrites. The parson in Jamaica smoke. The preacher, the police, the judge, all of them smoke. You cannot try to find out home of Jamaica,
Fuck this game.
You know, I would like a survey to run.
I would say 10 grams.
Average. 10 grams? Oh my man. Hey, you are disrespecting the Jamaican smoker.
And then they're putting a gram of You guys look at an ounce per person per day, minimum.
Minimum. Look at this man. You see when I'm like this.
That's your morning stash.
The morning stash. It's your daily food, man, right through the day. We have like this. So we will be eating and sleeping.
This is your morning stash.
The morning stash. You know, see?
It would be nice if the government comes up with some kind of solution for these little farmers and maybe make a cooperative of those little farmers and they can sell them from cooperative shops in little villages where they can create backpackers hotels like they do in Thailand and other places in Asia. I think they should do that in the Caribbean, in St. Vincent, they should do that in Jamaica. You protect your own local farmer, you give them a share of the cooperative through a shop in a little village, so they all have these kind of micro credits that they're living on. And it would be very, very easy for a big part of the world to organize this and get their green tourism going.
So this is pura vida.
Pura vida.
For me, Jamaica was one of the highlights of my strain hunting trips. You heard a lot of different stories, of course, about Jamaica. Well, every country has its social problems. But fortunately for Jamaica, there are a lot of good things. There's a very, very friendly environment. If you go into the mountains, you meet very, very friendly people. You find a lot of good, different phenotypes of cannabis plants all around the island. So I would really, really encourage everybody to go and take a holiday on Jamaica. And don't go to the big resorts, but go to the local areas and hang out there.
Hot. Red. And a little red. Yeah.
Smoke alone or what?
It's warm, but it's really muggy. It's overcast, but it's warm. But it's overcast and shitty. It's a shitty day. It's a good golden eye day. Alright, time to load the vape for 420. Come on, man. No way. Used? Ew, dude, it's so gross, man. No. Come on, man. I gave it to my father for his plants, with my old one. Right? Got some like potted plants and you just want to fill. It's perfect. Yeah. Oh, dude. And knowing you, knowing your neat freakness, you like things to be clean.
I first had my contact with the Swazi weed when I was living in London in 1997, and I remember buying Swazi weed there and really enjoying the smoke. And after that I didn't really have the chance to grow this plant or to see it anymore. And finally a few years ago me and Aryan decided, hey, Swaziland should be on top of the list for our strain emissions, because it's one of the most famous cannabis producing countries, one of the largest producers in Africa, even though it's one of the smallest. It's a friendly country, and the cannabis that comes from Swaziland is worldwide famous. So we slowly developed this mission, and
You're
we
back in
sent Simon
maybe
to
10
scout
minutes,
about
10
4
minutes.
months ago, and we spent quite an extensive period of time on the territory, on the field, with a few other guys, and prepared the mission for us.
You're back.
So here we are, Swaziland 2012. Mamma mia! That's a nice tree.
It's beautiful green. It's like a huge cross of everything. As a connoisseur, as a strain hunter, you always rush into the fields because you want to see all the marijuana. And this time we decided to stay on the rock and have a good look from above. Also the reason we did this is that you see a lot of different phenotypes here in Swaziland. So if you sit from a little distance away, you can very well see the field.
Look at these ones here on the rock.
Yeah.
When you move over, there's a dark
And you see
patch
some
of rock.
big buds sometimes, in the mix. Like you have big heads, really. So
See, the more you go outside, the more yellow it gets.
yeah.
Let's go into it, eh?
Look at this. Completely pink.
You want to smell some puke.
Very pure.
Very soft.
Yeah?
Ugh.
It's a bit like almost Malawi and
coming to this plant. Very, very beautiful plants. The field was a mixed field, sativa and skunk mixed together, or sativa and indica, but very nice and a very, very great start to the day.
Swaziland is a different picture compared to other African countries. People are very organized. There is a very easy environment compared to other parts of Southern Africa. The climate is milder, the soil is richer and very fertile.
You guys plant close, huh? You're pushing it, huh?
Where you get the genetics? You replant your own seeds?
I collected around
Yes.
from somebody.
But you take out the good seeds from the big plants? Or you just do
For
random?
next year.
Or you mix?
Yeah, we just mix.
You just mix.
Very sativa.
Also has a lot of seeds, they don't put the males here. But that's funny. You see?
Same system as Malawi, eh?
Yeah. What's the reason they grow so many plants in one spot here?
Okay. It's a myth just in case one dies. Okay, they have more. They have more.
We noticed in the second field that the technique they use to plant.
Yo, what's up, Kozlak? Yo, you gotta put the tilde first, man. You gotta put the tilde.
10, maybe 12, maybe 15 seeds in one place, one spot, and then just made the strongest survive, basically. And this is a technique that in one way can be a saver, because there's always one or two good plants that survive the group. But on the other hand, in a place where the climate is not so extreme, such as Swaziland, we felt that the growers that select one or two plants at the time for planting are doing a better job.
Very good, guys. Beautiful fish.
Beautiful plants. This is far, eh? This is like getting ready.
Alright, one sec.
Down here, so Swedish at the same time.
What's gabagoo?
Also that's grunting.
Why does he keep saying forget about it? Hey, forget about it.
So, we can say that Swaziland is the champion of Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment, I have to say it's impressive what I'm seeing.
And good farming, little patches, huh?
Yeah, well taken care.
The variety of genetics was quite impressive. It was a very big mix of high-grade seeds from Europe and from America, mixed with the local Swazi genetics, probably watered down already a few generations, but it was immediately clear that this is no small game, that these people are growing great bud and they're doing it very effectively.
How are you, man? Huh? Airi.
You see, his name is Smart. He's doing a smart job.
Okay. So we call him Smart.
And this one is Manga. Surprise.
Manga is
Yeah,
surprise.
surprise. You see.
So we have a smart surprise here.
Smart surprise. They're doing a wonderful
You
job.
guys are very good growers, huh? There's not much seeds in it, huh? You guys take out the plant with the seeds?
We put the males out, then leave the females. Yeah. Before they start flowering.
So you grow marijuana with no seeds?
Not, yeah, seedless.
Seedless. How long you have the seeds of this field? 2 years.
2 years.
And you know where you got them from? From Joburg.
to get them up at 4 a.m. basically to get into the field really, really early in the morning. The reason being is that it was in the commercial pine forest, and we had to basically get there before anyone was up. So we left early, we did about a 45-minute drive, we arrived just before 5 a.m. walk.
We get into the forest, and not too far away from where we leave the car, we find this amazing field. It was gigantic. It's probably the largest field we saw in this trip.
Frank, just come look at this bud, man. You see how beautiful it is? It's really, really
A couple
beautiful.
legends in chat. What's up, homies? Nice. Nice emote. Who smokes most openly? Do I get some soldiers? Every time I get 5
There's no mold, nothing. It's completely clean. Look. That's the bud of the day, guys.
Okay, we're pinning. That's the new pin message. That's the new one.
Look how high this
That's gonna be the new. I gotta add that as a quote.
Look, man, 4 meters.
I missed Kozlak's quote. What was this? Oh my gosh, Kanye West. Forget about it. That doesn't sound like Kanye. Oh shit.
I like the smell.
Yes.
Sorry.
Look, these cheese are good. Look, they're fine. You see? They're nice and brown. They're already healthy. You keep them in a pot dry, and you can put them out when you like. And then you only take the seeds from the really good plants, and you put them out. And you will see next year, every time you do that, in 3-4 years, you will only have this. Yes.
Will we remember that's Carl Jobs? Whatever. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't.
1 hectare, no? This is 2,000 plants? Yeah, this is bigger.
The genetics were impressive. It was very mixed, a little bit more high grade than the previous day we saw. Less Swazi in the genetics, more foreign influence, more Amsterdam influence and California influence. And they were loaded with buds. The resin also was very, very impressive. We arrived early in the morning, so the plants were still wet, shining. And when the first rays of the sun came up on the field, it was like glittering, like diamonds in these buds. It was fantastic. Only outdoor resin can have that particular glow with the sunlight. It's something so cosmetic and so beautiful.
We also got to meet the growers living out in the bush, which was really nice. It was nice to connect with them, to gain knowledge from them, to pass a bit of the knowledge that we put across. Really, really soldiers living out in the bush, amazing guys, big smiles on their faces.
What do you guys eating? Can you show?
Milli meal juice.
Milli meal juice.
Gives lots of energy.
Yeah.
As you know, maize is the source staple food.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many places in Africa there do eat this? As you see
Everywhere.
Them? Everywhere.
That
and you eat it in the morning or you eat it during the whole day?
The whole day keeps you going.
Yeah.
Want to try some?
Oh, I would like to try some.
This salt and you taste first before giving somebody else. Because you don't know, maybe there's what we call poison. Maybe I want to poison you, so I must.
You must try it. This is
You
the
must try it
tradition in
first.
Swaziland. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you, man. No sugar, huh? Very good. Don't do sugar, man. This is nice, huh? Drink the whole thing.
There's nothing combo.
You're hungry, or what?
They do, my dude. They do.
It was impressive to notice also the irrigation technique. They had to pump. They had to bring the water from over 2 kilometers away with piping, plastic piping.
They do, my friend. They do. So it's cool. I'm playing just like I'm doing like N64 strats.
Very, very
I'm trying to warp the blackguards.
But in Swaziland, what really blew us away was the network of agricultural piping everywhere you go. People are very, very advanced in this level. Many years ago they realized that water was essential to the equation, and you find a network of pipes feeding water by gravity to the fields. You can also see that this is basically also transferred and rubbed off and helped people in other ways. Swaziland is the first country where we also see, because of the irrigation, that there's also water to homestead. So people develop the gravity feed system.
Come on, man. Like,
and
what?
now you find basically water flowing all over the kingdom to houses as well.
We grow this, we started long time ago because, you know, the people, it helps us to pay school fees.
Yeah.
Everything that we need.
How many families in total would benefit of one field like this? This is 1 hectare with 2,000 plants roughly, no? So, rough estimation, how many families?
30, even 30 families, because it keeps on, you know, from
one guy brings the money home, no?
Everybody has his own share.
Yeah, everybody gets his own share. Did somebody ever say something in the government about how big this crop is compared to other agriculture crops?
What? I didn't light it? What?
Yes, or really?
Yeah, so the motto, like when they advertise the sugar, they say Swazi gold. People laugh and say the really Swazi gold. You know what's the
It's
really
the
Swazi
ganja.
gold? Yeah.
So, it's not the sugar cane, it's the ganja. But they call the sugar cane the Swazi gold.
Yeah, they call it the Swazi gold, the government.
Yeah. So you have any idea how many people in this country are working with marijuana?
Thousands.
Thousands of
Thousands.
people. How many people live in Swaziland? 1.2 million, huh?
Cannabis is the cash crop of Swaziland, and it's the only crop that can really guarantee school fees and housing and a decent living standard to basically the majority of the rural population of the country.
Oh, what? Like what? Whatever.
Next to one of the fields, they were growing a whole field, and they had all the plants in little nice pots. So we were wondering, you know, small 10-liter pots is a lot of work. You have to water maybe once in the hot summer, maybe twice a day. So we spoke to the guy, said, why you do that? Normally, you cut out the bottom and put them in, but here not.
The reason the bottom is not hard is when the cops come, guys are able to take the plant and run away with it.
Undoubtedly you would do some root damage, but you could probably save your plant if you had the advanced warning that the police were coming.
You see, to me, the anti-drug squad, they used to come here to check. They use binoculars. After checking, they don't destroy at the same time. After checking, they come maybe after 2 days. Then it gives you time to check the holes, even the whole feet.
Yes, you can put it somewhere else. So, if a grower puts like this field here in the ground, he will put some in bags to make sure they have food and money.
You cannot destroy all.
No, okay, so this is partly we work like this. But this is the first backup plan I've ever seen that you can run with your plants outdoors. Think about that, huh?
New method.
It's a new method.
Come on, man.
So where does
Like
method
into the
came
boxes,
from?
really?
Who started with this idea, running away with the plants?
The farmers, they used to think, because most of the time, I think maybe 10 years back, the evil forces, they were using helicopters from South Africa.
Yeah.
They were using helicopters, they destroy everything. Then after that, they decided to do
Yes.
Unlike destroying a whole crop.
It is only after the passing of King Sobhuza II in 1982. The use of helicopters really has almost destroyed the economy of the people.
King Sobhuza II died in 1982, and that marked a change in the enforcement efforts of the government. In 2000, from 2000 to 2005 was a very, very dark period in Swazi growing history. It saw the beginning of an aerial eradication program by the US government. It involved the spraying of a product called Monsanto from helicopters onto fields. this decimated the production at the time to a point where even local seeds become unavailable. And what villages and areas were doing at the time to make up for that was that one area would be raided by the helicopters and sprayed. They wouldn't even have seeds for the next crop, and so they would borrow from another area in Swaziland. So that is actually probably the biggest reason why, the biggest cause of the genetics disappearing was the spraying program.
And does Evil Forces no more helicopters for the moment?
Yeah, they ban them because they destroy the living the trees.
Okay.
Nursery, next generation. What are these, eh?
Simpson Kush. Simpson Kush. Simpson Kush. Yeah. Simpson Kush from the States. Are the seeds legal or illegal in Swaziland?
Yeah, it's illegal because remember the king got arrested for like 3 kilos of seeds.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Okay, what they used to do in the old days, if they get arrested and the quantities above 3 kilos, you didn't get bail at the time. But now things have changed. Yeah, they used to first wait.
And even in the MPs, members of parliament, right now they're trying to criminalize it.
They're trying to decriminalize it in the parliament, so that's very good then. But that's maybe the first country in Africa then, because I never heard of it before.
Even there are people living maybe next to the king that they are smoking ganja. They are not even disturbed or arrested. And next to the real court, they've done some
planting seeds
so that they can smoke. They are good for the regiments.
Yeah.
Even today, the king's crowns, the warriors, they still smoke.
And are they also growing it?
And they're growing it, and nobody can attack them. When they start smoking in the morning, then they're praising all the kings, all the ancestors. It is such a ceremony where everybody gets really built up with great motivation for what they're going to do. Because they were ready to go and fight, they were now ready.
That is some nice outdoor, let me tell you.
Simon made the planning for our trip very, very effective. We didn't waste any time. Every day we were full. We had 2-3 locations a day. So we drove on to the second field and we went for a walk, a nice walk in the forest to reach one of the most beautiful sceneries that we got in our mission.
I'm sorry, Bed. I would recommend against getting the Gatorade one. It's not good. It's not ergonomic. It leaks. It's very bad design. You gotta go with the Coleman. Highly recommended.
Orange, lemon, candy.
See the color of the place here also?
Yeah.
Let's go have a look at that little plant there.
This is a thick one, man. Production, mama.
Yeah, I mean it can leak sometimes if you're not careful. It can leak a tiny bit, but the Gatorade one is like unusable.
It has the same look as the leaf structure of this Irish Haze tree.
Yeah, it's also in the smell woody and it's a bit spicy. Not so special at the same time.
No, not so special. But look at
But the production.
this one.
I bet.
This is it's legal. Spicy. I'm surprised. I didn't expect so much water to stuff inside. It's really special.
walking up to the field, we found a couple of drying spots where the local guys were manicuring and taking care of the dry material. It was very cool to see. On the way back, we stopped and have this really relaxed moment, this joint moment on a rock overlooking this beautiful panorama. And we had a very interesting conversation with Russ, one of our guides, and with one of the local growers. Again, confirmation of the fact that cannabis is one of the plants that help the poorest people on the planet.
It's 9/8.
Above the poverty line. He confirmed again to us that without the major cash crop, this country would really be in trouble, and the people would not be able to send their children to school and to live on a decent level.
What types of marijuana, more or less? What types of skunk? Like white widow or haze or, you know, a little bit strands that you try?
We can grow any, we're not novice.
So you can grow any strands.
And our climate is okay.
So when you start in summer, what time you start to plant? Is it September or October?
Just depend on your seeds,
Yeah.
quality of seeds that you have.
Maybe.
So where do you get your seeds from?
Just ask your neighbors and
From the neighbors, you share the seeds.
But when you say it depends on the seeds, so if you had the Swazi seeds, when do you plant the Swazi seeds? And the new seeds, these new cross indica.
Anytime.
Anytime. So it's
Even later, so you can plant November, January.
And the original Swazi you only can plant, so you say November, December, and when or October even. And when would you harvest? April. So it's October, April plant. That's the original Swazi. Do you still grow it or not?
Swazi.
Yeah.
We don't have few Swazi. It's a cross.
It's a cross. But all over Swaziland or this area?
This area we don't have Swazi.
This area.
But you know that there is still places where they grow the real Swazi.
There's another guy who told me about it, but I don't believe it.
You don't believe it? In this area?
No, in this area we don't have Swazi.
But you also don't believe it's in an area still there?
I don't believe it. Not unless I can see seeds and plant it.
How many families are involved with ganja in Swaziland?
Like, come on, man.
Everyone. How long are they growing in this area?
It's like been grown like since the beginning, especially with the Swazi people. It's been a traditional culture to smoke ganja before the arrival of the colonists.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a very long time ago.
That's
We're talking
very
about a
long
few
time,
hundred years ago.
from the beginning.
In these areas, there's evidence of people, of Bantu people even earlier.
That's right. Yeah. Well, the first to raise some people, like the poison, Koi and the sand.
Yeah.
And later on, there were the Sufi people.
How did people smoke in those days?
Those days they used like horns.
Horn?
Yeah, horn.
A horn from
the
animal.
horn. Yeah, there's a pong, there's a pipe, like a pong.
That's how they smoke.
That's how they smoke.
And they still do that in some areas or not?
Not anymore. It's
Not anymore.
quite an influence with the Western culture, because they've got the razors and peppers and things like that.
Yeah.
This is taken over and
It's not taking over the whole horns.
Come on, man.
And also in Swaziland, you only get a fine when you get arrested. Nobody go to jail. You can bail yourself out if you have money. So that's good from the government. The government understand that you guys depend on this crop.
This is a claim.
Again, it's again.
Just a claim.
Our law, our constitution is wonderful. We have two laws in Swaziland on cannabis. One is the 1922 Act, which is called the Opium and Habit Forming Drugs. And that act says, defines cannabis as a habit forming drug. This law on cannabis was made by Britain under the instigation of cotton farmers in Egypt.
Cotton farmers in Egypt?
Who didn't want to...
Afraid of him.
We were afraid of him.
When was this?
1922.
Oh, you know what it was? It was because it didn't switch the slap at Boris. I got stuck at Boris. I slapped him though, but like, fuck this game, man.
The reason was that the cotton farmers in Egypt
To protect them.
Wanted to protect themselves from cannabis. So they said, okay, let's pass this law for the whole British Empire so that no country in under the British Empire
It was seen
can
as a-
compete with our cotton. There is another section 20 of the Constitution which says that a law that has been created, enacted because of discrimination. No parliament is competent to pass a law. So any law that brings about discrimination,
It's
like this law,
unconstitutional to
it's
discriminate in
unconstitutional.
any way.
So in Swaziland it's null and void. So all we have to do when we go to court, we're just going to ask the court to confirm that this law in fact does not exist in this country because of our constitution. And that is what we have to do.
So there's such a strong, powerful plant here that has all this cultural history. Is this also what you're bringing into the court case to fight the old colonial law? Like this plant is so important, it has cultural valuables, and it should be legalized here in Swaziland.
That is one of the reasons, in fact,
Yes.
which I am going to put forward. But the major one, which the court will understand, because I mean they don't care about our traditional religion. They don't care. If I bring it, say, in Swaziland that we need to have this, that because of our cultural requirements, they will just look at me and say, hey, he's crazy. There are many, many people who say that we are 100% behind you. 99% of the people of Swaziland are supporting you.
Yes.
But nobody is prepared to come out in the open and say, look, we are together. Let's go to court. Or let's go to there. Let's do that. Even the growers themselves.
Yes.
I've asked the growers and said, look here. I said to them, look here. Anyone who gets arrested because of being in possession of cannabis, he must phone me immediately. I'll go to court and represent him free of charge.
Yes.
I mean, I'll give evidence because I'm not a lawyer by
No.
profession, but I can give evidence
Yes.
in court.
Yes.
They just don't want. They all run away. There is no way we can fail in court to abolish the cannabis laws because they are totally against human rights and they are illegal in themselves.
Dr. Ben Dlamini is a very well-known Swazi activist for marijuana. He spent many, many years working tirelessly towards the cause. There's a deliberate attempt by the media in Swaziland to portray him as a bit of a crazy old man, but when you spend just 5 minutes with him, you realize that he's just a wealth of information.
The day we have cannabis freed in Swaziland, everybody in this country will become a millionaire. Not just the very few who are bold to grow cannabis in the bush, but if we are growing it right in the public, everyone will be a millionaire.
We headed north of the Magugu Dam and we connected with a Rastafarian called Skoro, who's a carver, a wood carver. He knew a number of growers in the area and connected us with them.
We went to his house and we looked at him performing this fine craftsmanship. It's art that is probably getting lost, and it's beautiful to see how people can, just using a simple knife, they can make something so beautiful. It's really an art.
In my carving, this is my main tool. I use it when I start my carving.
Yes.
So I use this one to do the whole face and the whole thing. I start with this one.
Okay.
And then after this one, just use the knife.
Okay.
To make it smooth, it's only to use the knife in all the shapes. You just need to use the knife, and then after the knife, you just get a sanding paper.
Very nice Rastafarian man. Beautiful wood statues and objects. And this guy took us up to his place and then walked us down to a beautiful field. On the walk, we stopped by a school. Hundreds of children in their uniforms, very typical African school. They were all looking at us like they never saw a white person before or something. But it was really
Come
nice to
on,
see
man. Like,
children
come on.
very joyful, very welcoming. They're not afraid of strangers. They're very innocent, more innocent than developed countries' children.
Whoa, guys, be careful.
Sativa girls.
The terrain was again different from what we'd experienced before. And immediately we could see that there was it was really sativa dominant field and very, very Swazi.
Look how big they are, eh? But you see, he's got two fields separate. He's got the Swazi field and he's got like this mixed little kind of high grade, what they call it here.
Even that side is more Swazi than stuff.
Yeah, but you can see how his good stuff is diluted again by the local stuff.
Absolutely.
This is nearly 3 meters, guys.
Yeah, there you have 5 meters like that.
But it comes close to the Malawi, eh? Eh?
Yeah, very, very close in the structure, absolutely.
And look how many times they've pinched this one here.
Yeah.
Look at this one.
Super.
I've never seen so many pinched.
Well, they do it because they want to keep them bushier than normally
Two plants.
would be. Because otherwise, if it really shoots up like in the real structure, you see what happens there. They 5 meters.
You see how many? Yeah. So you think it's also a way of stopping the growth?
Absolutely.
Yeah. 2 weeks to stop it.
Absolutely.
We knew immediately in the moment we walked between the first plants that we were onto something closer to what we are looking for in this country. The real Swaziland genetics, the one that was really the goal and the purpose of this mission to recover. It was not really 100%. We are quite sure that there was still some influence from outside genetics, but definitely the structure of the plants and the type and the smell and the way they looked, and it was definitely closer to the real Swazi genetic.
So what we have here, this is.
They've gone a bit further than normal tipping. They
Yeah.
actually split the stem physically and twisted it.
Yeah.
To attempt to basically, this is used to lower the pressure of the plant.
This is what you guys do here to hide it better.
And you put a rock on the branch sometimes? To hold it
No,
down?
you can't put it on. Once you split it, you can just come and put it on.
Oh, you step on it.
Yeah, you step on
Okay, and you let it grow also in other plants to hide it better around your house. Is what you said?
Camouflage? Mixed with other...
For camouflage,
Yeah,
to
yes,
make it
yeah,
lower.
yes, for camouflage. Like people when they come in,
The growers split the plant at the third, fourth internet, and then they split it a second time. So they create very bushy plants, very strong, solid branching, and they have to do this because the genetic is closer to the Swazi. So if they don't do it, the plants shoot up 6, 7, 8 meters, and that is really not an effective way to grow because they would break in the storms with the wind. So very flexible and very smart growers in this country.
On the way, we see little fields with all kinds of vegetables and pumpkins and everything. And he's explaining us that sometimes they have to stay for a while in those mountains here.
The guys, they plow the pumpkins here so that when the time here for harvest,
yes.
So they get the fruit here, they just get the pumpkin here, and then sometimes they get the leaves.
Yeah.
At the top of the leaves.
I guess I am addicted to the switch toad. I guess I'm addicted.
And then they mix with the pumpkin. Sometimes they put milli meal or they put oil.
Milli meal.
Yeah, milli meal.
Okay.
Do something like pop.
So in time of harvest, you have food on the side.
Oh, already have food on that side, so that while it's hard to get back at home, so it's easy to plow food
Yes.
and get everything
Yes.
out of the food.
Very efficient.
It was very interesting to see how the guys there, the local growers, they use the the hot rocks to dry the cannabis. So the rock is exposed to the sun all day. It gets extremely hot by the first hours of the
Oh,
day.
dude.
And then at the end of the day, the guys bring the wet buds and they just lay them on the rocks and dry them there. And they told us that that way they can manage to dry a crop in 2 to 3 days. So very effective for them. Then we went on, we walked down to the waterfall. Along the side of the waterfall, down steep rocks, and we reached the bottom. There was a pool and a beautiful fall. And we jumped in, Aryan and myself. We had a very refreshing session after the long day. And it's always a magic moment during the Strain Hunters expeditions when you can find one of these beautiful pools in the middle of nowhere and just chill out for 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the water and just refresh our bodies, refresh our spirit, our minds, and go on like new again. We went and took the nicest walk of the whole trip along
I can
these,
hear him
river
saying it. I can
banks.
hear his
Beautiful
raspy
scenery,
accent
big
saying
rocks,
it.
the
I can
water
hear him.
clean and fresh, and we walked up looking for this great field that we were supposed to find.
I love homosexual people in a platonic way.
Once we arrive at the field, our hearts fill up with joy because we knew immediately that we did it, that we found the original source.
The real swag. This is it. This is it. Mild, woody.
Not many seeds in it, they pull the male shit, eh?
Yeah, for sure.
Little woody, eh?
A little woody, a little spicy, but mild, not very intense.
Slim buds.
Also in this real Swazi field, original Swazi field, we noticed that most of the big plants were already harvested. So what was left there was actually the later part of the crop, and the
Dope.
ones
That's a
that
cool
were
response.
delayed. But it was astonishing quality. It was incredible to see the same plants that we already saw in the scouting footage that Simon and Dave.
No, what?
But you think people
Why?
are be happy with Landgrave Swazi if we look at this like this?
Yeah, I mean, the old school smokers love the Swazi.
We should take some seeds of these ones, eh?
Absolutely. Especially the people that smokes from the 70s that have this kind of weed in their culture when they were young. They still appreciate it a lot.
Look at the sativa seeds, the small black seeds. Male and female. I spoke to them.
The field was quite big. The plants were very lanky, skinny, long sativas. The same type of sativas that we found in Malawi previously. Different in the smell, I would say more minty, more spicy, a little bit more mellow, less intense. It's a kind of weed that doesn't have that overpowering intensity in the smell. Nevertheless, it's very complex, and it's really the type of sativa that the old school smoker and the old school connoisseurs can appreciate.
It's spicy.
Yeah, it is a little.
Huh?
Not much bud, but a
Two
lot of
plants
flavor.
again. You see that? These grow on each other.
Yeah.
Original Swazi.
Ooh, again a little bit salty. It's salty fume.
Good.
strange.
Yeah, very strange.
But still relatively very low budget.
Yeah, very low budget.
Very low budget.
But the structure is better than the Malawi. The Malawi were more tower,
Yeah.
and this has far more branches.
It's also close to the river. You see how these plants adapt with all these little buds for fungus and everything. But very uniform, this swazi here.
What?
This is a real swazi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, another thing that we noticed in this field was that the presence
No,
of
it did
animals,
not.
There were a lot of
That did not
caterpillars
happen.
and quite a lot of grasshoppers and parasites. But this is normal considering the organic conditions in which the plants grow, and considering that the local growers don't really
Wow,
use
what was she, like a worker or something?
pest
What
control.
was she, an employee?
It's just natural.
Member of
100%
parliament?
Organic, natural production. So it's part of the game of nature.
Wow.
Lots of water, well organized water.
What?
Pipes and all.
Who is this?
Also very gravity from the
No power,
What?
no electricity, complete.
Wow.
It's crazy.
It's just
How
so
far does it go up
insane.
in this valley?
When you look on Google Earth, it's just
Is that all the dots we saw on Google Earth? That you see all those valleys?
Oh my god, dude. That's the most insane thing I think I've ever heard in my life.
Like
Like,
California.
why?
basically wherever there's water.
Yeah, wherever there's water.
This is like some reverse psychology for us to accept
Wow.
Islam into the West.
Complete success.
It's like a Trojan horse of reverse psychology.
Original
False
land,
flag.
Swazi gold.
That's just so insane. No. That's just so insane. This is clown world, man. What? Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna watch this. They did not do this. What the fuck? I can't watch. This is fucked, man. I can't watch this. I can't watch that. It's too demonic. That's just... Dude. That's crazy. I can't do it. She's not in a wheelchair. They did not do that. They did not do that. Bro, that is so evil. That must be the most evil thing I think I've ever heard. Yeah, bro. Dude. I can't even watch it. What was that, Ontario Parliament? And you know who's there. You know who the fuck is there. Stephen Lecce, that motherfucker. That piece of shit. You know he's there. And Doug Ford. You just know they're there. Those pieces of shit.
Woman who has magic powers, black magic, white magic.
Alright, I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna chill out.
Potions and medicines, local medicine, natural medicines.
That's crazy though, dude. That's so crazy. But what about like Jagmeet? What about like Jagmeet Singh? What's the difference? What the fuck is the difference?
We wait for you here.
No, dude. You know, there's a hierarchy, right? There's a hierarchy. At the top is corporations in Israel and Ukraine. It turns out women and disabled are at the very low of they're at like the fired threshold with the unvaccinated. So like the disabled Arab unvaccinated. That's like me. But I'm not a woman in a wheelchair. That's so insane. That was elected. I'm just a dude.
Where does your money come from?
So insane, bro. Holy shit. That has to be... That's a Rosa Parks moment right there, man. That's what that is. That's so like a racist. They're insane. Companies are so insane. They like on... You see the same companies that discriminated and fired people for not taking injections, celebrating like Women's Day. And like really, you probably like discriminated and fired about 50% of the humans on your company that are women, and you're gonna celebrate Women's Day, you fucking lying pieces of shit. Like fuck them, man.
Looking really good. No, there's big trees up there.
That's just so insane, dude. Like it's just so insane. That is a Rosa Parks. Oh my god, man. There must be some sort of deeper meaning for this.
Incredible.
Smells very sweet, right?
Really incredible. Nice.
Oh wow, yeah. They also are protecting, dude. They're protecting Trudeau. Like, check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
This is not real Swazi like we saw yesterday, not at all. But that's just a theory.
But look the one next to it here. You see?
Yeah.
Here, Swazi.
Yeah, more towards that. Wow.
Intense smell, eh?
Yeah, spicy. This is soil, beautiful. Yeah, rich, eh? Wow. Rich stuff.
This was definitely a place of crosses again. More indica.
Yeah, really.
Very, very, very beautiful plants in a very narrow valley. I was a bit worried about the light in that situation, but the plants looked beautiful.
It's good that this seed because one, they are ready in a short period of time. Other than the Swazi seed, whereby it's 4 to 5 months, then you harvest. Here it's somewhat.
You don't have a problem with the rain with these when there's too much rain, like the turd is black.
Rot.
Right,
Yeah, when it's too much rain, it's rot.
Compared to Swazi.
Swazi doesn't.
Yeah. So in the end, maybe the best is the mix between the Swazi and these high-grade genetics.
Yeah.
Because then you have good plants that are adapted to the local place and also bigger heads.
How much do they
That's so insane, dude. Like that's just so insane.
It's matches box. 3,000 matchbox.
Matchbox.
A matchbox.
Wow. How many people depend in Swaziland on the economy of this plant? How many school fees are paid or food is bought? Do you have any idea?
Hey, they are many.
Many.
But the problem is it's illegal.
Yes.
So they are hiding.
Yes.
Even high.
Dude with the towel around his head needs some better style, man.
They depend on
I don't know what the fuck's up with him.
They are afraid.
He needs some
hide
better
this.
style, bro.
They do it private.
So we are talking like a major significant part of the national GDP.
Yeah. All in all, financially, this trade, it boosts the economy of the country. This plant helps a lot of people.
Yeah.
School fees, food, everything.
Yeah.
Paying door.
Paying the door, school fees, food. What do you think? Is there many people in favor of making this plant legal in Swaziland? Or is it better for the growers to be illegal because the whole family depend on it? What do you think?
I personally, this is my view. It's good when it's illegal.
Yes.
Why? Simply because if we say let us legalize this crop, then everyone will cultivate it. Then the price or its value will degrade. So in that way, for one, I can say it's good.
For the benefit of the local community.
For the local community, it's very important that it stays illegal.
Yes, it's very, very important to remain illegal.
The guy is an elementary school teacher and a very respected person in the community, very knowledgeable person. One more time he enforced the point, the conviction that cannabis is illegal in this country, but this is not entirely negative for the local people. He made us understand how one more time here, like in Malawi, like in many other countries on the planet, the fact that cannabis is illegal is the only guarantee for people to live above the poverty line. If cannabis will be legalized in a country like Swaziland, then major corporations, agricultural corporations, could easily take over the production business And in the end, the poor people, the local rural communities that now benefit and survive thanks to the cannabis crop would have no chance.
So basically we should start a campaign not to legalize marijuana. Hey? And everybody declares us for crazy. What do you think about that idea?
On a spiritual level, I can say I agree. It's only an purely an economical thing.
But if so many people are depending on...
Yeah, but it's still not right. You know inside yourself when you spark up a joint that it should not be illegal. You know it in your heart.
As usual on that day we ran out of time because the fields just so beautiful and we ended up talking to growers for hours. So we left very, very late, which was a bit of a logistical problem because we had to get to a community camp called Gwempisi. Very, very cool.
Yeah, AI is doing some crazy stuff, bro. It's doing some ethereal stuff, man.
Hiking and horse trail. But the access to the camp is hectic and we really needed to do it in the day. Unfortunately, to make matters worse, we got a second puncture.
The descent to the camp, it was an extreme 4x4 part of the road. We saw immediately that it didn't even look like a road anymore, just like a bunch of flat rocks going down the mountain.
It took us like 2 hours to get over those rocks into the dark, into this amazing camp.
So when we arrived at the cave, it was actually so dark that we didn't even have a chance to look at the view and realize exactly where this place was located. But then as we woke up in the morning, with the first light of the day, the view was amazing. We were like on top of this mountain, with this huge valley and this river in the background. And with the first rays of the sun, we smoked a joint on top of the rocks there. It was like a very inspirational moment.
Because there's Alex Jones and then there's AI. AI is a prompt. I tried to make AI neutral, but AI definitely is going crazy.
We arrived, we took a fairly short walk up and we found this incredible field of really, really high grade, what they call high grade indica based genetics.
This is the high grade field. Wow, this short, nice stuff.
You see that? Dark green. Indica sized plants, eh?
Indica size and real
Come on, man.
Hey, Teresa, how are you? Good to meet you, man. Nice one. Really nice plants here, Teresa.
This is a big head, eh?
This is a serious genetic here.
Is this the kind of quality you grow normally here? How many years have you been growing this high grade? 2 years. Crossing. And before you grew the Swazi? Never. Only this high grade. You get much more.
Wow, look at that.
value
Look at
from these
that bud.
plants.
Oh my god,
Are
man.
they worth more than the Swazi and the local? Yes, sir. 4,000 rand per kilo. That's the price here. 500. So it's like 8 times more. So it's helping the community a lot, probably, no? Yeah, that's a beautiful wood.
The grower was very organized. He had under control the watering, he had under control the planting, he even prepared beds for the young plants, and we saw that he put a lot of dedication to his cash crop.
He'd also had really good spacing, so he went for the concept of, instead of filling his field, he really spaced the plants well, and basically explained to us that he plants late in order that the plants don't get too big. He finds that big plants in Swaziland need a lot of food, he explained to us, and that they get hit by the wind. So he actually found that it was better to grow shorter plants later in the season. What was also
Why,
really
it's like
interesting
such a
was that
scam.
there were no seeds. This was the complete sesame.
Oh, whatever. Mooch.
Got some skunkiness in it now.
Yeah, but also some pushing
Yeah.
more to the PP1 variety.
Yeah.
Man, but look at the crystal on this.
It's a Merry Crystal.
Hold it in the sun.
It's amazing.
Oh, sticky.
Yeah.
Buff.
Full of resin.
You could see that the traits and the buds were really extremely big and high grade and full of resin, and it was absolutely the best plants that we saw during the trip.
This is beautiful.
These are the best plants we found in Swaziland, even though it's not Swaziweed, but this is the best.
How's that one?
Man, it's incredible. A little strawberry, a little woody, a little...
This is a nice one. This is a nice one.
This is a nice plant. A bit more sativa in the leaf.
But this one has also much
Oh,
more
but
resin.
more resin, dude. Like, wow.
How did I, like, what? What?
We found the golden field.
What?
It's incredible. Man,
It's good to see that the Swazi planters are getting so good in growing. They're evaluating with their seeds.
evolution, man.
Evolution with their seeds that they accomplish in 10 times more money to get species and everything. And food.
AI is blowing my mind, man.
Paint the door.
Like, AI is blowing my mind. Oh, this is my favorite part. This is probably my favorite part of all of them. Check this out. Check out this part. Check it out.
Let's see the high grade.
Damn, dude.
Oh, baby.
It's organic outdoor cotton, guys. Realize what you see here. Organically grown outdoor marijuana.
High grade, perfectly manicured.
It looks so amazing, man.
In the coffee shop. This kind of quality, no fertilizer, no spray, nothing.
Africa will only be free the day every African nation can grow its cannabis and produce all the things that they can produce. Oil, food, clothing, medicine, everything.
Wow, that does sound like him. Like, it just blows my mind. That sounds exactly like him. Don't they sell like an InfoWars flask or something? Weren't you telling me about that or something? It's not it. It's not it. It's too slow, man. Around the table. Yo, are you serious, Coase? Yo, thanks, bro. What? Thanks, man.
And my friends and my staff. Only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to.
Thanks, dude. You're a man, dude.
We'll never say in
What's up, bro?
a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Yo, thanks, bro. Thanks a lot, man. That's really nice of you, man. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that, my man. I'm gonna do another weightlifting stream maybe tomorrow. I was hopefully I was gonna get this time today, and then Fucking lift weights tomorrow, but let's see. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. I'm gonna watch another Strain Hunters. Thanks, bro. Legend. Thanks, broski. I'm gonna put back the Trump emotes. I had Trump emotes, but I put him on purgatory because he said he wanted to give abortion rights to the states, and that's insane because that's not for freedom. I'm a freedom guy. Sorry if you completely disagree with me and you just subscribe to me. But I'm on the side of freedom always, you know.
It's time to show the world how.
I'll probably put it back though, but like, man.
How does a seed company should work, and where does he obtain his stuff that is grown outside?
No, because it's not. No, it's because it's not. It's not about abortion. It's about that he will give body autonomy rights to the government, to the state, right? It's not about abortion. I mean, it is, but it's not. Yeah, of course, I apologize to Master Chief. I apologize to him, right? I wrote to him, I said I apologize. Right? Should never said that, whatever, blah, blah. I wrote, I mean, I still believe in what I said, but no, I shouldn't have said it to you like that at all. You know? Because you were there for that shit. Me being an asshole, as usual. I don't want to be an asshole.
Malawi is a very, very special African country. I guess what makes it special is the wildlife, the beautiful scenery, but most importantly, the people. It's one of the poorest countries in the world.
No, man. Well, dude. Well, okay. Like, that comes down to the whole thing of, do you think there should even be a government at all? And where is the line of governance, right? I mean, it's the exact same thing as the vaccine discrimination. My body, my choice, right? Like, it's the same. It's like, do you want to give any rights to the government? And why?
An expedition like this, especially in Malawi, is only possible with formal.
Why would you even? It's like it's like playing Russian roulette. Like, why would you even do that? You know what I mean? You can't do that because you're in a state of constant terror and fear. Like, Trump's speech was almost as bad. Like, Trump's saying he's happy it'll go to the state was almost as bad as fucking Biden's vaccine September 8, 2021 speech. Honestly, in terms of violation of human rights, it was insane. That's why there was such a huge uproar about it across the board, because it's insane that he said that. He may have lost the election because of that, and not because of me. You know? It's crazy. It's insane what he said. You can't do that. You can't say that. What else will he do? He'll bend. It shows that he'll bend. He'll throw the rights of the people under the bus for whatever entity he's serving. Right? And it just happens to be women that day, you know? It's insane. You can't do that.
The flat side there, yeah? Is that what it is?
But that's just my opinion.
Is it up the top, or it will work all the way down to the rift?
I think Fedge, military roads, foreign affairs. Yeah, it's true, right? Like the police, right? The police, the wall. prisons.
1 hour, and then after 1 hour, it's another 45 minutes, and then after 45 minutes, it's another hour and a half. Because it doesn't work.
By state.
The walk was like longer than 6-7 hours, and we had to go back in the dark.
Yeah, but these are like public services, right? I mean, enforcement of law isn't really a public service. I mean, it kind of is, but it's different from a body autonomy, right? And how someone will choose to live their life and the financial fallout of it.
I'm part of the crew that is waiting for those 2 4x4s, eh? You confirm, eh? You confirm the vehicles are available today, eh? Perfect.
How big? 3 hectares?
Yeah, but it's like it's not government given liberties. It's God given liberties, I guess. Right? Like, who cares what the government thinks? Who cares what a bunch of group of people think, right? That's kind of the point.
Made our connection.
See this plant? This plant here. This kind of plant here. It's his plant.
So it just shows a complete lack of character on Donald Trump's part, right? To throw 50% of the population under the bus. Like, it's just so insane.
500 meters down into the bush, and there was this huge field of 5-6 hectares in Malawi.
Dude, it's man, that is, dude. It's not. It is not easy to just pick up and move a state. I mean, just you did it. Yes, you did do it, and I did it. But it's not like, dude, you can't do that. Oh yeah, and I think he took too long. I think he took too long to change his what he said. Because if he comes out and changes what he says, then it just shows that, like, it's exactly like the Carrie Lake thing, where Carrie Lake changed her thing on stance on abortion, kind of. I mean, you have to. It's insane. Like, you can't. Like, it's just so insane.
And that field really impressed me because it was, for me, the first time that I had a chance
So he's
to
fucked.
see
I think Trump's now fucked. Trump may have lost the election already. Not due to him fucking saying it, but taking this long to even have to change it. Because he's going to have to change it. You can't run for the election saying that shit. There's absolutely no way. It's so insane. There's no way he's going to win saying that. I mean, he might. I don't think he would. Like, it's just too crazy.
If you go into an area like Malawi and you meet a lot of people, you see growth for 20 years, you see growth for 10 years. You see
Speeches in 2028.
most of the time they're a little bit scared and not allowed to say to you from the family or the community how long they
Oh
grow.
wow. I think it's Joe Rogan
Make sure that
there.
you know who is doing what, because often you can see
Yeah,
that
the
the
Biden.
most good grower is also the guy who hasn't obtained a very good
Then they'll probably hand it off to Kamala Harris, right?
Malawi are very resourceful people. They are very poor people. They are people who use everything they can to maintain their family and their children.
The reason why they call it Malawi is that this crop, it is rare, just like gold. You can't find it in any other or in any other country. And this, with just a little, you can fetch much money.
That's what makes them good growers. The need for survival. These guys don't know nothing. They don't know how to speak English almost. But they know things about the plants that are pretty amazing.
Did you ever try to give fertilizer to the plant? Yeah,
charcoal they use as fertilizer, yeah.
Some of them are already so advanced that they actually pull their males. Some of them are so advanced that they actually know they have two phenotypes in their field, even if they don't know the meaning of the word phenotype in English.
Hey, when did you plant this? When did you plant it? January. 20 January. And when you harvest? May. 20 May. 4 months. So you have 4 months of harvest.
You can see that a lot of them use agricultural techniques that are borrowed from other industries. You can see that, for example, they try to plant the ganja field the same way that the cassava fields are planted. And you can also see that what they do is a very
That's just my opinion.
sophisticated thing.
But I don't think it's
And that
based
means
on.
to completely isolate one strain, one genetic, and let it only reproduce with itself, like in one single family.
It's representative of how they would, what they would do with human rights. When the pressure comes, who they serve.
So these seeds are very, very old. This is maybe already 100 generations.
They're not serving the
People
people.
are doing that even without realizing, because they have one place, and that's so far away from any other place that the seeds they make every year are completely inbred seeds.
Yeah, very good job.
I am seriously impressed by this.
How long you grow?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're a good farmer.
You are serious farmer. Respect.
You make the world happy. What a dream would it be to have a field like this in the world? You see how small we are. Now you can see how they pushed to indoor. Outdoor will be much nicer, but they really pushed to indoor.
For us, it's also nice to see actually what's not possible in Europe anymore. In Europe, because the war on drugs went so crazy, with all the Christian parties and other people against us, everything moved indoor.
Indoor growing is for sure against nature. So people grow indoor when they cannot grow outdoor, because we all know it's scientifically proven that the best marijuana in the world is grown under the sun.
So what happens now in my country, we all have like 10, 20 lights.
Oh, my friend.
Grow under the lights and grow in certain kinds
It's about whether you choose to care about what the government thinks, whether what something is illegal or not, right? Whether you support that.
The range of cannabinoids and terpenes that can develop in the marijuana resin, thanks to the sunlight,
It doesn't matter what
is
the
never
states say
achievable on an
at all.
indoor setting.
The governments in Europe really pushed to grow indoor because we have no choice.
Waste the electricity,
Waste
create more
electricity,
pollution.
create pollution, do all kinds of things.
This actually is offsetting CO2.
On the other hand, indoor you can really control your environment. When you grow outdoor, you can
This
never
fucking
grow
game.
scientifically. So to study the marijuana
No, dude, I'm in favor of no government, man.
create new strains, it is necessary to work indoor as well. You cannot do it by only doing it outdoor. But my heart always tells me the best marijuana in the world is outdoor.
I don't think it's it.
And when you come back here, you see
Might
a
be
lot
it.
of the people and the passion. And at the same time,
Oh, that was a good run.
you see outdoor pot grown in soil that's absolutely fertilized. Sometimes they use charcoal, that's the only thing they use. And the plants are beautiful green and have a beautiful taste and a beautiful high. The big difference is that the pot outside is not as strong as the pot inside, but has a much better taste that I personally prefer. So yeah, smoking pot in Africa is great, and especially in Malawi, where we have great evenings smoking the Malawi bush.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, exactly.
third day we went on. Another contacted us in Dakota Bay. We call them James Brown. Okay, you guys come and go.
Yeah.
Yeah? How are you doing, man? Everything okay? How's his place? They stole his money.
Ganja's been a plant that was always here, but ganja growing in the end and in our current context is a survivalist thing. People do it to survive. Malawi and many parts of southern Africa, it's been a survivalist thing that people can do to make money and feed their families.
We are making fun of this oil for food
What? Like, why?
came during the 90s in the Middle
It wasn't peace.
where basically they were telling people that in the end the oil was supposed to feed them and really give them what we never had. We are doing that with cannabis. Cannabis is doing that itself with all the poorest people of the planet. Basically, it's a crop that can save the children of the poorest areas of the planet, and the people perceive the crop as a positive one. They know it's a plant, they know it's not a poison, they know it's not a hard drug, they know that it's just a way to keep their families alive without harming the planet.
Slowly now, the world has come to a conclusion that we can see that the big success of us comes due to feminized seeds. Feminized seeds is a crop that says itself already, it's only feminized plants. The big advantage of feminized plants is that you have a very stable crop, homogenetic totally, and you can say for like 90%, and you don't have any males. So it will be very, very nice in the future, and I think it will take maybe another 10 years, but you will see in the future that farmers in poor areas will start growing feminized crops for their community and to gain much more money to send the children to school and to develop their houses in the community.
Look, we made hash. Wow, banana.
Whoa, man!
Is it, man?
That's really good, man.
This is.
Wow.
Finger, eh? Finger hash. Like that. Yeah.
Wow.
You really did it, man.
So this is the first banana
You
hash.
really did it.
Look at this, man. Wow.
Damn.
Charas
from Malawi.
Malawi black.
Oh, that doesn't even exist, man.
I think you are.
We created this.
I think you are amazing, man, for listening to the king and making the real.
You like?
Huh?
This is too strong, huh?
Too strong, eh?
James Brown and Nelson, really, really nice guys, and it was quite frustrating and hard when we finally got there and found that everything had been cut down. It happens in Africa, we could understand it, but I was a bit frustrated with the two guys.
Yeah, guys, and we have been walking for four hours to this field. And I already told them, make sure that you go to the field. Yeah?
To get there, to walk so far and then find a few plants was a little bit disappointing, particularly when you got the king.
It must be like 3 times this size to say it's a field. You understand? One of the guys apparently didn't check the fields properly, and we went walking and walking up, down, and it was a very,
Come
very
on,
rainy
man.
day. We had a real
Oh my God.
and walking up and down the hill, and we saw some plants, but not much. How far away is the next field from here?
James Brown, and Nelson did a lot of damage to our expedition because they cost us like 1.5 days. But they also did some good because in the end they took us back to that one grower where a few months ago we found the most amazing single plant that up to now I saw in my life. And thanks to James Brown, in the end we have the genetics. So we forgive James Brown.
How about decentralized? How about so decentralized, it's up to the individual? That would be the most decentralized.
What we did now, we first did a little bit south, then we did the middle, and now we go to the north. And you can see the diversity of it.
But again, it's just a metaphor.
We are the only ones who are really looking for the wildland races in countries and bringing this back across the nation. But I think it's really time to share this with everybody who wants to have it. So what I would suggest to do is make this big genetic wall on the fairs, make a few hundred crosses. For example, here we have the Malawi gold, so we make it in pure form.
And then throw everything we have on it.
So what we will do is we make all kinds of bags and put in like 20 seeds. And we will have stabilized and unstable strains, hybrids. And we will just give this to people and make sure everybody can share it. Because
that way we can use the expertise and the logistics of our customers, and they can help us getting much more.
We already have 1,800 crosses of hybrids in the fridge line, and we have no time to grow it out. It's so much, it's better to start sharing this with people.
How many times you open the fridge and I start drooling and telling you, hey man, let's take that out, hey, let's use that.
We maybe used 100 strays from the 1,800, and you have no space, you need 10,000 lights to do it, you don't have them. So I think we should start making a genetic wall. Vincent, who's the brother of Tomo, who I used as an assistant during the whole trip, we tried to help his family out with all kinds of stuff. In previous trips he asked me to bring his brother along, because his brother wanted to go to universities to study medicine. So we decided to pay his fee for the first year, and we took him along.
No, dude, it's not an either or thing.
We had to drop off Vincent in Nakota Bay.
You mean in terms of like it being socialized? Yeah. And the money to pay for it? Yes. I understand that.
Rowers of his ambulance. And to all the young guys that were walking on the street got arrested and thrown in prison.
But it's a part of life. The same reason why I'm okay with my tax dollars funding vaccines, even though I don't take any vaccines, Same type of thought process. I also don't pay any taxes, because I don't work.
How many people in the car? 3, perfect. Everyone out. Okay, come on then. Okay.
How are you, sir? How are you? Very good. Thank you. My name is James. James.
when Simon finally pulled him out and came back to us and everything seemed to be fine, we go look for the next guy. We had an appointment with Peter, and apparently Peter is in jail as well.
These things all happen on a trip like this.
What?
We decided, because Peter was not available to go on our own, so what we did, we arrived at the village from Mr. Banda. The crop was stolen by people. So unfortunately also that crop was not available anymore. So we went back in the mud and in the rain. It was a terrible trip.
I've been stuck in some places in my life, but like you get stuck in Africa, there is no way of getting stuck anywhere else. Because the mud is just different. There's just this mix of clay and sand and the evil of the devil in it.
And in these situations you all can see how fragile a big expedition is to find something. Something can go really, really small wrong, and the next 2 days you're stuck and you're going to miss out on the good views or other things.
I was struggling. I was really thinking we were going to spend a night there. But thank God we got out.
Come on, man.
We all know anyway that the area
Yeah, that's true, bro.
that is the area of Malawi where the best stuff goes. So we spent another day there, and then we went back to Isaac, who in the meantime located a few other fields for us to find the original Malawi gold. Table.
Isaac was the real link, because Isaac was really the guy that the growers trusted. The growers didn't trust Tomo, the growers didn't trust Vincent or Nelson or James Brown. Not even me and Aryan, because they just don't know us. But the growers trusted Isaac.
Isaac was our gem. In fact, a lot of the large fields that we eventually accessed
Ukraine.
through Isaac. The other guys were often taught
Sorry.
a bit of exaggeration. Isaac never
Sorry.
exaggerated, and we saw umpteen fields because of his connections. I really liked Isaac.
Yeah, dude, I think it's just, I think that we have God-given rights, I guess, not government-given rights. But you're right, if it's socialized, there needs to be some sort of governance. You're right. Which I think, in that opinion, I think it should be federal. If there's any, like, you know. Well, it depends. Depends on the health system per state, per province. But it should never be illegal or up for debate.
It was actually the first time in the whole Malawi mission that a group of guys so rough in the middle of nowhere gave me the feeling of really having cover, organized, completely organizing what they do.
Really? You see also they go away, and in 4 weeks the grass is up again and put it down again. They can move quickly.
Yeah,
They just take another hill.
It's a whole flexible, serious operation.
Really pros, these guys.
Let's walk to the field, guys. Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh my god, man. Come on, man. I know, right?
put also again here, they put this patch of seeds down.
Yeah, then nature does the selection.
Nature does the selection.
May the strongest survive.
Can you ask him why this patch is green? Different, you put more charcoal in the ground. Ah, he fertilized this ground with charcoal.
You can see.
Look at the internodes here.
Uniform and
From
steady.
Here. 1, 2, 3,
Steady.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here it gets a little short. You see on top.
And look at the competition already of the 4th, 5th set of branches already. It's our half the plant already climbing up to competition. Really solid plant.
You see, it's still pretty green for the end of the
What? Like who?
Yeah, but it's also because of the system. You can stretch this one.
But that's because the
Oh, big employer. Oh wow, insane.
But he pulled all his males, eh?
Yeah.
See that, eh? He took all his males away.
Not one man.
It's too late. They're too late. They're too late.
They're just too late.
But
They
you
don't
know-
recognize them on time.
Well, what the thing is here.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna be back in a second. 1 sec. Let me. Or one more run, and then I'll be a break. 1 sec.
Money for the thing, and they need the seeds for next year, so they just do the seed thing here. You know? This is how it all works all over Africa. You'll see that.
Demand and supply.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's walk a little to the other side.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
It was a smooth walk, it was not too steep.
Maybe.
And we get to this
It's a great idea.
beautiful field. Really amazing location. Perfect sun exposition with the greatest soil. Very, very, very good fertilized. These guys burn trees. They improve the soil with ashes to give the extra P and K for the flowering.
Like why?
Serious? It's good. We got
It's
all
not
the
it.
seeds from this area. No, look how beautiful it is.
Nah, this is serious. Much more than the other.
And here, I would say that the next stage here is
Like why? Like why?
I see this is more fruity and the
What?
is a little more pointy, and the other one is stronger branching, longer internal a little bit, a little bit more less pointy leaf, and in the end woodier.
What do you think, son? Nice, huh?
Check it out. Woody one, fruity one. And the branching is much more solid and the internal longer.
Come on, man.
Look at the leaves here. Look, I'll show you the leaves. What's the difference?
Let me see.
One's thinner than the other.
Yeah, full on.
See that?
Full on. The thicker one is the more woody one, and the thinner one is the more fruity one. That's the funny part. Because you would imagine the fruitier one has more indica in it, but it's actually the one with the more sativa leaf. This is really genetically very, very interesting field. And you see that only the fruity one gets the red on the stems, and the woody one doesn't. It stays green on the stem. Only the fruity one gets the red lines, the thick red lines. Transportation, highways. Very interesting.
Franco, I've got the virus here. Look.
Yeah.
See the virus? A very slim. Well, it's not a virus, it's a bacteria. See? But you see, compared to the healthy plant, you see the cut of the leaf also here. Exactly the cut of the leaf goes away and it gets very slim and it gets light yellow and it downs.
And also the texture, the crunchy.
Beautiful, eh? It's so perfect. Frankie coming. Simon saw a patch on the other side. It's apparently really nice, like everything here. This is a real
strain, man. Here is strain hunters find something really
worth hunting.
Yeah.
And worth walking hours and hours in the jungle.
The Malawi gold. Here it is.
Once we saw the first field, we even got the chance to get to the second field. And the second field was actually the most amazing I've seen in the entire mission. Because there you could really see that all the factors that one grower was able to do that, the other grower was able to do that, the other grower was able to finish up with the final touch, and they put it all together in one place. Now this place had really everything. It had the right technique of planting, the right spread out of genetics, the seedlings were germinated properly, the males were being pulled out at the right time. So for me it was really nice to see that even though they don't really know how to do it in an organized way, it comes down on a quite organized way.
That's the pineapple thing again.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a few of those in the field that we find, huh? There's some new stuff we don't use. This is really something very particular. I've never seen it before. Test this in the laboratory for the turkeys and see what comes out of it. But this is really very interesting. Put some seeds away. We bring it back and now we work with it, see what comes out. I don't know any haze right now that has the full pineapple thing. You know, you can talk about mango and you can talk about whatever, strawberry, and, you know. We should make it pure, in a pure form, so people can breed with it. So we make feminized Malawi gold seeds. And the best one we can pick out indoor, and we should cross it all.
We let people select for us.
And then we let people select for us. They put the thread on the internet, and then we and give the seeds for free and put it in our gene bank and see what comes out. Because this is fabulous. Huh?
Pineapple, anyone? People are gonna freak out. People will love the fruity stuff. Really amazing.
Anything interesting up there, Simon? Very interesting. But I think we saw like now 20 fields in Malawi, and all of them are different. Eh? All farmers are different. All the grow all different. And
much more variety.
Be right back.
Breeding again for God knows how many hundreds of years of breeding. Still you see the 2-3 lines beautiful uniform in between themselves. Really.
well, I think we find enough to make the world happy on seeds here. I think we have a lot of new stuff to
A lot of work for the
lot of new work for the next few years, because here the original Malawi gold should really come back. It's so nice. I think everybody should go back to smoking sativa, but yeah, you know my opinion. You want to smoke indicas, well, you also
don't bring me back in the discussion again.
I want this.
How many times we go
I want
this
everybody
discussion?
to smoke this thing. I want everybody to be high, and I don't want everybody to be stoned. I want
There's the moment to be high, there's the moment to be stoned. There's the moment for the whiskey, there's the moment for the red wine.
There's always. Anyway.
The Milan expedition was really special. It was a privilege to be with the King and Franca and to find what we did find.
The Malawi mission has been a great success. It's been very difficult, very harsh on the equipment and on us, but we accomplished it. We did it.
It was a very successful trip for us. We have seen huge fields from 4, 5, 6 hectares of Malawi gold. We have brought back different batches of seeds from all different regions, and yeah, it was very successful. We got all the seeds and all the phenotype we wanted to breed with for the future.
Ja, Rastafari, Selassie, I.
Wait just a second, I'll change the picture. You look very nice.
Yeah, we are going with these guys to Kenya plantation.
Maybe next year I'll come again. I'll come and look you up, eh? Because you're the best.
Turkey through his wise technology, the basket bridge that you have come to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to eat in like 8 minutes or so. Maybe more. And then I'll play some more. Dude, Kozlak, thanks for the sub, man. Thank you, Balkans, for the sub the other day. Toad, Like Goose for the sub. Appreciate it, my homies. Baron. Sailor Goose. I'll play for like another 5 minutes, maybe. I'll probably keep the stream on, though.
thought of it.
Para Trinidad, todos en the chicken. You need to know the island to be able to judge the situations. And Dr. Green told us exactly where we could be smoking and where it was advisable not to be smoking. We had trips in the car where it was very dangerous to smoke. For example, when we were driving on the highway because we could be stopped at any point. And when we were driving in the countryside and the hills, then it was a little bit more relaxed to smoke. But you could notice that it was never completely relaxed. There was always some tension in the air every single time someone would spark up a joint.
They shouldn't rule tobacco joints even on Trinidad because when the police sees you with those things, they stop you and give you a pat down immediately, thinking it's marijuana.
In Trinidad, first of all, we do not mix tobacco with other weed. Right, that's the first thing. And usually, a lot of people, when they smoke a joint, they like to smoke a cigarette afterwards. So some ingenious Trinidadian came up with the idea that maybe before the joint is finished, you should open back the joint and stick a cigarette in. And that's where Trinidad first came up with the roll-on, because you're rolling the joint onto the cigarette. How long are they doing this? For as long as anyone that I've spoken to can remember. A lot of us like to break a little tip off the cigarette, it gives it a little more intensity and taste. And then you basically add the cigarette to the end of the joint just the same way you would add a roach, or a filter. Right? You would put it in and basically you around the cigarette, basically try to get the cigarette first. Once it's tight enough on the cigarette without creasing the cigarette, because if you crease the cigarette you get some smoke passing. Just look and start. There you have it. You've got yourself Trinidad roll-on. This part, the whole thing is called a roll-on. When the pure hole is finished, and it gets to the cigarette tastes like the hole. So we call the cigarette part funk, because it tastes funky.
Why? What?
We had some very, very good sources in Trinidad to scout some marijuana. We knew it was not too great there, and also we knew that the planters were having problems and all moving to really, really small fields.
The biggest field you might come across may be less than a quarter of an acre. And
Yeah, really.
some guys even have
He really did.
3 trees or 1. They plant different places, but they just have 1 or 2 here and there. It makes it easier for helicopter parties over with 2 trees in a spot. They're not going to waste their time on land and take down those 2 trees. So it's smart, but it's also a lot more hard work.
They basically use the unique terrain, the mountainous volcanic terrain to their advantage. You have to walk really, really, really far. You feel like you're dying, you slip, you squelch, you fall down, and the mud itself grabs your feet as you walk. And this all basically helps the growth.
No, I love gay people, and gay people are not gay because of chemicals in the water. I have to clarify that.
We imagine that they would have been a little bit bigger, the flowers during the entire period. How many plants you have there? You plant like every time you read this, every time you
Imagine the 16 with that gay frog comment. Oh my god.
Until November, we find some decent stuff, and but the main problem of the state emergency also there you saw is that the planters were really, really hiding their plants between like 1 or 2 square
That was
feet,
close.
little fields, also half an acre. We saw that pretty low grade quality compared to the
island is so bad that they are forced to hide and to cut as quickly as possible. So they don't even actually allow the plants to mature properly, finish their cycle properly. Because they live in this panic situation, they just want to make sure that they get crop in, they get some money in, and they stay out of jail.
This is crazy. The spices are full of flesh. It's really, God is dead.
You need seeds for this one. Straight away. You need seeds for this one.
Really refreshing.
Is this how most of you guys live? Is it vegetable here? You plant, you live with you plant food.
It's just astonishing to see how people that just a year or two before were managing major operations indoor and outdoor now were forced to small guerrilla style grows in their backyard, hidden, in panic, again, fearing the helicopters coming every day. And this is just incredibly bad.
Compared to cocaine, is there more people in prison for cocaine or for marijuana? Yeah? 35 or 45 is how much you live?
In like this, 73.
73?
Yeah.
7 for marijuana, 3 for cocaine.
Yeah.
One gets caught with anywhere from some leaves to up to straight up to a kilogram. They can be charged for possession. They have the option of keeping you in jail for up to a year maybe. Trafficking.
Yeah, but dude. Just because they could potentially force something draconian at a federal level doesn't mean that you should therefore put yourself at risk for imposing that draconian measure at the local level, right? You know? It shouldn't be a decision of anybody. You know? Should be God-given and not up to anybody.
Well, with all our experience of 20 years of Africa, Caribbean, Asia, whatever, one small detail we forgot to check the key of the gasoline. It's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. Arizona, it's fucked.
So we're gonna have to break the thing open.
Alright, I'm gonna eat dinner in like a minute or two. My nephew and niece are over. They just came over by surprise. Which is nice. I like seeing them, obviously. No, but it's not about handing anything to them. But no one would listen to them. That's the thing, my man. Like it's not up. It doesn't matter. It's like if they say you're not allowed to breathe air, people are just gonna breathe air, my dude.
So guys, we're here in a country state of emergency.
Some more in terror than others.
Indoor grow rooms are closed down now. A lot of big plants are. Okay. So
and debating whether breathing air is a state or a federal decision makes just as much sense as abortion.
His friends, they had a small town around a veggie field where they used to grow tomatoes and all the crops.
But it's not about anybody allowing them or not allowing them. It's like you're creating a you know.
3, 4, 5 plants together, not more, and they absolutely camouflage those plants. If you're standing at 3, 4, 5 meters from them, you won't see them. It's art.
This circumstance is so difficult to grow. It's so dangerous.
It's not it. It's not it.
The last day we were in Trinidad, on the island, we had a chance to join a special ceremony, the Sabbath, the Bobo Shanti Rastafari community on the island. Very, very special people.
This is a community within the church that believes in God.
Alright, I'm gonna go eat. I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 20 minutes maybe. Thank you for being here.
Give thanks for all the most high for the divine Give thanks for the blessing of life. Give thanks for our brethren that come to the island of the one who was the living of the island of 7.
Bobo Shantis are the second largest Rastafarian sect on earth, and they are very colorful. They pray a lot, they read the Bible, the Ancient Testament mostly, and it was very special to be allowed to film and document such an incredible cultural feature of the island.
Jesus of Christ. This is smoke road. When I tell people that they feel like it's on the road, that Christ is the greatest solution. And Christ tell about the road and teach people about the road. So we know that. So within I culture, we know so that the whole originates from Ethiopia, Africa. For there it came from. So we don't smoke road for heaven. We don't smoke road to get high, to hallucinate, to enjoy a party. We don't smoke road for that. We smoke out for meditation because life is a meditation. Life and itself is a meditation. From you wake up on your bed in the morning, your meditation running. Till you go to bed at night, you don't know, even when you sleep in your meditation still running because the mind is.
The government is openly against cannabis and against even the Rastafari people who use cannabis. But these guys, they live in a way that respects the local community and they show that they can do it. They can use the herb without being harassed or hassled more than we do. And this is because they are so strong and so religious and so deep in their thoughts. They don't really deal with the herb, they don't really make a business out of it, but they just grow it for their own use and smoke it for their own prayers and ceremony. So it's probably the single most accepted way in Trinidad for herb to be approached, even though it's still illegal in that way.
Where are you from? What is the college?
Police, Arizona.
Arizona.
Because Arizona is skunk.
Arizona skunk. You mean the skunk? The real smells like that.
Because of this one. These plants here would like smell it. 3 more weeks like skunk.
Yeah. It's pungent.
Good punch.
Very good, man. Good. 3 more weeks like skunk and it's not like really strong.
The fatter one is in here. 3 more weeks like skunk. Then there will be more in it. So half a total. So you cut most of it half a total to half of them. Yeah? How many times a year you plant?
Right 1 year non-stop.
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 What's this we have here?
This is the next year skunk.
Okay.
This is coming down to this is the next year skunk. This one is called jam jam.
Jam jam.
Yeah.
That's why it's called jam jam.
Like the chewing gum from the new texture. Candy melon. That's why it's a good one for a new plant. Candy melon. 7 helicopters are flying around that hill, right? Only for ganja. What about the cocaine? Nobody goes after the cocaine?
Nobody goes after the cocaine. We had to talk about the big fish then?
Yes.
Then country. Big fish then.
Big fish. Get the politicians together.
You understand that big fish and lead the politician because the politician is big fish too.
What really worries me, you know, is the lack of herb is going to go on like this on an island like this. In the future, the young people are going to take cocaine because of it. This is where the danger starts. In the Seychelles, a country where I came many, many times, like in the late 90s, they started cracking down on all the planters. There's no planter anymore. Everybody was smoking ganja. Now everybody's taking cocaine and sticking off it. Yeah? And the same will going to happen in the Caribbean countries if they completely get rid of the marijuana, and then all the cocaine comes through, and everybody starts taking cocaine. It's really, really, really stupid.
What really touched me about the ceremony was the way we were welcomed, and the warm vibe and the energy that people gave us. We were really not treated like outsiders, and it was just a very special connection that we made. It was, it was quite emotional. It was special.
generations because the local league is always stronger and takes over because it's so dominant with so much Holland. It's such a big area that the high grade that is being imported mostly through Jamaica has no chance.
This place, what a beautiful place, guys. So it's incredible. Man, this valley, look how nice the sun comes in. And all the way until the other valley, you see only ganja. That ganja country here. Cool. Look different than the other place we were. The same, just mixed up genetics.
But it was very interesting to speak to all the farmers about their land races. We saw different phenotypes of the local bush wheat. We saw different ways of how they plant. They have these beautiful, nice little hills because they have this huge amount of rain. Some planters plant like really, really steep. Some planters have a better field. Well, it was also nice to hear that they only plant 1 year on one field or 2 years maximum sun because they give some fertilizer that you can get in the local grocery shop. And then they would leave the field for 2-3 years and swap to the field next door and start growing there again.
We have 13 hours on the road, guys. 13 hours on the road hunting for this stuff. Very, very good plants. Very good farmers, guys. Taking care of it well. Taking care of it. So it's a good country. It's well controlled by the politicians. It's well controlled by the police. They've got good drugs law.
I really do despise my family. I really do hate them, like, with every ounce of my heart. Like, they're just the fucking stupidest group of human beings. I really do hate them.
To walk a good walk to reach the top. It took us a good 4 hours, 5 hours, and it was really, really intense. Mostly because of the climate. We had very hot temperature, very sticky, humid air, and that it was really not as easy as some people would have thought. We reached the top, and it was really nice because it was one of the few times that the clouds were not completely surrounding the top of the mountain. So we had really good views of the crater, and we had a chance to rest a little bit, eat something on the way on top, get back some energies for the descent.
I think it's one of the best destinations in the world to come and smoke. Government is not too difficult, and they catch you, you're pretty easy, you bail yourself way out, you know, you have more. You're much more relaxed and look at the nature here. Where can you sit like this on the parade? Look. It's Ganja Island. Ganja and just Ganja Mountain. Ganja Mountain. And just around all those hills, you're going to go down, you're going to have a look at 2-3 more fields. It's everywhere, it's Ganja. And you know volcanic pass. It's probably the best soil in the world. Also in Hawaii, they have one of those things.
really, really good holiday. You rent a big fat ass villa in Dekwe in Ustria with your best friend. You organize a big powerboat. You blast to the other islands. You walk up to the volcano, so you do a good training with your new friends. You have a nice lunch somewhere in the bush. You smoke a big fat joint. You have the best day of your life. You come back in the night in the villa. You chill. You smoke another one. Go to sleep. And do the next day. So, we call it pura vida. Pura vida. No discussion.
Let's not forget that these islands are included in the list of the top luxury destinations on the planet today. And there must be a reason for that. The reason is not only the beautiful, pristine waters and the friendly music and the beautiful people of the islands, but it's also the approach to cannabis. Here you are allowed to smoke and to enjoy cannabis reasonably. Of course you have to watch out what you do because technically it's still illegal, but you are almost encouraged to enjoy cannabis as part of your holiday, as part of the local culture of the island.
We stayed in a really nice villa, which was quite unusual for Australian renters. We were staying in absolutely lap of luxury. But that didn't change the fact about the work that we had to do every day.
We decided after renting our villa, scouting around, to hide out in Medway in the sea. And in that case we also needed the power boats, the original power boats and the smugglers, because there's no other way to go quickly, unseen into St. Vincent.
Using the boat was a lot of fun, but at the same time required a lot of logistics around it.
Of course you attract a lot of viewers when you come with cameras and a lot of white people on the Black Beach. So we decided to do this really, really rapidly. We've asked the locals to see where can we land quickly. All on the powerboat. We are there in 30-40 minutes from our island to the main island. We jump off or on the boat. We go straight into the jungle to the field. Nobody sees us, so we are very, very safe and we are very fast. It saves a lot of
2 to 0 minutes.
cheap bringing and
Then their jets go burr while I should not wash my. Yeah, really. Oh, it's such bullshit. Noam Chomsky.
one of the things we were looking for is, of course, in each country the best land races and the best fields. Look at this, guys. One jump. It's a little bit different than we do it, eh? Over here, this nice sun to go over the room with a cloth. And the heat, we're here close to it, so the guys a little extra.
It's a bit smoky flavor.
Yeah. Smoke weed, eh? Really nice. Very scouting mission here in St. Vincent. We met Blacka, we had a beautiful field. We had the local bushweed, we had the hybrids from Europe and America, and we had some hybrids crossed from Jamaica with other stuff, with local stuff, with American
Franco says some of the worst stuff sometimes.
This thing reminds us that prohibition still goes on even in these nice friendly tolerant islands, and that the war is never over until it's legal.
Come on, man, what?
Well, of course, in any expedition of this type, we are dealing with something that is not yet legal, and
Like why?
Strain Hunters is authentic documentary. Everybody plays who he is. We don't like to have actors or substitutes for people. And during our short days together, talking, we talk. At one point, we explaining the situation that we are in. In the end, our need is to make a difference. And they realize this. And we build up slowly the relation. We ask them to tell also their story, to have a bright picture of what's really, really happening in the camps of work, in which people like me and other people are forced with their back against the wall to make something happen. If you have to live,
I, of course, being a person that likes canvas, I love, I deal with a lot of positive energy. I try to keep as positive as possible. I believe in a higher power and try to live righteously and truly every day to day. And in saying so, you find that in every country, in every place, you feel a different vibe, a different atmosphere. St. Vincent, you land on St. Vincent and you feel lit, you feel refreshed. I've had the opportunity to see how people in St. Vincent live, and it's a very, very poor island. Some people work for no more than $200 a month, and they have families to take care of. Yes, when they are out and people come and they see them, they would take their last dollar to buy something for us, right? For even Australia, right? They are nicest set of people. They are well-rounded, good, positive-minded people, and really fancy.
We had a chance to swim in an incredible pool at the bottom of the waterfall in the jungle. The water was so fresh, so refreshing after the heat of the day.
I invite anyone to come to St. Vincent and experience this.
After chasing the best rainforest all around the island, but sometimes because we lost the field of Raqqa that was our main priority at the beginning of the mission, we walked all the way up to this volcano to find more and more fields. We saw maybe 100 fields. And sometimes you work 13, 14 hours a day, and you see a lot of the same stuff, but you just don't find the holy grail.
So we sent Dr. Green for 1 month scouting on his own with some contact we had on the island, and he came up with an amazing location. All around the side of the mountain, very steep terraces, plants properly spaced, good size and good bites.
All the way up there, they find a field 50 minutes in. Incredible.
It was not very uniform, but this was very good to us because we were looking for variety, we were looking to see a good representation of pretty much what the island has to offer, and we had the chance to get there. This field was definitely the most organized we saw. Even the shanty there, like a proper shed, all the
Yo, what's up, King of All? What is up, King of All? Hope you're doing well, bro. Homie, what's up, homie? I don't think it's it, guys. It's going to be close, so I don't think it's it, though. Long-term discoverability? Come on, man. That one hurts. That one was it. You know what I need to do, Toad? I need to move to China and then change my name to Mark in China. Nobody steal that name, I swear to God. Morocco.
The dots are olive trees or fig trees
Nobody. No, dude. You know what? Don't say that. You know who you are. You're the king of all, and you know what the king of all does. He ensures that everybody has eaten, and that's what you do. You go from person to person to ensure that everyone has eaten, and you even offer them food. You've offered me food before. That was insane. So I understand it, dude. I had this epiphany. You're the king of all. You ask. You make sure everyone is eaten, and if they have, then you move on. Because you're the king of all. With the meat cake, yeah.
And then we see who's checking who. So we don't rely on car to find the location, but we prepare it ourselves.
What? How did that not work? Are you serious right now? Okay, I was 18, thank God. I don't know how that didn't work though. Sorry, I freaked out.
Can you recognize it? It's really beautiful. Yeah. Extra light in the car. This is seriously solid gear on top. You can load up 2 tons if you want. 2 tons on the top? Theoretical vertical load. Of course you can drive around with it, but if you put 2 tons there, it won't crash the car.
We hire the suspensions, we put in really nice shock absorbers. We have new bumpers front and back, really nice cage on the top of the car, aluminum high resist cage, and we have really nice gear on the front of the car, so we can start get ourselves out of trouble.
We have a series protection plate on here, and we have here. Put this bad boy in free spool it, and then we can just put it on. How many times you need this one in Africa? Now we have it.
Spent a day or two packing. Luckily in Amsterdam, luckily holiday preparation had been done before. So we had this fantastic truck pack and technical equipment.
We are properly organized, the car is definitely tip-top ready for us.
Great nice trip to Morocco. We're going to leave today, Saturday. We're going to drive all the way to Malaga, then to south of Spain. Take the boat.
What did the king eat for dinner tonight? What did you eat for dinner, buddy? I guess it's early still. 3:54 for lunch.
Very exciting trip, especially for us here at home. We buy a lot of local stuff for many places here in Holland. Famous product until the early 90s, 80% of what was sold in Dutch coffee shop was Moroccan. Only 10% came from Afghanistan, the other 10% was from Poland, West Africa, early 90s was a little situation in Holland. The whole system has changed. People were encouraged to grow marijuana indoors. And now 80% of stuff that's sold in coffee shops in Holland is Dutch grown until like a year ago. Now also this again is changing because there's a lot of imported marijuana from Europe to Holland. More difficult to grow, so it's coming from other countries also.
From Amsterdam we're going to head south, direction Paris, and from there direction Spain. We're going to cross the border near Barcelona, Girona, and then down south along the Spanish coast, all the way down to Malaga, Algeciras. We drive like 3,000 km through Europe. It's a long thing. It's a boring thing.
here to get the car down there. When you reach on the Tiras, it's only 45 minutes on the road, so it's nice and slow. It's a very quick ride. It's going to be a very long story to cross the border into Morocco because it's summertime and it's quite a busy holiday period there. Not a lot of people that are living in Europe who get to see their families this time of the year, so it's going to be extremely busy. Oh, I'm sure there's people.
Hey, man. You can make it as difficult as you want. It's doing 17 things at the same time. I'm not just doing articles. No, you're
Like, come on, man. This is such a fucking dumb move.
Hopefully we're going to be able to arrive at our first destination around 10, 11, midnight.
And then you are in Ceuta. Ceuta, it's a very special city. It's a Spanish colony in very old city. And it's still part of the Spanish territory, it's still part of the European Union. And after that, we crossed the border into Morocco. And it's quite an experience, actually.
We approached the customs. First we had the road customs. We were hassled by a few guys, of course. And then we approached the real customs. We had a micro camera on the car. And I had a micro camera here in my blouse. So you can see all the problems that we had there.
Why? What the fuck is this?
Pronto? Vai là, stiamo ancora in dogana, stiamo mettendoci un po' perché stiamo dogando per il carro. Ok. Bello, spettacolo, sei un grande, ci vediamo. Rollamene una che sta impazzendo. Vabbè. Ciao. Appena usciamo da qua, incontriamo un mio amico, già lì che ci aspetta con gli No, carro d'impresa. Vasco, Gyges?
Typical things in Arab countries is that they want money. We know this by the beginning, and that's why it takes a very, very long time to get through those customs. Anything they can find, whatever reason that has to be.
We had a few issues with security agent, national security. Basically, he was not very pleased with one of the features of our logo inside of our car. Said we cannot go through with the map on the door drawn like that of Morocco because it doesn't correspond with the real map of Morocco. So we have to take out the border of the map. We can keep Morocco expedition, but we have to take the map away. Only the line of Morocco.
At one point, the cops were still not satisfactory with this. They decided to look into the car, to find the cameras, and looked in our bills where it says cameraman and started asking all kinds of questions about the mission, if we were professional and what we were going to do, and the whole story.
La voiture? Là-bas, à lui. Reste là.
Yeah, and this is the moment you realize that more things can go wrong or right. I've asked Franco to quickly write one of the guys who was the order there, and who slipped to one of the immigration guys €20, and in the end it helped us a lot, of course.
A couple of hours we were off and ready to meet friends who guided us from there into
Europe, they are like offended when their flag or something is not good.
These guys already busy 10 years there, working in a very close cooperation with big families that produce ash for generations and generations in the reef, in the mountains of the reef.
Why?
And I went there scouting for 4 times, 5 times in the space of a year. You realize very soon I realized that I was in search of two very important things. One, to find
I'm a big fan of King of All.
and two, to shoot a very interesting story.
Dude, King of All was like one of my very first followers. Maybe first 10, first 20. Maybe. Yeah, dude, you remember he inspired that veal schnitzel or chicken schnitzel stream I did, where I made a whole bunch of schnitzel in Miami. He inspired that stream.
And then we continued and we reached Cabo Red, where it was the first location where we had access to fantastic food, Pakistani and
Like, why?
This is illegal, and the alcohol every year kills 50,000 people.
Absolutely amazing. All you can see is clean. And first I thought it was millions and something else. And very, very quickly you realize how 70% of the world's production comes from such a small little place. It's like a little province of the region.
yeah, there we already
See there?
More farther you go outside of the town, the more Moroccan it is. This area is really Pakistan. It's all mixed.
The first field that we visited was very mixed genetics.
There you can see the Pakistan there, and there's some Moroccan fields. And well, we had long discussions with the growers here. And, basically, up north, of course, they all say, yeah, Pakistan is better. Plus, it's a little slower, so we can do that. Disadvantage of the Pakistan is that it has to grow 3-4 inches longer. But at the same time, they have so much work now, they're going to harvest the Moroccan first, beat up the Moroccan, and then later take care of the Pakistan.
Full Moroccan ones with full pollen, powder, years in between.
And this is already 3-4 weeks maximum end of July they harvest. Think about it.
Oh, that's great, buddy.
This would be completely abandoned.
I bet.
All those people would move to the big cities.
Congrats. Huh.
Sprinklers there for irrigation, which is not ideal in condition. The air is so hot, it's quite a shock for the plants. Not only that, but when the wet weather and the rain comes due to washing out fertilizers. Not the best system, but it's such an extension of land that that's what they do. Real irrigation.
You come down from the well?
Look how good the party plants are doing around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of water would be good.
We also were looking for a special deformation, a special genetic problem that is common in this area in Morocco. which is a flat stem plant. It's a particular deformation of the main stem of the plant that gets completely flat, and it doesn't shoot any more branches. It shoots leaves directly from the stem. Very, very typical here, very diffused. We've seen it in other parts of the world as well, but we have to say that here it's very
In the evening, we went back to our base camp where we were invited by the family to sleep. Very big family with a lot of land.
And we had a very nice tea in the house. Beautiful Arab-style houses built literally in the middle of the plantation, of the cannabis plantation.
Why?
There we had a very nice experience because the people showed us the old traditional way of making the hashish there.
And it was very impressive personally to see this laboratory, this really rough laboratory, where so much hash is rolling around and produced.
Does the soil say that?
Made ready in different sizes and different ways. We had access to the table where they sit and they prepare, physically prepare the balls that are going to sell when they transport the hash to Europe. So this one, if you take a little piece, you take this little piece and you work it in a, you work it, after 10 minutes you work it.
That's all we're allowed to do. We're allowed to film things that have never been filmed.
No, it's not it. It's not it. It's not it.
Basically, the most exciting part of visiting this farm was entering the room where actually the hash is prepared.
Lily C. Ah, what? I thought it was it, honestly.
And also you can really, really see that how hard a farmer is to grow marijuana in this area. And to get the whole end product, because basically from planting to end product is nearly 8 months of stress and a lot of work and hard work. These are poor farmers working very, very hard to get the hash to Europe. And then in here, this is it, then it goes down here. Goes down here, and then this is the result.
And that we beat.
And that is what we beat with the hard things.
Before pressing. 2 kilos, 2.5 kilos. Difference in materiale?
So what's the difference in price in the end of the year and the beginning of the year?
1,000 euro difference per ton. Also the beating of this time of the year. Beat what is asked.
What? Why? What?
We reached the city of Tirana,
The
with
fuck?
2,000 meters high mountains. Then we descended the river.
What fuck you?
us it's very interesting to see as a stranger the change of what's happening in some countries.
The genetics change as you reach the
Oh,
mountain,
wow.
they change, the Moroccan is not visible, it's just
Do it, buddy. I'm about to refill mine.
That is
I didn't do it last time because it was hectic in the kitchen.
It's incredible. No branch.
Oh wow, insane.
Only leaf coming from the stem, no branches. It's incredible. The crown.
Really? Wow, really?
It's really cool.
That's crazy.
Doesn't even look like a real plant, but beautiful.
Finally, we reached the location for our second shooting, the beautiful farm of our friend Abdullah. He lives there with his family, wife, daughters, kids. He has a 105 years old father still alive in the hospital. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet him. But he is a real old school, old-fashioned Moroccan art producer, and he has beautiful plantations, 10 to 15 hectares planted this year on a 25 hectares property, all going down on the side of the hill, but starting right there, directly from that house. Just you walk out of the house and the field is right there. It's just so beautiful.
Does you see a difference in quality between the high plants and a little lower plants?
The more they go high and they make branches and long buds, the less the more they
So it's a plant of 1 meter 30, 1 meter 40, that's the really
This
good
size, that all wet, huh? Full irrigation. That field in particular has an irrigation system which is on the ground, little gota gota they call it here. It's a drip system, and it's a very basic drip system. It's just plastic pipes, soft plastic, and they fill up with pressure, and then there's just little holes pierce through and it drips through the ground. Very effective.
The sneeze.
The plants were 1 to 1.5 meter high.
Is that a sneeze?
Donc la qualité ne change pas entre l'irrigation et c'est seulement la quantité. La question de quantité. Yeah, it says quality doesn't really change between the irrigated fields and
what about the nutrients? You see a lot of them giving urea, they're really green, you know, a lot of N, a lot of nitrogen in. What do you think about that in this area?
So he's putting nitrogen and he's putting phosphorus. They didn't powder it. They only dissolved once when they were mixing. And he's putting 100 kilos per hectare. Oui, and also 1 truckload of calcium.
How long is this supposed to go?
Combien de temps encore ici?
Let's go make this.
Yeah, let's make it oil, huh?
Let's go make the oil.
On va faire un peu d'huile, hein, Abdullah? Fantastique. Here we go.
Le bois est meilleur de hashish parce que le déchet de hashish est fait sauter. Il reste seulement le bois.
It's a distillation process, so you eliminate the residue.
They call it oil or they call it?
C'est très liquide, le résultat, ou c'est très liquide, c'est comme ça, ou c'est non, it's like hot chocolate. Do the one in the dash because you get the same big hours. With bad quality ones, Abdullah also showed us a very basic but very effective technique to make what he calls l'huile, the oil. Basically, we used 120 grams of really good Pakistani olive ash, dissolved it into a solution of alcohol. Evaporates the alcohol using a bain-marie technique, very basic.
And in the end, you have this nice paste that is roughly 30% of the real product.
He's just so dumb, man.
Abdella also, who told us a lot about the future. We know that the European community spend a lot of money getting rid of the marijuana in this country. They have cleared out 2 provinces, there are another 2 to go. According to Abdella, the next 2-3 years they're going to do the area around Chefchaouen all the way to Katana. We hope that's not going to happen because the side effects of that are already visible. We have a 30% increase of cocaine use in Europe because some people are getting out of a job here in Morocco. Then the whole Rift Mountain will be without work. So probably all the immigrants are going to come up to North Europe. I don't know if we are waiting for that problem. It's going to cost us another few billion.
This is not to judge the taste or anything, only to see if it's good quality, powerful ash, or if it's not. And also to see if it's good cut.
Yo, what up, Toadski? Not pointing fingers, blaming them, everybody. Nice. Yeah.
After refreshing in the hot day a bit white, the local river there by the lake, it took us to see these beautiful views.
The funny part of the plans was that we thought we were really in a completely open area because we had a long discussion
see when I approached the river mouth is the border of the big Pakistan field, the big rock.
Why? Like, why did that happen?
Unfortunately, they think that calling on the trail is a field of meters. We know that the two
just the leftovers of the beginning of the hash that are grinded very fine into powder and then pre-mixed with coffee. And this very fine powder is made in long pipes, very it's mostly the older people.
What? Like, what's going on here?
THC content of the material they used to make it is between 8 and 12%, I would say. So it's very nice sensation, very nice material. Just different feeling than the regular hash that everything's smoking.
Like, come on, like, just get like some plates. Get your own plates, bros. Don't eat from the same plate. Like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Car performed amazingly during the trip. We took the car throughout the midway to go up to Tidikin, and the road was really bad at some points. It was not possible for us to film in that area because it was quite dangerous. We couldn't really stop and take the cameras around.
One of the disadvantages of Morocco is it's 40, 45 degrees Celsius. It's really, really hot. Infrastructure is really, really bad. You can think it's bad in the jungle in the Amazon or it's in India, but some situations here are not so really, really good. Besides that we have all the tension of the police and other problems. On one of our last days on the mission, we decided to come up to the roof of the Rift Mountain area.
It's very beautiful to walk up the mountain of Tidikin. It's a 2,400 meters high mountain in the middle of the reef. And we mounted the camp, we put up the tents and prepared the fire. Yeah, really great moment to be so high on the roof, over the reef in the mountains, the view of the plantations down in the valleys, the sun going down, and this endless ranges of mountains around in all directions. The dry room. The dry rooms. Yeah. Fresh, it's unbelievable. Many different types of body. In one pile you find 20 fingers. It's incredible.
Well, we're back after 10 weeks for the second part of our exciting swim, Morocco expedition.
We're gonna finally
little some bud.
Some buds, got a screen on, and press it.
And we're gonna see the all step-by-step from plant to break.
We were here in June, July. At that time they were start cutting down the Moroccan plants. The Moroccan plants, they cure them for 2-3 months in nice garages before they start beating them. The Pakistani plants are then harvested from half July and going on until October. A stronger quality, a different plant, but a different taste. And in the meantime, from 2001 to 2004, when the seeds came, they all have been inbred with the local Moroccan stuff. So you don't have any pure Moroccan anymore, you don't have any pure Pakistani anymore. You're getting all different kinds of B grades. And for us, it's perfect because look, this is the result now. And for the farmers, every week they can harvest a few plants that are ripe and a few weeks later because of these inbred lines. So
in the same hectare.
in the same hectare, we have 20 fields now. And this is the result of all the different little valleys around us, what you can see here. And look the difference in color and smell and everything. It's incredible.
So it's a genetic related difference and a screen related difference as well.
Here is some of the bigger valleys around. Here is a red one, Frank. Show the red one.
That is pretty amazing. It's very dry, very sandy.
Red color. It looks really the same color as some soil around here. And here, for example, you see the beautiful, beautiful green. Yeah, look how this looks.
Oh yeah. Also sandy.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
For us, most
Don't do it. Don't do it, man.
This is the pure color. Here you can see the hybrid of the Pakistan plant. Wow, very nice.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. I take no responsibility. Yo, are you serious, Coz? What? Yo, are you serious right now, man?
Family and my friends and my staff. Only say this, we have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field. We don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida, we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder. I will always fight for you. I will be watching, I will be listening, and I will tell you that the future of this country has never been better.
Yo, Kozalak. Thank you, bro. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate that big time. What? Thanks, dude. Wow, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I put in my bio I'm unemployed, but I've been unemployed for like 2.5 years. I might have a teaching job lined up in China. You need a bachelor degree though for it. I mean, I would paste the links if you're interested in it. Native English speaker. Joy. Why? Like why? I know, bro. Yo, I'm so lucky, man. 2 from Kozlak. No way. Are you serious right now? What? Yo, Santana, what is going on? What? Holy jeez, this is too nice. Like, this is too much. Not too much, but thank you. What?
We have worked hard. We've left it all, as the athletes would say, we've left it all in the field.
Wow.
We don't have to.
Santana,
We
legend.
don't have to come and say, we'll never say in a month when we're sitting in Florida,
Thank you, dude.
we're not going to be looking at each other and saying, you know, if we only worked a little bit harder, you can't work harder.
I'm gonna like film this to remember this always.
I will be watching.
I'm gonna just like film a video of it.
I will tell
Wow.
you that the future of this country has never been better.
Insane. Thank you, bro. Santana with the sub. Kozlak with 2 gift subs. Oh, White Goose with the sub early. Another day earlier. Everyone just hanging out watching the ads. Thank you, bros. You guys rule. Yo, Santana, how are you? How you doing, Santana? Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna keep trying at this friggin' level, man. We're so close. We're like so close, though. Oh, it's driving me crazy, though. You good? Nice. Thanks, bro.
They must have been growing this plant for thousands of years, and they feel that they're doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, right. 3 months, dude. Hey, dude, I appreciate that a lot.
Rabat in the museum is a paper that stated that the great king before, King Mohammed V, now made a deal with the Berkshire Mountains that they can
Yo, that's hype.
forever. We see if the deal
That's hype.
come through. The reason is that the north part of Morocco,
Yeah, I mean, I will play N64 again soon, and if I move to China, I plan to bring my N64. I think Twitch is not banned.
and in favor of that, helping the king.
That's what Sour Stash said. He showed me a Twitch streamer from China. Yeah, dude, I might be moving to Dongying, China. To teach English. Maybe. I mean, I'm planning to. I already have the offer and everything. Just waiting for the visa. Wow, insane. No way. Oh, no way. Have you been there to China, Santana? That's insane. I'll try to use a VPN, but I might get thrown in Chinese jail. It's my bucket list. Nice. Yeah. Strain Hunters. What is the other one? There's one more, I think. I think there's only one more Strain Hunters. I think we've watched every single one except for... I think we watched every single Strain Hunters, my friends. There's the Columbia Raw. We can do that. Raw, Columbia, St. Vincent. We did St. Vincent. Malawi. So 3. Kick. I don't plan to hop platforms. I don't know. Nine-one revenue split. Yeah, true. I don't think it's gonna happen. I thought when I moved to Miami, everyone would like follow me. My stream would explode. I mean, I gained true friends from my streams in Miami, and my channel did grow, but not like. So I mean, I'm not. That's why I should name it like something like Mark in China or something. Hey man, you guys, I hope you're liking the Nintendo Switch GoldenEye. I know a lot of people, it's very polarizing, so I appreciate you supporting this new platform. But I mean, I will be playing N64 again very soon. It's just, it'd be crazy if I'm the one, like if I'm the guy, the second one to get to 16, because this might be a forever time. That's true. But you're like reinventing the wheel. Yeah, true. But I mean, you're hopeful there's a lot of fans of GoldenEye outside of our existing community. There probably are. What, really? May 7th? No way. That's not real life. I'm sorry, dude. That's not fair. That should be a human right. Everyone should have access to a 4-liter ice cold thermos. Yeah, really, dude. Like this fucking guy, man. Not you, the guard. Oh yeah, you could totally do it with the new strat. But it's a lot tighter on 64, obviously. But you can do it, man. I believe. Follow your dreams, yeah. Wait, why? LOL. Why? Like, what? Why? Like, why? Like, what? What? Like what? It's not it. It's not it. Hey, I hope I'm entertaining enough for you guys. I appreciate that. Like what? Like why? Like it's just so fucking dumb. Like why? What? What? Come on. Okay, he might be a Smash Bros. Legend, who knows? Oh please, this might be it. I might get boosted out though. I think I'm gonna get boosted out. That was crazy. You got so many boosts that run. Oh man. That one hurts. Alright, be right back. I'll take a little break. I'm gonna load the vape after, but I'll be back in like a few minutes maybe. But man, that one hurt. Santana with the sub. Kozlak with the 2 subs.
nature of this strain before the maturation of the seed develops. Man, this is a good original.
Ew, are you serious? That's disgusting, Borat. Alright, I'm gonna load the vape. Oh yeah, I think you told me that. I remember that, Toad. You were like looking in like New Zealand and shit.
Pues mirando eso, ahí se apreciaba el pancoger era resulta que se llegó el tiempo que se apareció el comité cafetero que había que cambiar el cultivo de café común por el café Catur. Y después vino las variedades de café. Bueno, muy bueno y muy inclusive, pero usted ya me enseñó a la química, había que comprar el aroma químico y sí, se puso muy bueno. Pero ¿qué pasó? Trajeron ellos mismos trajeron la primera ensalada de café que se llamó la roya. Después de la roya, sí, le tumbaba la hoja del café y mejoraban las producciones, pero si la gente abonaba con la uria, entonces ya el café volvía y echaba hoja y volvía a producir el café. Resulta que ese no fue el resultado que buscan ellos, porque ellos todo el buscan darle a los productores pobres. Entonces, ¿qué pasó? Trajeron la tal broca. La broca se come la almendra del café, entonces ese sí se paralizó todo. Y ya después, como era tan malo la producción, entonces ya no ni acordó mismo con este café, pero ya no empezó a producir el café, entonces por eso fue donde nos entraron a que ya la comunidad les dejó someterse en la marihuana, cosas, era lo único que en medio daba poquitos pesos para sobrevivir. Eso se dio en 1978, 79, 80, eso fue que nos llevó a todo esto. Sin embargo, el gobierno no mira cómo puede ayudar, sino que sigue atropellándonos como atropellamos a nuestros amigos de la represión militar. Con todas las platas que estuvimos manejando, solamente contra el pueblo pobre. Aquí hablo al amigo bien claro, aquí se nota la diferencia de tierra. Hay gente que no tenemos tierra, yo no tengo tierra, yo vivo arrendando al que tiene y vivo todos los días siempre aquí en sufrimiento, bueno, entonces, pero si miramos hacia abajo, las están las tierras mejores y ese es la mano del capitalismo, la mano del monocultivo, solamente del cultivo, puede darse la mejor producción de maíz, el trigo, sinceramente es lo que trae a todo esto.
El proceso de pasar de la cultura de muy rápido a
eso fue lentamente, porque aquí como hablaba al comienzo los otros amigos, esa primera marihuana fue de 1978 en adelante empezamos a ver aquí empezamos a parar esta verdad empezaron unos poquitos cultivadores cultivando de 100 maticas, de 4 maticas,
¿Cuántos años está jugando? Since he was 12.
Since he was 12.
It's not so red, but there's purple carrots, full purple carrots.
See if you can get seeds from those too. Just take it out of my ear.
strain antes para the mango liche in the Carpe region.
near Corinto city, the Corinto area. This is an incredible field of Magnovici where we found accidentally the pure original Punta Rocca. So double wood, real double wood. We came back to this area because we were not allowed to access it a few days ago. So we had to change our plan, change the mission plan, but accidentally it ended up being a good path because here we find exactly the pure mangroves that we missed. Verde limon, that is called here Magnovici. And you find the best Punta Rocca clone. It's a double one.
Cuando empezó eso fue como en el año 89, cuando se vino una erradicación así sin ninguna solución.
¿De parte del colombiano o de americano?
De parte del gobierno para los agricultores. Vinieron, o sea, aquí prácticamente, aquí en la comunidad vinieron y erradicaron algunas parcelas. Por ejemplo, por aquí que llegaban y cortaban y abandonaban y quemaban. Pero eso más nunca les dijeron, mira, les vamos a dejar, pero les vamos a ayudar con subsidios para cultivar.
Solo cortaban,
solamente cortaban, ni nada de subsidio, ni nada de eso. Entonces, a pesar de eso, pues la gente siguió sembrando, porque o sea, esos son los cultivos de subsistencia para el sol de hoy, que se sigue trabajando ya con las variedades de marihuana que hay ahora, que ya se siembra así, esa marihuana sí, más rápida y más cultura. Y lo otro que ya lo siembran así siembran en invernaderos, pues el que puede siembra así y el que no, que lo siembra así, sin natural.
She's explaining how the growers who have the possibility, they all use glass houses now with lights, and the ones that grow like this natural is the ones that just can't afford to turn off lights, because in the last few years there's been less depression, so the people are making it well. And she said the repression started in 1989, the first eradication programs, and they were through that for a while.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh wow, insane. I can believe it.
Buscamos Landray, buscamos semillas originales de Colombia, viejas, Punto Rojo, la Magnovici, la original. Sí,
You know what happened? You should move on quick to another field, because this is pretty young, and maybe the other ones are a little bit older, but this is more young.
It's literally 1984.
La semilla que viene de esta parte, yo traigo un pequeño error a ver.
algo que se trabaja con familia, de padre a hijo, ¿no? That's right. He's busy with his own.
How long ago did they start? Does he know the history? Like,
¿En qué año se empezó a
El mega tocaba meses, porque más antes se había perdido la
Starting from the 7 days we've been here, I can beat this. This is a 2,000 Andres massive field. It is like hell. And it's not full anymore because they've been harvesting already. But this is like 2-3 hectares, like 20,000 trucks. And the landscape is that kind of stuff. What do you want here with region in Colombia? This is the pinnacle of the 2,058 meters of the sea level. Full of fog. See the Christmas tree down there? Yeah, the Christmas tree there. You see the really long way on the left?
Come on, man.
There one. That looks properly. Look beautiful. They go from the top and the top up right. And there you see the long color sticking out there. There's 2 or 3 more in the front there. And there's another Christmas tree here in the front. 20, 30 meters.
hace? Ayuda con plantar, ¿qué cosa? A sembrar. Muy bien. ¿Y cómo la siembra? La semilla. ¿Sí? ¿Sí? Muy bien. Y cuando cosechan las cosechas, también te ayuda a limpiar. ¿También? ¿Te gusta la planta? ¿Te gusta la verdad? Hay varios tipos, hay muchos tipos de plantas, hay diferentes plantas. ¿Sí? ¿Cómo se llaman? ¿Cómo le llaman esas cosas? También tienes amigos en tu misma edad que te ayudan, hay más niños que ayudan. No quitar la escuela, ¿eh? La escuela es muy importante, ¿eh? Trabajo con marihuana, poco dinero y escuela, muy importante.
And it's good to see that and to tell that story, because in our Western civilization we only heard the story from one side. It's always been kept on this side. And we call those people guerrillas, we call them terrorists, we call them communists. We give them all kinds of names, but in the end most of all these people are just pouring fire and surviving or they're making it. Here's again another example how hard these people have to suffer because of poverty.
It's got no read, reading books and websites about communists and stuff. We found out that even on our scale, potentially, that we can guide in the past, human beings and terrorists.
It's really what she does now. He believes the right thing to do.
Why? Like what? Like what?
No, nobody can tell me
What?
legal or illegal. It's just the right thing. And you know it. So it's like,
Let's see.
Oh.
This thing's been on me for 2 days.
What? Like why?
And I go to Simon and be like,
Like what?
oh man, I don't know what to do. Like, am I fucked here? And he's like, no, bro, no, that's cool. I get like 10 a day, and I just kind of just leave them on, man. Like, oh, well, you know, fuck, that's great advice, man. I'll just leave it on. What did he ask me?
What guy? What did we call it? Big guy. It's a little bit respective, no? I don't look. I think the plan. I think I'm looking the Wikipedia one week. Everybody. If I come here, it's the Carlo Rex, I believe. You see?
check it out.
Why? Like why?
Those records and those tapes that composers wrote there are from the same years between Tarafa and Colombian War became.
Colombia, pues ese fue el programa que sacó cuando Andrés Pastrana fue presidente. Por lo tanto, que ese era el programa para lo de la erradicación y para mejorar supuestamente la calidad de vida de los indígenas, campesinos, los afros, y por lo tanto, pues miramos que no fue lo que traía directamente la política del Plan Colombia. La política que traía el Plan Colombia era lo que fue crear bases militares, las bases de alta montaña que hoy pues estamos invadidos, realmente estamos invadidos.
Para controlar el territorio.
Sí, para controlar el territorio. Y eso nos ha afectado bastante. ¿En qué nos ha afectado? Pues que los combates a diario y solamente pues llevamos el bulto las personas civiles que no tenemos nada que ver con lo del conflicto armado. El Plan Colombia ha sido un control de todo lo que es los cultivos ilícitos, ha sido un control militar, un copamiento militar en todo el departamento del Cauca. Y por lo tanto ese ha sido el conflicto que se nos ha venido presentando. Entonces nosotros los campesinos decimos que para que no haya esta clase de cultivo que más llamado le decimos ilícito, pero realmente estos son unos cultivos, la gente no tiene nada con los cultivos. Esos son unos cultivos de subsistencia para la gente, porque no hay otro, sí. Entonces, pero solamente usted no ve aquí marihuana y coca, usted aquí ve café, maíz, plátano, yuca, el frijol. Aquí el gran problema que tenemos es que, pues hermano, la tenencia de la tierra aquí es tenaz, porque el que tiene la tierra pues será un 30% y la tiene pero muy poca, la tiene muy poco. Un ejemplo, que tenga 6 plazas de tierra, el 30% que tiene la tierra, tiene 6 plazas pero tiene 8 hijos, entonces pues realmente se va dando la tierra no crece, la familia sí crece. Entonces, por lo tanto, lo que nosotros decimos, y le decimos al gobierno nacional e internacional de que nosotros queremos cambiar. Y esto es una mata que uno de esto no sobrevive. Y que nosotros queremos cambiar con en la parte productiva. Pero, ¿cuál es la parte productiva? Primero la tenencia de la tierra, porque es que realmente no hay en dónde cultivar. La tierra que ya está cultivada. Se necesita más ampliación de territorio, más ampliación de tierra.
Y eso es el gobierno.
Entonces nosotros le decimos al gobierno nacional de que nosotros para cambiar necesitamos un plan de desarrollo, un plan de vida que arroje una encuesta de cuántos somos en nuestro municipio, quién no tiene tierra, quién la tiene, quién tiene educación, quién tiene la salud, quién tiene la vivienda, porque realmente ustedes que ya venimos mirando, por aquí nadie tiene una casa buena, todo el mundo vive bajo una casita de barrica, ya que se cae impactada por el conflicto armado. Entonces, por lo tanto, ese ha sido el gran problema que nosotros tenemos aquí en el departamento del Cauca, la tenencia de la tierra. Yo sinceramente quisiera de que este modelo se cambiara, porque es que realmente este modelo que estamos viviendo hoy no es sino copamiento militar y no hay más que hacer. Ya nuestros hijos, como no hay nada que hacer, entonces pues unos cojan para el ejército, otros cojan, no sé, estos caminos, al mar, sí. Entonces como no hay la oportunidad, entonces mucha gente sale y se va. Entonces, por lo tanto, si el gobierno nacional e internacional nos pone la mano y mira todas estas cantidades de conflictos que hay aquí en el departamento del Cauca, y no solamente en el departamento del Cauca,
Yo, what's up, Christian? How are you, man?
hijos de los hijos. ¿Qué va a pasar con este conflicto que estamos teniendo? Nosotros, ya los viejos, ya nosotros ya que pasamos, nos morimos, pero entonces, ¿qué le vamos a dejar a nuestros hijos? A esta gente que viene atrás. Mucha gente dice, no, es que el futuro está adelante, no, el futuro viene atrás. El futuro viene atrás, que son los hijos de nuestros hijos. Entonces, por lo tanto, nosotros queremos y le decimos de que nosotros queremos que se tenga en cuenta un plan de vida, un plan de desarrollo que arroje todos los diagnósticos verdaderamente y se
I'm
diga
good,
a
dude.
este
I'm good.
gobierno verdaderamente quién es el que posee los hijos. Nos han
I'm good, thanks,
crecido y
dude.
hemos crecido a nuestros hijos. Entonces, por lo tanto, es un derecho constitucional. Entonces, no sería más si algo tiene que anexarle más al documental, entonces aquí está mi compromiso. Muchas gracias, señor.
If somebody's going to put N64 in your cooler.
putting a baby in the oven.
So what is the universal language? It's symbolism. It's number and symbolism and form. And number, symbolism, and form are universal regardless of the spoken tongue, which one happens to have been brought up here. And hopefully in the next hour, hour and a half, I'm going to be showing you examples of this so that you can see for yourself what actually the universal language of geometry and symbolism actually means. So I'm going to jump right into it here and talk about sacred numbers embedded in everyday phenomena. These are the things that we all pretty much think about and use on a daily basis without ever really pondering the fact that there's actually deep symbolism hidden within it. We measure our life in terms of days, 24 hours, referred to as a tropical or solar day. And it turns out that 24 of these hours are 1,440 minutes. This is one of the key numbers within the ancient canon of numerical cosmology that the ancients used to basically design and create their world. The 1,440 minutes equates to 86,400 seconds. So if you just listen to these numbers, look at them, and let them kind of soak into your brain. Once you've gotten into this as actually a system, a methodology of transmitting information, these numbers are actually carriers of information because each number stands for meanings beyond just the apparent ones. So we see 1,440 minutes is equal to 86,400 seconds, and a 12-hour span of time, which is usually represented on the clock. 720 minutes, which equals 43,200 seconds. So just look at those numbers. You'll think that obviously 43,200 is half of 86,400. The 1,440, we're going to counter that number again here momentarily. So these are just examples of some of the time measures, how we think about time in our particular culture. Space measure, we talked about a foot, we talked about 12 inches, we talked about a square foot, and you'll notice that the square foot has the same repetition of digits, 144, as the 24 hours does. All we do is we tack a zero on that and have the number of minutes in a day. We have a cubic foot equaling 1728. We call your attention to the 1 square yard, which is 1,296 inches. It turns out we can stick a zero on the end of that, and we have 12,960 years, which turns out to be an awesomely important span of time in terms of some of the great cycles that affect this planet, and that's what we're going to be getting to. Geometry, everybody knows that a circumference of a circle is divided into 360 degrees, and that 360 degrees of arc, because each degree is subdivided into minutes of arc, there was then 60 times 360, as it says there, 21,600. And then you'll notice that 21,600 minutes of arc equals 1,296,000 seconds of arc. That's a mighty fine subdivision of a circle that would be used mostly by astronomers to measure the motion of distant stars. But notice that number, 1,296,000, and you'll see that it's the same number, just raised by 3 orders of magnitude as the number of square inches in a square yard. Okay, now another thing you might notice about most of these numbers, from 1440 to 8640, 43,200, 144, 728, 36, 1296, is that they all probabilistically add up and reduce to a single digit 9. Is that all of them? Well, you can say except 4, but 1440 actually reduces to a single digit 9.
3,160. We're going to find out that that number actually turns out to be pretty significant in the measure of other parts of time and space. Then we go to the octahedron, and it has 8 triangular faces. This is our octahedron right here. And they're all, you'll notice that so far the tetrahedron and the octahedron are both composed of triangular, equilateral triangular faces. And essentially, if you look at the difference between the tetrahedron and the octahedron, you could just imagine that if we could take the tetrahedron and split it along an edge and insert a 4th triangular face, it would cause it to flatten out somewhat, and it would give us the top half of the octahedron. And likewise, we could insert a 5th equilateral triangle in here. It's going to give us the icosahedron, which I'll show you in a minute. If we tried to insert a 6th one, though, we discovered that the whole thing flattened out into 2 dimensions. So that wouldn't work as far as enclosing space. So in any case, notice we're seeing a recurrence of this number that we saw, 1440. Remember we saw that number back right here, the number of minutes in a day. So let that relationship sink in. The number of minutes in the time that it takes our Earth to spin exactly once on its axis relative to the sun happens to be the same number of degrees that define the octahedron. And that's actually what we're talking about there when we're talking about a tropical or solar day. We're talking about exactly one rotation of the Earth on its axis relative to the sun. Okay. Then we have the icosahedron, which is 20 faces, all equilateral triangles. You can see if you look at the vertex of this thing, you'll see that there are 5 faces clustered around each vertex. So if we were to split an edge, insert another triangle, what it would happen is it would flatten out into a hexagon, a flat hexagon, with 6 equilateral triangles about its center. In any case, there are 20 of these triangular faces. 20 times 180 is 3,600. So again, we have one of our 9s. And then our final is our dodecahedron, my favorite shape. This is what Plato referred to the dodecahedron as being the shape of the universe itself. The dodecahedron, you'll notice, has 12 faces, 20 vertices, whereas the icosahedron has 20 faces and 12 vertices. So they're duals of each other. We could actually suspend this icosahedron. If the dodecahedron was hollow, we could put it inside. We would discover that each corner of the icosahedron coincided with the center of the pentagonal face of the dodecahedron. Okay, each pentagonal face, as we found out, each edge was 108. 5 times 108 is 540. 12 times 540, as it says, is 6,480. So again, we've got the number 9 redundantly occurring over and over again in these measures. Okay, 6,480 turns out to be a critically important number as well, as you're going to see as we proceed along here. Oh, and then we have the star tetrahedron, which would be 2 tetrahedrons interlaced, and I don't have one of those today, but if you can picture a tetrahedron like this, and then one like this, interlaced, it gives you this, what's known as sometimes the star tetrahedron, or the stellated octahedron. It is composed of 2 tetrahedrons, each of 720. So here again now you're seeing the repetition of this same number, 1440, being the measure of the star tetrahedron. Okay, so now we're going to talk about time measures. The first thing we're going to look at is astrological time cycles. I don't know how many of you have studied astrology, but in this particular scheme of time, the total duration of the precessional cycle, which is 25,920 years, this is the motion of the Earth on its axis like this, or you could think of it like this. The axis of the Earth actually forms sort of an hourglass motion, a long, slow period of rotation. It's you could consider it Earth's third motion, next to its first motion, which is the daily rotation of the Earth on its axis, its second motion, which is the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, and its third motion, which is the precession of the Earth's axis. The diurnal or daily rotation of the Earth on its axis gives us the day-night cycle, which is obviously of critical importance to our life down here on Earth. The orbit around the Sun also is likewise of critical importance because that's the yearly cycle. The third motion is what the ancients referred to as the Great Year. And it's been measured by astronomers at slightly over 50 seconds of arc of motion per year, which actually puts the astronomically determined number slightly less than this one. But we don't know that that's necessarily constant for the whole cycle. In any case, the ancient number that was typically attributed to this great year cycle was 25,920 years. That great year was considered to be analogous to our annual year. And just as the annual year was divided into 4 seasons of spring, summer, winter, and fall, likewise the great year was divided into 4 great seasons, symbolized by the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man or the angel. If you divide 25,920 by 4 to determine the duration of each season, you'll discover that it's 6,480 years, which is interesting because 6,480 years, as you recall, was the total measure of the dodecahedron. So here we have this same number linking the measure of space in terms of the dodecahedron, 6,480 degrees, and the season of the great year, which was considered to be profoundly important to ancient culture all over the world, who had various ways of representing this fourfold division of cyclical time. All right, then we have, from the ancient Chaldeans, we have what was known as the Saros cycle, which is 3,600 years. So we see a repetition of that number. The 3,600, if you recall in our taking notes, is the number of degrees measuring the icosahedron. Then we have the decans. You'll notice that a Platonic month, which is 1/12 is a great year right there. To divide that number by 12, you get this number, 2,106. And that number, you may recall, depending on how good your memory is, is the number of degrees measured here, 2,000. And then you'll notice the 2 decans of the ecliptic is 20 degrees of the ecliptic, 1,440, the number of degrees in the octahedron. And 1 decan or 10 degrees, for any of you who studied astrology, you know that the decans are important for astrological determinations. 1 decan of 10 degrees then takes 720 years. So here we have all 5 of the Platonic solids represented in these particular time cycles. And over here, I'm going to mention that ancient cultures all over the world used to run 2 calendars successively. A secular calendar, which is typically like our modern calendar, 365 and 1/4 days. And then they would have a sacred calendar of 360 days. And 5 days intercalated, they would call it. Typically, they would do, whether it was the Greeks or the Egyptians or even the Mayans, ancient cultures all over the world had similar traditions of setting those 5 days aside, and they were considered to be unlucky. And so, no work, no activity, nothing. Nobody ever tried to do anything with those days. They would just take those days off. 5 days off, then they would resume again and pick up their sacred year of 360 degrees. Now, the Sumerians had a belief that the year was once actually 360 days in length, and that somewhere along, as a result of some cosmic catastrophe of some undefined sort, the year was lengthened by 5 1/4 days. And so the Sumerians were the first known culture to mathematically divide the circle into 360 degrees. It is believed that one of their motives for doing so was they believed that that circle then could become a model of a year, and each degree then representing 1 day. So what we have now is a synchrony going on in that if the year, the idealized or sacred year, is 360 secondarily by the sun, and then also a contributing factor by the planets. So it's almost, you could almost think of this precessional motion of the Earth's axis as being the vectoral summation of all the gravity forces of the solar system acting on the Earth, causing it acting. See, when the planet rotates on its axis, and this is a critical factor, as it rotates on its axis, it spreads out towards the middle. Its equatorial diameter is greater than its polar diameter. And that, in fact, is critical to the Earth maintaining axial stability, so that it's not doing this in its orbit around the sun. If it was doing that, it's likely that higher life would have never evolved in the first place. But due to the fact that it spins, it spreads out so that the diameter of the equator is 26 miles greater than the diameter of the pole. The sum total of all the gravity forces impinging upon the Earth from moon, sun, and planets acts upon that bulge as if it was a flywheel, and is actually pulling it around. And it's that leads to the great year. And what it does is, over a period of half a great year, 1 million or 12,960 years, is it reverses the season. So that if we were able to jump in a time machine back 12,960 or ahead 12,960, we would find that everything was reversed. If we would keep the same Gregorian calendar in place, the season would have been reversed, so the winter would come July. In fact, and then what we see is the hemispheric, like we know that when it's winter in the northern hemisphere, it's summer in the southern hemisphere. Well, those seasons would be reversed. They could. It's a back and forth. It's an oscillation between the two hemispheres of the Earth over a period of 12,960 years. This shows the wheel of the great year with all of the ages, the astrological months, as they're known. And if we were to place ourselves right at this position right here where it says 0 years DP meaning
I think we need the subtitles for this video. It blocks a lot of the thing, but we need to see what he's saying.
hypothetical point in space occupied by the sun, with day and night for the exact same duration, that vertebrae is moving through space as a result of this axial motion of the Earth. And ancient people would go to great lengths to try to observe and predict that motion. So they would set up
Welcome back, buddy.
Then we can see that once we get to 432,000 years, at that point the Vedic cycles kick in, and then we have
I hear you.
the
I hear you, man.
using the divine years, 360 years, you'll see this column of numbers.
That's all good. You don't have to. There's no obligation for you. Oh wow, man. Holy moly. I hear you. Oh wow, congratulations, my friend.
I know that for a lot of people, first time they are confronted with this kind of information, sometimes it's almost too mind-boggling. What the heck does all these numbers mean? It's just too many numbers to sort out. But what you realize when you start studying is that each one of them is kind of a commodity, because each number has a whole collection of phenomena that's associated.
Well, my friend. Be true to yourself always. Always be true to yourself. Always follow your heart. You're also a religious person, right? Not that you're doing it because of a rule, but just the philosophy. You really want to find someone that's right for you. Yeah, makes sense. Like a spiritual stuff. It's cool, bro. It's true. I mean, that's what would you be happiest, obviously. Here you go, just waving. I'm good. I'm so glad you're calling me on a Saturday night, my love. I'm waving. You're calling because you think, oh, baby. I just tried calling Victor right now, actually. No, he did not. But I think he saw that I called and I am. You caught me. We're good, baby. No, I want to talk to you.
26-mile difference, because life on Earth would be a very chaotic affair without that bulge. We see that the diameter of a sphere with the same surface area as Earth is 7,920 miles, and also the diameter of the Earth, when you take it from, if you slice it through the Tropic of Cancer through to the Tropic of Capricorn, that diameter also is about 7,920. So we use 7,920 as the sacred number to represent the Earth, because even though the Earth varies considerably between equatorial and polar diameters, we find that at a very significant piercing through of the Earth's diameter from one tropic to the other tropic turns out to be 7,920 miles. We also find that if we take a perfect sphere that has the same area, the same surface area as the Earth actually has, its diameter would be 7,920 miles. So that's the number we use for the Earth, which means that its radius is half that, or 3,960. And in most books you read, astronomy and so forth, when they're talking in round numbers about the radius or the diameter of the Earth, these are the numbers they use. 7920 and 3960. Okay. Now, what I've got here is evidence for advanced geodetic knowledge in archaic times. What is geodesy or geodetic knowledge? Geodesy is the determination of the size and the shape of the Earth. Early in the 19th century, such knowledge was acquired by extensive land surveying and triangulating over large tracts of the Earth's surface. Since the 1970s, orbital satellites have provided the most accurate picture of the Earth's exact size and mass distribution. Any advanced comprehension of the larger picture of our planet as a suitable abode for the evolution of higher life requires knowledge of its size and shape. The total mass, of course, determines g, the gravitational constant. The equatorial bulge is an integral component of the forces acting to impose rotation and orbital stability on Earth as it wheels about the sun. The relevance of these two basic factors to the evolution of life cannot be underestimated. Ancient master builders understood Earth's fundamental geodetic parameters on a level not equaled until the advent of modern satellite surveys. How do we know that? Well, probably the most salient means we have of knowing that is the Great Pyramid of Cheops itself. And there's been lots and lots of speculation about what the form or what the function of the Great Pyramid was. Some of it to me is pretty out there. Some of it I think is pretty abstract and speculative. What I've always thought does make the most sense and has the greatest credibility is the pyramid is essentially a model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, and I'll show you how here. The thing you have to understand when you're looking at the measurement of the Earth in terms of its size and shape is that we have lines. Everybody knows latitude and longitude. Latitude is measured north and south of the equator. Longitude is the measure around this way. Parallels are lines that run that parallel to the equator. And traveling along one of the parallels, we would be displacing ourselves longitudinally. But parallels actually measure, you can see this parallel here, this is probably the Arctic Circle. It looks to me like about 66.5 degrees north. So it is parallel to the equator, right? So depending on what parallel you are, every line of latitude, north and south, has a corresponding parallel. And you know that from the equator to the North Pole is going to be 90 degrees, and likewise from the equator to the South Pole is going to be 90 degrees of arc. Then in turn we have meridian lines, which are lines that run north-south, but actually measure distances east and west. So that if you traveled from one meridian to the next, to another meridian, you would have traveled from east to west. Every point on the surface of the Earth has a local meridian. We have a local meridian here, and it's basically the way you would find it is if you walked out here. I believe this is generally south, isn't it, this way? So if we went out here and we looked exactly south and exactly north, and then the zenith overhead, the point 90 degrees up from a flat horizon, and we struck an arc from the south point through the zenith point to the North Pole, that arc would be our local meridian. And as the Earth turns under that local meridian, we measure all astronomical motion relative to our point on the surface of the Earth with respect to that local meridian. Now, you'll notice that as you go through the parallels form virtually perfect circles. The meridian lines, on the other hand, are not circles because of the flattening of the Earth, because of the expansion of the equator. If you draw a line around it this way, and cut the Earth this way, it is not going to be a circle. If you cut it this way, it will be a circle. Okay, that creates very subtle differences in geometry. When you're measuring a meridian line north to south, what happens is that as you travel north away from the equator, if you are going on a perfect sphere, then each degree of latitude north would have the same distance. But it's not a perfect sphere, it's flattened. So as you're moving towards the North Pole, the Earth is actually flattening out. The Earth's radius is shrinking. So it's flattening out. What that means is that to traverse a degree of arc, you have to travel further as you get away from the equator towards the North Pole. Okay, I'm explaining this because you've got to understand this to see how the ancients actually understood, how they demonstrated to us that they understood the size and shape of the Earth with a high degree of accuracy. So again, parallels are going to be in circles, and you're going to notice that the biggest circle is going to be the equatorial circle, and as you travel towards the poles, those circles get smaller in size. So therefore, if you took the meridian lines, which would be the dotted lines, the distance between, say, 1 degree of meridians at the equator is going to be greater than that distance between the same two meridians, say, at our latitude here in Atlanta, which is about 34 degrees north, or further north. As you travel further north, those meridian lines converge until you would get to the North Pole, and then they meet each other and have zero distance between them. Okay. This is taken out of the Smithsonian meteorological tables, and what we're looking at here, without belaboring this, is you'll notice latitude 0 degrees, and you go through up to 90 degrees. And what this is showing is if we look into statute miles right there, this says length of 1 degree of the meridian. So this is the line from equator up to the North Pole. Well, if you look at the first number, which, let's see if we can zoom in a little here, you'll notice that at 0, when you travel, leave the equator and go to the 1st degree north latitude, you've gone 68.703 miles. But if you look down here at the very last one, when you traverse that last degree from 89 and you finally get to the North Pole, you've traveled 69.4 miles. So those degrees have stretched out. Okay. Now this is important to understand how the ancients were able to demonstrate to future generations that they understood the size and the shape of the Earth. And then we have one length of 1 degree of the parallel. If you notice right there, I don't know if you can read it from out there, but that says 69.172 miles. So think of a circle going around the Earth's equator. You've traveled 1 degree, 1/360 of that distance around, you've gone 69.172 miles. Let's go halfway up from equator to North Pole, which would be 45 degrees, and you see right there, you've gone 49 miles. Then when you get up to the pole itself, when you're 1 degree away from the North Pole, you only have to go 1.2 miles because those meridian lines have converged. So now, the thing to grasp here is that if we're measuring the size and the shape of the Earth, that's going to vary depending on where on the Earth we're making those measurements. This is important because what we discover is that the ancient peoples knew this and incorporated it into their architecture so that they would derive units of measurement that were ultimately based upon the size and shape of the Earth where the structure was being built. Now let's take the most prominent one. Before we get to that, this is geodetic data, and you'll notice here we've got going back to 1830, which was the first attempt in modern times to determine the size and shape of the Earth. And let's go, since that's meters, let's go to something we'll recognize, miles. We're talking about the radius here, and you'll notice as you're coming down through here, we get to these last two, World Grid System 72 and Geodetic Reference System 80 are the two that were determined by satellite measurements. And you'll notice that as we come through here, we've got a polar radius in miles and an equatorial radius in miles. And then we have the difference in the two radii right here. And we assume that as we've come through, we're progressively getting better and better at measuring the size and shape of the Earth. And finally, with satellite measurements, we're getting down here, and we've determined that the polar radius, for example, 3,949.8934, 3,949.8948. What does that translate into? Well, let's see. In terms of feet, that's a difference of, 250 feet roughly between, between these two measurements. In other words, between the first satellite measurement in 72 and the second one in 1980, the difference was about 250 feet, say. The history of man may be far longer and stranger than we think. The Great Pyramid may indeed not fit in with what we believe about the past and the nature of the world. Thousands of years ago, someone measured the Earth with remarkable accuracy and recorded this information in the dimensions of the largest and possibly the oldest stone building on the planet, William R. Fix. Generally, the age of the pyramid is given around 4,200 years, roughly about the same age as the Sphinx. Some of you are probably familiar with the redating of the Sphinx by several geologists, primarily Robert Schoch from Boston University, who has studied the weathering of the limestone composing the Sphinx and the surrounding quarry that the Sphinx is situated in, and has determined that the rock has been severely weathered by water erosion. And of course, this Giza Plateau has been desert for the last 4,000 years, so it's not likely you're going to find severe water erosion on the Sphinx if it's only 4,000 years old. In fact, so severe is the water erosion that it's likely that the Sphinx is probably tens of thousands of years old. However, Robert Schoch, in most of his public presentations, usually places it at 7,000 to 9,000 years, but he's told me personally he just uses that because he's deliberately being very conservative because he's in the academic community, but he's perfectly willing to believe that it could be much older than that. And I've discussed the extent of the water erosion with him and discovered that he actually hasn't looked in depth at the comparable studies of rates of limestone weathering, which I spent a couple of months about 10 years ago studying, going around to various places where there were limestones and where you could see examples of limestone that had been weathered, and had looked at, read the literature that had been done on limestone weathering, and had concluded that, it would be a minimum of 20,000 years worth of weathering. And that's a minimum if you took the Sphinx and set it in a climate with rainfall like say we've been having for the last 3 months, which would average out to about 45 inches a year. Even with rainfall like we've been seeing here in Atlanta in the last 3 months, it would take the Sphinx a minimum of 20 to 30,000 years to get the level of erosion. That raises the question regarding the Great Pyramid. Could it be as old? And I see no reason why not. Problem here, though, is you know that the Great Pyramid was once covered in white limestone casing stones, highly polished, and according to Arabic traditions, pretty much all the Arabic traditions and legends about the Great Pyramid concur that the outside of the pyramid prior to the stripping of the casing stones was covered, completely covered in hieroglyphs. And one, it just boggles one's mind to contemplate what might have been written there. But clearly, I have a hard time imagining a greater act of vandalism in all of history than the stripping of those stones. In fact, there had been efforts to get into the pyramid up until the time of Al-Mamun, which was, I think, around 1200 AD, but they were completely ineffectual. And then somewhere around the 12th century, I've forgotten the exact year, there was a great earthquake in northern Egypt. And it caused most of the buildings in Cairo to collapse, and it also loosened some of the casing stones on the pyramid, which allowed them to get in and pry those stones loose from the top. And all of the stones were then stripped off, and that indurate, high-quality limestone was stripped off and recarved and used in buildings to rebuild Cairo. So I've often thought there's probably temples somewhere in Cairo where maybe some of those original stones are still to be found with inscriptions intact. Of course, I have no idea, but I've oftentimes thought, wouldn't that be cool? Anyways, they stripped off the stones, and as they stripped them off, there was a lot of rubble that fell down and buried the bottom of the pyramid, which turned out to be a good thing because it buried the bottom casing stones from those bottom and preserved them. And so from those, you know, the various researchers could determine what the original exact angle of the pyramid was. And according to most calculations, it was around 51 degrees, 51 minutes, 14 seconds. I don't know if that level of accuracy is credible or not, but 51 degrees, 51 minutes would be. And from there, we can then determine what the geometry of the pyramid would have been and what its original height would have been simply by taking the tangent of that angle, 51 degrees, 51 minutes, and knowing the base length, one could calculate what the original height would have been to a high degree of accuracy. So that's been done by, 4 or 5 different people over the years. J.H. Cole in 1925 did what's considered to be the definitive survey of the Great Pyramid. He was a professional surveyor who did a very meticulous survey after they had just cleared away all of the rubble, and he had access to it. He did it under contract to the government of Egypt. The numbers that I'm about to show you here are mostly derived from his survey. So what we have here is here's some of the original casing stones, and they sit on what's called a socle, which is this base, which was measured to be 55 centimeters in thickness. And of course, you got to bear in mind that this original slope casing stone, it wasn't stepped like that originally. It was a smooth profile. And so here you have, of course, here you see that the casing stones were damaged by the rubble falling down, but enough of them were still intact that one could make this accurate determination of the original angle. Here's the socle, which is 55 centimeters thick, and it sits directly on bedrock. So it actually, what it does is it creates 2 ways that one could measure the height of the pyramid, either with or without the socle. There's also 2 ways of measuring the base. This is a reconstruction from 1991 work on pharaonic stonemasonry. And this shows that outside the corners, which was the core masonry, there are these sockets. And I found one picture showing a socket. This is showing one of the sockets that's still there, that sits outside the core masonry. But based on those sockets, they were able to reconstruct what the original base of the pyramid would have looked like. So here would have been the 51 degrees, 51 minutes coming down, sitting on the 55 centimeter thick socle here, like this. Well, what this did was it gave 2 ways of measuring the perimeter of the pyramid's base. One could be measured from this point up on top of the socle. The other could be measured from down here that included the socle. So what you ended up with was two ways of measuring the pyramid's base. Well, which one was the correct one? Well, they were both correct. I think that they were actually intending to embody in there that there were two ways of measuring the pyramid's base. So what we have is the length of the base on the socle, which is the shorter of the two up there. It was varied from side to side. You'll notice 755 at the smallest to 756 just over at the largest. So there was some variation. There was probably a reason for that variation, actually, but we won't get into that because it just gets too technical for what we're talking about today. But the total of those measured around the four sides would be 3,023.139 feet. If you're taking notes, that'd be a good number to write down. Okay, so now let's see what the measure is around that includes the socle, or the base. And we see that each side is roughly 5 feet longer, 760 to 761. Each side, again, is a little different, but we get a total of 3,043.433 feet. Okay, so I'm going to, over here, I'm going to write down a few numbers that we saw through our radius of the moon, diameter of the moon, radius of the sun, diameter of the sun, number of seconds in a day would be 43,200. Number of seconds in a half a day, number of seconds in a full day, 86,400. What were some of our more other numbers? Oh yeah, 1440 was one, 7920. Diameter of the earth, just so they're up there in front of you, we can refer to them as we go on here. All right. So here is profile, the Great Pyramid with a 51-degree, 51-minute angle. I'm just, to make it easy, I've just rounded off the numbers, 481 feet in height. That would be not including the socle, the base. 755.85, I just picked one to use. And there's our 51-degree, 51-minute angle. And we find that when we measure it this way, it turns out to be almost exactly 11/7. There's some other interesting geometry going on related to the golden section, which I don't intend to get into today because it makes more sense if you're actually studying sacred geometry and you're familiar and you've made these drawings. Because in a sacred geometry class, just like in the old Pythagorean and Platonic lodges, we draw, and then we eventually build models. And that's the way to really get familiar with this and get these numbers as part of your consciousness. So I'm not going to get into the connection with the golden section today. When we measure, including the socle, this becomes our height, 482.7575 feet, and the base, 760.9 feet. Okay, those are the numbers we're going to look at for a second here now. If we look at these are various estimates. We're looking at this one right here, the coal height estimate plus the socle at 21.6 inches gives a total of the height above bedrock of 482.7575 feet. So now we're going to go back to the Earth so we can see how these numbers link the two. We take 1 square degree of latitude and longitude at the equator. Pretend we're standing at the equator. Okay, we know that the polar radius now is 13 miles less than the equatorial radius. So what that means is that the circle this way is shorter than the circle. The biggest circle that defines the Earth is the equatorial circle. So a degree of measure on the equator is going to be the biggest, the longest of any degree we measure anywhere on the Earth, the equator. Okay, the north-south is going to be a little bit shorter. And you'll notice right there, we've got 68.7 miles north to south and 69.17 east to west. So it's not a perfectly square unit, is it? It's a little bit distorted. Well, that distortion is totally significant because it's that distortion that is a measure of the Earth's departure from being a perfect sphere. And it's that departure of a perfect sphere that is very significant to us, because without that, again, Earth's orbital stability would be non-existent. Okay, so we're going to divide this up a little bit. If we take this square degree of latitude north to south, longitude east to west, and we look very carefully down in the lower right-hand corner, you're going to see something, a little square. You see that little square? That represents 1 minute, 1/60th of the degree this way, 1/60th of the degree this way. So that's 1 minute of latitude and longitude, all right? We're going to take a closer look at that, and we will see that 1 minute then is 6,045.881 north to south, 6,087 east to west, which is what we expect. The east-west should be a little bit longer, and that's 1 square minute of latitude and longitude. Okay, now we're going to divide each of those lengths into 2. We're going to divide our square minute into 1/4 sections. And here's what I want you to notice. When we do that, we take 1/4 of a square minute of latitude and longitude. Look at our dimension east to west, and look at our dimension north to south. And look at these two numbers. In fact, here's an accurate calculation. We take the 482.755 feet, which is the height, and what we discover is that if we multiply that by the number 43,200, which is one of our sacred numbers that we've seen right there, 43,200, it shows up in the Vedas and the Sumerian king lists, etc., etc. If we multiply the height of the pyramid by that number, this is what we come out with, 3,949.83 miles. And notice the difference between the pyramid, which I call the standard polar radius, and World Grid System 72 is only 313 feet over the entire size of the Earth. So we have essentially the pyramid being a scale model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, at a scale of 43,200 to 1. If we take the pyramid, enlarge it by 43,200, its height, including the socle, now becomes the polar radius of the Earth within 300 feet of our satellite surveys. And the two measures of the base are exactly the difference between the east-west difference and the north-south difference at a square minute at the equator. Now, the skeptic and the reductionist would dismiss this and say, it's just a coincidence, you're just playing with numbers. And I would say, okay, you can believe what you want, but it's there. The numbers are there. You can take the surveys of Egypt by Cole. You can take the geodetic surveys. I didn't make those numbers up, or I didn't fudge them. And what you discover is that when you expand it by 43,200, which, if the number was just some arbitrary number, but it turns out that the factor of expansion turns out to be one of the critical sacred numbers within the ancient systems. And so here we have the pyramid now enlarged by 43,200 times. And another way to think of it is if we go back to this diagram right here, you'll see that as the Earth turns, every half second, it's going to turn this far. So it means that every 2 seconds, the Earth, if you're standing on the equator, in 2 seconds, the Earth has turned 143,200th part of its total orbit. So if you're standing on the equator, in 2 seconds precisely, the Earth has turned a distance exactly equal to the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. Now, you can dismiss that as being coincidence, but the numbers don't lie. They're there. And so when William R. Fix was saying that someone somewhere thousands of years ago was able to measure the Earth with great precision, And I haven't, of course, elaborated upon all the details of this. I'm trying to give you the overall picture of how it might have worked. Referring back to our geodetic data, if we look at the various ellipsoids that give the polar radius, and then we take each of those polar radii, going from all of these ellipsoids down, the Clark ellipsoid has been the one of 1880, has been the one used in the United States for all non-military and non-NASA related measurements. We still use on a day-to-day basis. If you take a topographic map, you know, and you're going out like a 7.5 quadrangle, and you're going out navigating with a topographic map put out by the U.S. Geological Survey, they're using the Clark ellipsoid right there. But you'll notice that when we take these various polar radii lengths in feet and divide them by 43,200, you can see the numbers we get right here. Remember, the height of the pyramid is estimated at 482.7575. So looking at this, what you'd see on here, which one would be the closest? Well, you notice it's come out very, very close to the satellite surveys. Given that it's very and see, when you got to ask yourself, well, why is there a difference between the satellite survey of 72 and the satellite survey of 80? Well, if we did another one again with as high a degree of accuracy, we would discover there's still going to be a discrepancy. And the reason is that the Earth spinning through space, there are various tidal forces working on the Earth which are constantly causing it to distort its shape by up to 2 or 3 or 4 or 500 feet. So we never would be able to get more accurate than 300 or 400 feet, because the Earth itself is changing shape. And if we were to measure it every year for the next 10 years, we would get 10 different numbers. They'd all be very close, but they would deviate somewhat, because the Earth itself, there are tidal bulges. You know, where's the moon relative to the Earth? That's going to affect. If the moon and the sun are on the same side of the Earth, that will affect the shape of the Earth up to being several hundred feet measured over the diameter of the Earth. And so it is not amiss to say that the pyramid enshrines a measure of the Earth that could be considered as accurate as those determined by modern satellite surveys. That to me is a very profound insight, because it does suggest that somebody once upon a time was able to measure the Earth's size and shape with that level of precision. And if they were able to do that, what's the implication of that? See, that's the interesting part. Because no primitive culture, using the method of Eratosthenes in about 300 BC in Greece, he measured the Earth and was generally considered to be quite accurate, because he was able to get the circumference of the Earth within about 500 miles of its actual measured circumference by using the methods available to the ancient Greeks, you see. And he was considered to be the first to measure by basically putting a stick in the ground and measuring the angle of the shadow on the longest day of the year over a couple of successive years. That's actually an exercise we do in the sacred geometry class, because it's very interesting how he did that. But he was considered to be, you know, pretty proficient, because he was able to determine that the size of the Earth was, the circumference of the Earth was, you know, 25,000 miles, when it's generally considered to be about 24,800, depending on where you measure it. So he was, you know, maybe within 50 miles of the actual dimension of the Earth, but nowhere near as close as the pyramid would have been. So again, even if the pyramid was built 4,200 years ago, you know, you got to say who 4,200 years ago had the technology to measure the Earth with that degree of accuracy. Now, that we know of, nobody 4,200 years ago did, or how they would have done it, we don't know. But on the other hand, if it turns out that the pyramid could be much older, it leads us back to the, you know, going back 10,000 or 20,000 years. This to me is one of those little, sort of like the little crack in the dike, that if you don't keep it plugged, the whole edifice of contemporary knowledge could get swept away. Because we can't acknowledge that somebody 10,000 or 20,000 years ago was scientifically sophisticated. That was the days of Cro-Magnon man and Alley-oop living in the cave and so forth. Cavemen, which is a silly idea actually. Yes, I'm sure people did take refuge in caves, when things got really crazy out here. Yes, I think people did take refuge in caves. But see, this is one of those things, again, that if you accept that it's not just a coincidence, it opens up a whole can of worms that mainstream science generally doesn't want to address. Because we're the epitome of scientific evolution right here and now, right? Nobody, before we built satellites, could have measured the Earth to within a couple of 100 feet of its actual dimensions. So, given 2 seconds of time, 143,200th part of the daily rotation, a point on the equator will travel a distance precisely equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base as measured with the socle. In 1/2 second of time, a point on the equator will rotate a distance equal to one side of the base of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle. So here you have a time and space measure integrated into one. The time measure comes in because it's the span of time that the Earth has moved. In 2 seconds, the Earth has turned and moved a distance within a fraction of an inch, being the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. And so the height of the Great Pyramid measured with the socle is 143,200th part of the Earth's polar radius. So therefore, the Great Pyramid is a model of one hemisphere of the Earth at a scale of 1 to 43,200. So if we took the Great Pyramid and we created a duplicate and turned it upside down and put the two together base to base, that would now give us the polar diameter. One more example, the Parthenon, to show that this geodetic knowledge was still extant down to the time of the building of the Parthenon about 2,400 years ago. This is the east facade. We're all familiar with the Parthenon. It's almost as well known as the Great Pyramid. Well, if we measure its base in the manner that I'm showing here, it's 100 Greek feet. So how long was a Greek foot? A little bit longer than our modern foot of 12 inches. Before we do that, let's look at the dimensions of the Parthenon. Based upon our American feet that we use, the east facade is 101.2957 ... feet. So if we divide that by 100, we get the length of the Greek foot, which would have been 1.0129, etc., of our American, which are actually the British feet. Okay, I better write that down so we don't forget it. That's good enough right there. There's the width of the Parthenon measured in our American feet. And also notice the latitude of Athens, where the Parthenon is located, is 37 degrees, 58 minutes north. And I'm going to write that down, 37 degrees, 58 minutes. So it's almost 38 degrees north. And here we have, based upon numerical and proportional relationships augmented by extensive analysis of ancient structures, artifacts, and texts, Stachini, who was considered one of the preeminent metrologists of the 20th century, he determined various lengths of the foot. He came up with the Greek foot of 1.011464. Now notice here we've got the width of the east facade of the Parthenon divided by 100 gives a Greek foot of 1.0129 for a difference of 0.018 inch in excess of the length of the Greek foot as calculated by Stachini. It is acknowledged by architectural historians that the Parthenon was originally built to be 100 Greek feet in width. This would have made it equal to 101.14 English feet when built. Now, if we go back to the length of 1 degree of the meridian, and we look right here at the latitude of Athens, we find something very interesting. Length of 1 degree of the meridian at the latitude of Athens is 68.962 miles, or 364,121.647 feet. So if we take that number and divide it by 60, it gives us the length of 1 minute of meridian arc. Then we divide that meridian arc by 60, it gives us 1 second of meridian arc. And notice what 1 second of meridian arc is, 101.449
Sorry, guys.
feet. So 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude, given the international ellipsoid and the Clark
It's just too much, man.
So in other words, what we have there, the total difference in length of 1 second of meridian arc, 38 degrees north latitude, to the east facade of the Parthenon, 0.05 inch. But again, that's for 38 north latitude.
I don't know how much longer I'm gonna play, my friends.
So
Like,
if we make that adjustment of 2
I
minutes
don't know.
north, south, this 0.05 pretty much just disappears into nothing. So what we have is the Parthenon, again, maybe coincidence, but here we have the Parthenon being precisely 1 second of arc of the Earth's circumference at that latitude that it's placed. Now again, that implies somebody was able to measure the Earth with incredible precision, if this isn't a coincidence. And I think the burden of proof would be on the person who tries to dismiss this as being coincidental. Because the two examples I've shown you here could be multiplied many times over. We haven't even talked about the Gothic cathedrals. The fact that every Gothic cathedral was built with its own cubit. And that cubit is based upon a multiple or a subdivision of the meridian length at the latitude that the cathedral was built. So you could take many examples of this. And what I'm suggesting here is not necessarily that the Gothic cathedral builders of 800 years ago were able to measure the Earth with that accuracy. But then again, it does seem to imply that somebody was able to measure the Earth. That maybe there has been a tradition going back to who knows when, from the building of the pyramid, coming down through the age of the Greeks, right down to the building of the European Gothic cathedrals 800 years ago, a tradition of very sophisticated geodetic knowledge. Well, again, this opens up a huge can of worms about when people were supposed to, what they knew and when they were supposed to have learned. So there's another dimension to this as well, and this is, I'm only going to show you a few examples out of hundreds of possible examples I could be showing you. Ancient writings, Semitic writings, and I'm coming with two examples here. The Hebrew ancient writings, which would be Kabbalistic writings, the Hebrew Old Testament, the Torah, the Midrash, all of those. And then the Greek alphabet, the New Testament was written in Greek, all of the Pythagorean and Neo-Pythagorean literature written into Greek. Well, as it turns out, both of those languages, this was prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system. The Hindu-Arabic numeral system is when we came up with what we now have is we have our alphabet and we have our set of numbers. And they're two different things, right? We use our alphabet for the spoken language and written language, and we use numbers for calculating and mathematics. But they're different. We don't, but prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, in the Semitic languages, the same symbols that were letters were also numbers. And the key was what you see right here, called the denary system. So Aleph was 1, Bet was 2, Gimel was 3, Dalet was 4, He was 5, Waw was 6, Zayin 7, and so on, down to Resh, Shin, and Tau, 200, 300, and 400. Yud, which was considered the seed of the Hebrew alphabet, had the value of 10. Okay, so units, tens, and hundreds. Then there was a symbolic component to each of the, for example, Aleph originally was the word for an ox. And Bet was originally the word for house. Gimel, originally the word for camel, and so on. Then we get to the Greek system, and it's also a denary system, units, tens, and hundreds. So alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, gamma, zeta, eta, theta, etc., 1 through 9. Then iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, omicron, pi, kappa, 10 through 90, and so on. Row through. Sampi wasn't actually a written letter, it was just simply included to get the value of 900. Okay, so we have the same system, units, tens, and hundreds. So how is this employed? Well, here's an example. Here's aletheia, which was the Greek word for truth. And if you add up the eta, the alpha, the lambda, the eta, theta, epsilon, iota, and alpha, based on the values that I just showed you, the total value is 72. And that's one of our key sacred numbers. Because most of the numbers that I showed you here are multiples of 72, 36 or 72. The Kabbalah, which means conception, the first moment of creation. Kappa, alpha, tau, alpha, beta, omicron, lambda, eta. Take the values again directly from the historically authenticated table that I showed you, and they add up to 432. So there you see these numbers showing up here. Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. Iota, epsilon, rho, omicron, upsilon. This would be the Greek spelling in the New Testament. Sigma, alpha, lambda, eta, and mu. There's the values of the individual letters. Iota, which was 10, epsilon, 5, etc. And when you add those up, you get 864. Again, do we find that number on our list? Yes, we do. These numbers, again, are showing up with redundancy. The Temple of Immortality, Oneos Athanasius. Oneos Athanasius, that's it. The Temple of Immortality. So if we take that spelling and add it up, it also is 864. And I'll work on my pronunciation. The Holy Ghost, Koagian Pneuma. Pneuma, like words like pneumatic, means the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. Add up the value of those, and you get 1080. The Fountain of Wisdom, Pegasophias, also adds to 1080. So these are just a few examples of. Then I heard another great voice from heaven saying, "Come out, my people, out of her, lest you take part in your sins, lest you share in her plagues." A phrase from the book of Revelations in 1296, which is half of the great year cycle. So I mean, these examples can be multiplied by hundreds, literally by hundreds. And this is actually one of the subdivisions of the study of Kabbalah, which is the gematria, the study of the numerical or mathematical basis of language. And what you discover when you go into the mathematical basis of language is the whole thing is constructed upon the same architecture of sacred numbers that we've been looking at here for the last hour. Probably of all familiar with things like, "Here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man 666. You ever heard that? Probably the most famous and controversial number out of the Bible, 666. Well, if you want to understand what that is actually referring to, you have to peel back the outer literal representation of these tales and look at the underlying mathematical architecture, because that's where it's conceived. And it actually turns out that the orbital velocity of the Earth around the Sun is 66,600 miles per hour, waking consciousness that these numbers literally become a part of the way you experience reality and experience the world, because the numbers are all around us in the world. It gives a shape to the world. It defines the periods of time that governs the cycles of our life. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts. What are the four beasts? The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. Divides the cosmic wheel into periods of 6,480 years, which I certainly should add. That's an important number. So there's a veiled reference to that cycle of time, 6,480. And no man could learn that song but the 140 and 4,000 which were redeemed from the earth. Now, when you get into Kabbalistic studies, you can go to the English translation to kind of be read the outer form.
Oh wow, interesting.
You've got to go beyond that. You've got to go back to the original language. And I'm not going to get too much into that. But the word redeemed
Sounds nice.
we discovered that the word was agaratza from agora, and it means to go to market. So basically what it's saying is that those who achieve salvation at the day of judgment are those who go out to shop. Well, isn't that what George Bush told us to do after the...
Very powerful. Oh wow. Crazy.
But actually, see, why does what's the connection with going to market? Well, as a place, probably the town square, that should be the first one, the square. There's your geometry. As a place of public resort by implication, the market or thoroughfare. So the idea first is the idea of a square, because the marketplace would be built around a square, a literal square. So it became associated with the idea of people gathering within this square. It comes from, well, agarazzo comes from, see here, so to go to market by implication to purchase, especially to redeem. And it comes from this root, agora, which is related to this, aguera, the idea of collecting one's faculty. This is the idea of collecting within the square, right? Well, this is thinking now about metaphorically collecting one's faculties, but also to awaken or to rouse literally from sleep, from sitting or lying, from disease or death, or figuratively from obscurity or doom. It means to awake, to lift up, to raise up, to rear up. So see, all of these ideas are what you're alleging once you start going into the original Kabbalistic language. So what starts out like go shopping, go to the market, means going to the town square. It means the gathering within this square. So here's the link with your geometry. But then one of the words that we look at when we study the Kabbalistic study of words is we look at the original roots, but then we look at how did they bifurcate and how did they lead, because you can follow the evolutionary paths of language to get back to what some of the original meanings actually were, to try to get to what the authors of these sacred writings were really trying to get to. You've got to remember that all of these sacred writings have gone through multiple layers of translation by people who may or may not have understood the original doctrines that were concealed in there symbolically and mathematically. Also from the book of the reference to the new song is very interesting, because and I would defer later to Jeremy on this, who's been studying the sacred geometry of music, but there is a Phrygian mode of representing the octave that goes from 432 cycles per second to 364 cycles per second. So the reference to singing a new song suggests to me that possibly we're talking about a change in frequency involving life here on Earth, and that those who change their consciousness accordingly will be in harmony with the changing frequencies. And I believe that that's one of the core teachings of this, is that as Earth goes through its evolutionary journey through the galaxy, through varying part of understanding ancient secrets or methods of the master builders of old was utilizing the sacred geometry and the geodetic knowledge to create structures that resonated with the earth because they were harmonically attuned to the earth. I think that's part of what's going on, trying to understand the sacred science behind structures like the Parthenon and the Great Pyramid, many of the other temples, is this science of harmony, of the science of resonance, and creating structures that vibrated according to certain frequencies, and those frequencies would be attuned to the slowly changing frequencies of the earth itself as it goes on its cosmic journey through the universe. I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and I, John, saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the 864, right? 864, that's the Jerusalem. Coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband.
It is, dude, it is.
One of the 7 angels saying, "Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife."
I don't have the link handy, but it's on there.
High mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God.
It's under the Xbox one. Xbox and Switch.
Had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels and names written there. Now, of course, those names are mathematical keys. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west.
Oh yeah,
3
nice.
The wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city. So here again, we have this idea of the measuring of the city, because the city is the repository of the cosmic doctrine. The gates thereof and the wall thereof. And the city lieth 4 square, and length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is. And I find that verse to be particularly potent in its meaning, because first of all, we have to ask the question, what are we talking about? What is the Bible talking about when it refers to angels? Well, you know, the counterpart to angels are found in all cultures. It's just in the Bible they're called angels, who are the messengers, right, from this other domain. But in other cultures they were usually referred to as the gods.
We did 193 last night. Yeah, 4 people have 16 on Xbox, I think. Kozilak. You have to click on Switch. You gotta click on the Switch button there, and then it'll show the Switch times. Yeah, I know it's not an easy to navigate website. We did 193 last night, or 187 now. Wow, insane.
Notice the numbers.
All the lack of water. No, I'm sure. Yeah, 4 people have 16 on Xbox. Yeah, no worries, buddy. No worries, man.
What is a furlong? Furlongs have almost fallen into disuse. It's a British or English unit of measurement, but it found its way into the King James Bible. It was basically
Yeah, a bunch of different types of systems.
which had various lengths, but basically the same length as the furlong. What was the furlong? Furlong, where is a furlong used today? Yeah, who goes to the track? Horse racing.
Because on the Xbox S you can quick pause faster.
Here's what's interesting about the furlong. If you multiply it by
But I'm gonna be signing off in like very soon.
discover that the furlong is exactly 7,920 inches.
I got my niece and nephew are over in there. They're like going to bed right now. I can't keep talking. I can keep typing, but I can't keep talking. See you for my bedtime. But it's just like I might come back tomorrow. No yelling, yeah.
It's a proportion. This is a sacred proportion that was intentionally embodied into the units of measurement. So So that we lay out a furlong.
No, but I'm done for tonight, I think. I do appreciate the subs, though. I really do. Like, it helps me out a lot, too, right now in my life.
So the thumb is to your foot in this
That's nice of you. That's just really nice of you.
And when you pace, like this is how a pace is generally considered. You start from one point, put your heel against the point, and then every other step you count. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 of those, averaging 5.28 feet, gave us the mile. Right? 1,000 times 5.28, 5,280. And that was the origin of the mile. The mile is literally 1,000 human paces. The pace, think about the pace, what that is. Our foot, our pace. Our pace, our foot is what anchors us to the earth. Our pace is what moves us about the face of the earth, right? The most fundamental relationship we have with the earth, our feet, right? That ratio of pace to foot, 5.28. Now, we have the furlong is 12,000 of these things, right? 12,000, the holy city is 12,000 of these things, 660 feet. Multiply that out and discover 7,920,000 feet. So how big is that? Divide that by the number of feet in a mile, 5,280, and what you discover is it's precisely 1,500 miles. So what would be 1,500 miles in diameter? Is there some object out there that could be 1,500 miles in diameter? It's certainly described as being something they see in the heavens, right? Well, I'll leave this one an open-ended question for right now, but here's something that's interesting. If we take this number and divide it into, compare it to the Earth, to get a sense of scale, Earth, 7,920, Holy City, 1,500. So we put 7,920 over 1,500, and if you quickly do that calculation in your head, you'll discover that 1,500 goes into 7,920, exactly 5.28 miles. The relationship of our foot to our pace. So here's a very strange correlation. The earth to the holy city is the same as the pace to the foot. What are they trying to say there? Well, one of the implications of this, it follows from this truth. The truth is that we humans are ultimately designed according to the cosmic measure. We were created in the image of God, right? And God is the ultimate cosmic measure. And we, being created in the image of God, embody the cosmic measure. So when Protagoras said man is the measure of all things, what he was implying is that we are...
Alright, I'm gonna raid somebody in like a minute, I think. Thanks for being here.
In fact, when one looks
We're
at
gonna
the
get this
scale
time
of
soon.
from the human up to the largest macro scale that we know of, and from the human down to the smallest micro scale we know of, where are we within that hierarchy? Right smack in the middle. So there's as much above us as there is below us. There's as much greater than us as there
This is
is.
the last run. Thank you for the 2 subs, Kozilak. That's really cool of you, bro. And Santana, the sub. Thank you, Girl Drops. Thank you, Drops. The AI chatbot. So yeah, I should have that link on. I'll watch the video. Thanks for being here for fucking 10 hours.
You're building a form out of your own, the material of your own conscious mind that reflects
Wow, he looks fast.
of nature, of cosmic nature that's all about us.
And strong.
And that's the power, and why study of sacred geometry can ultimately be the key to accessing lots of other things like the Kabbalah, and alchemy, and Hermetic wisdom, and the Gnostic traditions, and the traditions of the Vedas, and so forth. There it is, 12,000 furlongs, the city lieth 4 square, 48,000 furlongs on a perimeter. It's also described as cubical. 12,000 furlongs equals 7,920,000 feet, which equals 1,500 miles. The total perimeter, 31,680.
Insanely fast destroyer combo, yeah. Impressive.
We'll save for another time. So there it is. A tabulation of some of the stuff we've covered. The diameter of the Earth, 7920. 1 furlong, 7920 inches. The diameter of the New Jerusalem, 7,920,000 feet, which is 1,500 miles. 1 mile is 5,280 feet, or 1,000 paces of 5.28 feet. 1.5 miles is 7,920 feet. And here's the pace to the foot, equals the Earth to the Holy City, which equals 7920 to 1,500, and there's that magic ratio of 5.2 that links the Earth to this other cosmic entity, for now going unnamed, that relates to our own scale exactly as our pace does to our foot. And what you discover is that if you're taller or shorter, it doesn't matter, because it's a proportional relationship. If you're taller, your pace, my pace is in excess of 6 feet. So 5.28, you're going to have a somewhat shorter, but you're going to discover that the ratio is relatively constant. Because as you get taller, presumably your feet get bigger.